I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am sorry to be tardy to the party. I'm going to apologize to Christian Valeris in particular because he calls me out. He calls me out for being tardy to the party. Why is you guys? Sorry. Let me react first, and then let me tell you about my morning. So Christian Blair says, good morning. Hedonic Samuel says, hey, yo, Subri Keller says, finals week, let's do this. I'm happy you didn't die, Subri Keller. Fell Runner says, good morning, Girl Team 6. Good morning to you, Fell Runner. Good morning, Jonah Boy. Good morning, Christian Blair. Who's the one-on-one with Pisco? And then, like, how do you guys describe what this red face is? Okay, because to me, it looks like me. This looks like Connor in a panel waiting for his turn to talk. That's what that red emoji is to me. Randy Chang says, good morning, nerds. Christian Blair says, true and appreciated. Evan says, good morning, late and unkempt. My apologies. I'll tell you about it in a second. Sean Kaplan says, good morning. Another day away from the paradise of Grill Hala. True. Wes Wendigo says, good morning. Yo, says Kazra. Grill Shala, y'all. Third reporting in. Thank you, conservative liberalism. What's up, pleats? I don't even know what that means. So it's looking at you with hooded eyes, like you serious right now. It looks like a holding in a crash out face. Yeah, okay, all right. Holding in a crash out. Conservative liberalism says, I was late too. It's all good. Were you shoveling snow? No, I live in Florida. That's my wife sometimes joked about moving back up to like Maine or Boston or Massachusetts or something like that. And do you have a red or a? Yeah, I don't know what that is. Once again, guys, things just change on your end. Okay, I don't touch anything. I show up. I turn on the lights, and I click go live. That's what I do. So when the lights are off, or the cameras are off, or the monitors are off, or the whatever's off, I do nothing. Okay, I do nothing. I change nothing. Nothing changes on my end. So the camera setting is hot. Nice. Lib influencers are weak. No resistance. I also don't come for curse content. I stand by it. So wait. I also don't come for curse content. I stand by it. So don't say I'm a liar. Well, Evan, I understand yesterday Fuentes is not your cup of tea. Well, QC John says, good morning, Grill Hottest. May your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers when you're blowing stuff up. Amen. Well, QC John, thank you. Chaplain John, thank you for leading us in the benediction. Christian Blair says, Your Honor, I don't touch anything. It's true. Kazra says, I need a white light. I have two white lights. There's a white light at a 45-degree angle facing me, giving me a migraine throughout the day. There's a white light over here at a 45-degree angle, giving me a migraine throughout the day. I have two monitors with a lavender purple background. I have a normal ceiling fan immediately behind me that's supposed to be giving me somewhat of a backlight. Like, listen, guys, I know I'm not like a tech bro. I'm not a light bro. I'm not a camera bro. But at the same time, like, I you know what I do? I am somebody with middling intellect. I've shown you guys my IQ test. I used to be smart. I had a 133 IQ, and then people punched me in the face repeatedly. So now I'm probably down to a 110 or a 120. But I do have the capacity to YouTube things and then do the things that the people in the YouTube videos tell me to do. And I've done those things, but I don't know what the difference between their results and my results are. I have no idea. I just try. Oh, so Rodney says Connor abandoned the Republican Party, yet his fall has been interesting to me. No, because Donald Trump's going to disappear, and then there's going to be a power vacuum, and then there's going to be a scramble for power between the Christian nationalists and national conservatives around Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and all those schizos, and then there's going to be a scramble for power between the neocons and the moderate conservatives like your Romneys and Kissingers and Haley's and all that kind of stuff. And the Bushes, I don't know if you guys saw this, but the Bushes said that they were going to make a play for power once Trump is gone. So I'm going to back the Bushes and the Haleys and the Romneys and the Christies and the sane Republicans. So hopefully the sane Republicans can take back the party a little bit from the schizos. Also, by the way, you guys are like, oh, the Republican Party's going crazy. It's going crazy because it supports Trump, right? But realistically, when you ask those people, like the crazy economic populists who don't know shit about fuck, if you ask them, like, who's your next politician that you like? They're like Zoran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders. So don't come in my chat and pretend that you guys don't, the left wing doesn't have schizos, or when Trump's gone, that the economic populism promised by Trump isn't going to swing towards your favorite socialist who you love. Okay. Excuse me. I do need to tell you guys about my morning because it was very interesting. Jonah says, yeah, the lighting feels very warm this morning. Don't know why. Got you looking like Sinestra. I blame your windows. I only have, dude, there's a window back here that's blocked by this thing. And there's a window over here that has a window shade over it. I'm not doing shit. Your Honor, I haven't trusted shit. Or I haven't touched shit. Christian Valera says, no black lights because my streamer ain't a cum hunter. True. Rodney says, abandon the Republican Party. I think I just answered that. Sin Patriarch says, Connor is a boomer, but he's not so boomer he can't use YouTube. Exactly. Jeez, bro. Sorry, says Cosner. Well, listen, man, I try and I fail. That's the theme of the channel. The theme is you should try and fail because trying and failing is better than not trying at all. Solidus, good to see you, says, here we go. Don't know if that's an orc reference or a Joker reference. Either way, I appreciate it. Real Serious says, hey, Connor, what books do you have in the background? Also, have you played some of the Warhammer games? Real Serious. So what I did, or books first. So I have a whole bunch of books that I want over the books that are here. Most of these books are Stephen King books, but they're my wife's copy. Okay. My great-grandmother-in-law, my wife's great-grandmother lived to be 96. And she was a Stephen King fan. And my wife is a horror fan. And so my great-grandmother-in-law, before she passed, and I met her. I knew her for about 5 to 10 years before she passed. She was a really nice lady. She bought a copy of every Stephen King book since like 1970. She's been buying Stephen King books for 50 years. And so basically we have 100 Stephen King books and I have read 0 of them. Real Serious says, hey, Connor, what books do you have in the background? Answer that one. Also, have you played some of the Warhammer games? Yes. Space Marine 2 is on if you go to my Warhammer channel, Counterpoints 40K, you go to the live section. I have an entire playthrough of Space Marine 2 when that came out. I was thinking about going back. Of course, I have no time for anything, but I was thinking about doing Space Marine 1 playthrough. I was thinking about doing the Dawn of War 4 playthrough when it comes out. Dawn of War 4 comes out in 2026. And I should play all the Dawns of War. I should play like Fire Warrior. I should play every Games Workshop game ever on the 40K channel if I really wanted to capitalize. But the truth is, I have a family. I do 25 hours a week of streaming, approximately. Of course, I'm 20 minutes late every single day, so cut that down by 20 minutes. And I also leave 20 minutes early, so cut that down by another 20 minutes. But then I also do another 15 to 20 hours doing pre-recorded content per week. So, add that plus family plus shenanigans, and there's my week. Have you played some of the Warhammer games? Yes, we should play more. Eben says, you need blackout curtains, lights on before cameras go on for a few minutes. Gotcha. Jonas has laughed my ass off. Randy Chang says, I'm convinced that Fuentes' appeal is his professional lighting. True. It's because he's gay. Okay. Somebody pointed this out, that his Christmas set was on fleek. Okay. I have no Christmas things. Like, I like Christmas, but I'm a brutish man. So I make no preparations whatsoever Fuentes had like a perfectly decorated set. Not only did he have a perfectly lit, decorated set, he also had like stockings in a almost looks professionally decorated tree. And he had mistletoe, and he had this, and he had that. Only a gay man or a woman is capable of that level of decorative skill. Conservative liberalism says, I think what you keep forgetting to do with your setup is enabling your VTuber account. No. Okay, anime leads to VTubing. VTubing leads to hentai. Hentai leads to lolicon. Lolicon leads you to hell. Do not indulge. Jim Baker says, greetings, y'all. My favorite FBI employees showed up this morning to say hello. Thank you, Jim Baker. Patriarch says, Haley, please. Solida says, okay, Mr. Red Bush. Jeb. Yes, Sabri Keller. Jeb. Randy Chang says, what is Paul Ryan doing at this very moment? Enjoying the fact that he retired. That's what Paul Ryan is doing. I don't know if you guys remember this, but Paul Ryan was a handsome, fit congressman from about 10 years ago now. Like right before the era of Trump, Paul Ryan was a name in Republican politics. Maybe he cheated on his wife. Maybe he, had gay sex with a staffer and that's why he retired. I have no idea. But what happened was Paul Ryan did like a 4-hour YouTube video presenting how the United States of America could like save itself from imminent debt collapse, and nobody cared. And then he was like, all right, well, if nobody actually cares about saving the republic from impending financial collapse, I don't give a fuck about this shit anymore. I'm out. And then he dipped out. Paul Ryan is actually brilliant. Like his leadership is desperately needed in the Republican Party, but I understand why he retired, and I think it's better for him. Rodney Hobbs says, so you're going to hope for the return of the Bushes? Yes. Bushes are the only ones worth anything since they weren't Trump dick sucks. Agreed. But they're also neocons. Peter says the sane Republicans supported Epstein. Did they? Has George Bush been alleged to have been on Epstein Island at any point? Patriarch says our slur horseshoe has been real since 2016 when all the online Bernie bros went for Trump. Exactly. Solida says, I want our own psychopath, Newsom. Well, there you go. The Democrats are excited about that. Affect says, okay, but also the crazy Dems still respect our democracy at some level above Trump. Yeah, that's like stepping over a bar on the floor. Well, QC John says, light of our Saint Hank Hill is blessing you this morning, Grill Shallah. Indeed. Fell Runner, yeah, we should view it as a holy sign. Fellow Runner kicked us off with the super chats for $5. 5 for Future Valor Network Studio Fund. Thank you. Peter says progressives are the way out of this mess. Modernity, all the lessons learned from academia. The left actually is progressive academia, though not Gen Z spinning out into cultural bubbles. Weird. Rodney says, I'm not blue, I'm turquoise. I don't like anyone right now, and finding predicting Dem future candidates to be folly. True. Jonah says, now we know to mention lighting if we want to rage bait Connor. Dude, you got Bonnie Blue, although I won that conversation. She's going to prison for 15 years in Bali. Suck it, you losers. Now, we have Hunter Biden, who hasn't been incarcerated because his dad pardoned him. So you guys can own me in the marketplace for ideas over Hunter Biden. Then, what is it? Beef Supreme. I don't think he's actually owned me, but I'll say that he's owned me. That way his ego is better. And Christian Blairs can be happy that my ego has been taken down a peg. Beef Supreme has owned me on 2 things, I suppose. One of them was speech alone does not get you incarcerated. It's the context surrounding it that gets you incarcerated. I mean, it's a statement so obvious that if it was articulated that way, I don't think I would have disagreed with it. I think I was just talking about like the free speech absolutist shit, but it's okay. Beef Supreme can take his W. So he won on that one. And then there was another one the other day. I think that it was the interview versus debate. So with a debate, I'm not going to lie, I was using a lay interpretation of a debate being a contentious conversation, but realistically, the debate or a actual definition of a debate. Oh, hold on. But then I can own him back. I got it. So a debate, in my brain, thought it was just a contentious conversation, like a heated conversation. But Beef Supreme insisted that no, a debate is a formalized conversation about one topic, or well, not necessarily one topic, but a selected topic in which there's like a positive and negative position and you fight over it. Whereas an interview can be an exploratory conversation, but just because an interview gets heated doesn't mean that an interview has become a debate. But what I would say is that if you ask the lay person about that interview between Nick Fuentes and Nick Fuentes and Pierce Morgan, you'd be like, well, was this debate or an interview? I think it would be like half and half. I seriously think half of the people would say it's a debate. It's a debate about how big of a piece of shit Nick Fuentes is. But hold on, Beef Supreme would say, well, it doesn't matter what the layperson thinks because the actual definition is this. And then therefore Beef Supreme has betrayed Pisco and backstabbed Pisco. So take that, Beef Supreme. Kazra says, that's that red Republican blood pumping through your face. True. Peter says, modern progressive thought is based on anthropology, neuroscience, evolutionarily conserved human pattern of behavior, social and emotional learning, history, literature, critical thought, which Peter Thiel is attacked with Eric Weinstein, Maha, vax denial, lack of human... okay, well, I hate progressivism. I hate to say it, Peter. Sorry. Real Serious says, dang, that's a treasure trove. True. Jonah says, anyone been watching it? Welcome to the dairy. No, although that sounds like a Letter Kenny and Shorzy offshoot to me. Fellow Runner says, I grew up with a big bookshelf on my parents' book, and none of them made it to my adult life with my kids. It's pretty sad, to be honest. Go buy some books. Christian Blair says, not a big fan of Stephen King, but I heard he wrote Cujo high on cocaine and doesn't remember writing it, lol. Based. Anonymous Chatter for 5 says, I'm continuing to advocate for a singular Mrs. Point segment. We can corrupt her to the dark side of the YouTube Twitch poll. Thank you for that super chat. And that also brings me to my morning. So my apologies for being late. I was late, as I pointed out before Christian Valeris could point it out. The reason why I was late is, I'll just be real. Mrs. Points and I have been having some like serious, contentious conversations recently that have been like super serious and like relationship related. But what we've done, and I would say the past like 2 weeks or so, is I hope that we have come to an understanding on which to like build mutual understanding going forward and also develop like, you know, focus on the fundamentals that make a relationship like worth having. And I'm trying to do that every single day. I fail every single day, but I'm trying. And one of the interesting conversations we were having today was we were talking about when do we expose our children to violence and how. So when my son was 6, maybe 7, I showed him whenever Space Marine 2 was released. I showed my son Space Marine 2. I let him play it. I let him walk around with a power fist, and because he could only really like he had limited video game understanding, he basically walked forward with a power fist and just like smashed Tyranids over and over and over again and exploded their skulls with a power fist, and it was awesome. However, Victoria found me doing that and was horrified that I was showing our 6 or 7-year-old such graphic, horrific violence. And so this morning, we had a conversation about it in general, about when do you expose your kids to violence? How do you expose your kids to violence? What are the redeeming aspects of like video games and movies and TV shows? And when is the thematic depth of art piece? When does that like redeem the violent content of an art piece? And then like what are the lessons that we want our children's to learn, or our children's? What are the lessons that we want our children to learn over time, and when's the appropriate time for them to learn those lessons? And so that's where we started that conversation at like, I don't know, 9:20. I checked in with her at 9:33, and then I was like, okay, in 20 seconds I have to go to work. And then that lasted until 9:45. But we had a really interesting conversation, and the conversation is going to continue because, it's important. I think it's important to coordinate with your partner how you're going to raise your children. Rodney Hobbs says, hey, it's Connor. It's 2016, and you can only vote Bernie, Hillary, or Trump. Who do I vote for? I kill myself at the airport. In retrospect, I probably vote for Hillary. But, you're asking me, vote for a socialist hiding their power level, vote for a woman who eats children, or vote for the most R-slurred, incompetent douchebag to be involved in American politics in a century and a half. That's what you asked me. So realistically, from a harm reduction perspective, I vote for the woman who eats children, but I'm not happy about it. And maybe I just commit suicide instead. Fashion 40 says, on fleek, damn Connor, you're being an unk right now. I'm such an unk. Stockings are gay, lol. True. Nick is hella gay. True. Tofu says, whose sacks are those? Your gay lovers. God, I wish I was in Nick's chat. I would say that like, I would super chat like that motherfucker. I'd be like, hey, nice set. Whose stockings are those? Your gay lovers? And then I would put tofu. Randy says, bearded anime girl, Connor is a strange concept. True. Yes. Conservatism says, love the Yoda reasoning on why anime is bad. I fully support this anti-anime agenda, except for Gundam. All right. Back when we were like a baby channel, Fashion 40 gave us, I think it was $50 super chat. It was a $50 super chat because I was talking about Counterpoint sci-fi. And they were like, you have to do Gundam. Like when you get to the Titanfall era, when you get to the mech era, you have to do Gundam. And they gave me a $50 super chat. So I owe Fashion 40 at least a half dozen Gundam mech breakdowns. Subry Keller says, who was the guy who had the job that Paul Ryan did before? You know, the alcoholic that was orange and cried at the drop of a hat? Boehner. Mr. Boner. I love Boner. Boner was so funny because Boner would be doing all the sociopathic stuff that the Republicans would do, but then randomly something would hit him in the feelings and then he would cry in an interview. It was crazy. It was great. Peter said, Paul Ryan went to board of Fox News Epstein News Network. Interesting. Jonah says, when the Republican Party needed him most, he vanished. Yes. Anonymous Chatter says, Paul Ryan probably found something to do working half as hard and making 10 times as much. Well, apparently he's a board member on Fox News, so that makes sense. Rodney says, all I remember about Paul Ryan are arm workouts. Yeah, dude. He had some nice biceps, absolutely. Fell Runner says, Paul Ryan was the least self-aware wolf to leave. Maybe. But at the same time, like, we do need technocratic autists in government. That's part of the reason why I think Ron DeSantis is so interesting, because he waffles between being like an evil Trump clone and a technocratic autist. It's really weird. It's kind of funny. Randy Chang says he had a whole privatizing Social Security thing that was super interesting. Yep. Conservatism, what I don't like about the Bushes is that politics is a family business, but at this point, best not let perfection be the enemy of good. Compared to the alternatives in the Republican Party, the Bushes are infinitely less evil than everybody else. And I say this knowing that George Bush Jr. invaded Iraq. Ryan Nowicki says, assuming Trump lives long enough post-term, I can't see him not fomenting violence amongst his remaining base. Regardless of what happens, people will want some kind of revenge. Sure, but I think that he'll be a power broker. He won't be the main power in the Republican Party. He'll be like the Bushes. Once the Bushes were out of power, people would ask them for their opinion and probably ask for their political blessing when they were trying to do some kind of project. But the Bushes weren't anywhere near as relevant as they were when they were in power, obviously. Evan says, Gavin Newsom, Mark Kelly, Andy Bashir, Wes Moore, Josh Shapiro. These are my liberals. Don't put socialists on base grill hottest. Well, not my queen. Beef is 0 for 2. I'm so sorry for your loss, brother. John Boehner, that dude has the best audiobook ever. You can even hear him drinking the bourbon. Bonnie Blue is going to prison. She got arrested in Bali for doing a bang bus. Oh, excuse me. Wait. Oh, that's funny. Actually roping right now. Based. Rodney Hobbs' debate is both things until you clarify terms. Sure. Grassroots says, hey, yo, good morning, homies. Good morning. Good to see you, Grassroots. Good to see all the wrenches. Rodney says Schrodinger's debate. Yep. Bass guitar. Good to see you, man. I'm happy that we got on a panel together once, and I've seen you a few times in chat. It's good whenever you see somebody who becomes like pseudo-regular just off of one interaction. Bass guitar says most people probably think of debates like presidential debates, which aren't actually debates. There you go. Conservatism, those mental gymnastics were amazing, 10 out of 10. Beef betrayed Peace Code by not using lay definitions, but let's not say anything about Carter appealing to lay definitions when it's convenient. Yeah, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Hush. What are you doing? Don't draw attention to it. Fashion 40 says, the Dairy series on HBO is actually a really good series. Cool. Beef Supreme. Naughty. Peter says, ignore science at your own peril. Anti-science is pro-GDP. All right. You expose your children to violence by forcing them to get a job in hard manual labor at 5 years old. That's what I said. My wife was not a fan. So my wife was buying bamboo pajamas. Have you guys seen this? Have you heard about this? So bamboo pajamas was huge about 5 years ago because people started making really soft, super stretchy, comfy, artsy pajamas. And there was this brand, I forget, I would have to ask Victoria for the name, but there was a bamboo pajama company that was huge at the time, and everybody would compete for the new designs. And so she was buying all that stuff, and she's like, we have to. I want my children to be comfortable. I want my children to be happy. And I was like, why don't we just go to the farmer's market? Why don't we buy canvas bags of potatoes, get the potatoes out so we can eat them, cut the bottom half off the potato sack, go to the top and cut arm slots into the potato sacks, and then just have our children wear that, like 5. We only need like 5 per kid. Just have the kids wear that and then tie a rope around their waist when they turn 4, I guess. And then we can spend $50 on clothing for the next 5 years. And then not only that, we also get a lot of potatoes. And she was not a fan of that plan at all. Tofu says that Warhammer trailer was crazy violent for a 6-year-old. That's what my wife said. Subry Keller says, if we're talking TV shows, that's a show that called Pluribus. You want to know if one Karen can solve the world? Because I think she can. Interesting. Christian Blair says they released her but seized her passport, transferred her to immigration authorities for further questioning. Interesting. Graphic, horrific. I mean, depends on your definition. Fell Runner says, don't start with Batman, the animated series. Nice. Grassroots says, make them work on an oil rig and see their coworker lose an arm. That's what I said. Fashion 40 says, hell, I've been watching anime since I was like 3 years old and I don't own a gun. Connor, no anime has guns into violence. Laugh my ass off. What? Kazra says, you have to make sure they don't get bullied and they fight back, and also not to get molested as soon as 6. True. Peter says, cognitive neuroscience has the answer to your child raising questions. No, I am going to ignore stuff. Jeb Cush says, I'm sick right now. I'm sorry. Subry Keller must have killed you. Kazra says, Hillary eats children. Absolutely. Jonah says, I first played Grand Theft Auto when I was like 5, and I'm a good noodle. I haven't killed anyone yet. That's what I said. Real Serious says, I bet your kid had a blast smashing those Tyranids, though. As long as he doesn't play Manhunt at this age or is exposed to real gore videos, he's going to be fine. That's what I said. Christian Blair says, that's a gamble. On one hand, we don't get Trump and Roe versus Wade stands. On the other hand, we probably get another assault weapons ban. That's what I said. Groovy Harp says, history will look kindly upon Hill Dog unless she's exposed as somebody who actually eats children along with Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton. Fellow Runner says, I like that Nick gave himself an out by saying, but women are the worst, are the worst to hang out with. True. Fashion 40 says, $100. I'm broke. I remember it fondly. Oh, it was 100. Well, then I owe you a minimum of 10 episodes of Gundam. All right. Okay. Conservative liberalism says violence in games is a touchy one on the spectrum is vast. Some games are gore prone, like Doom. Oh, porn. Okay. Like Doom, sure. But then I've heard conversations on NPR talking about the violence in Minecraft. Crazy pants. Yeah. Beef Supreme says, step 1 to becoming an incel, start watching anime. Yeah. Tofu says, maybe start with Splatoon. No. Take my love, my anger, and all of my sorrow. You can't take the sky from me, is what I say to that. Wowman542 says, look up Black Lagoon. It's an anime where Southeast Asian pirates and Russian mafia fight it out. You'll never see more Asian on Asian slur throwing than an anime. Well, that just sounds based. All right. I am sorry. I saw a Hanslow comment. I'm scrolling. I can't catch you guys. You guys are popping off. We only got 50 people, but I can't catch up with chat because chat's popping off this morning. That's great. So that's the balance, man. I'm just gonna share this because, and I'm sorry to be real, but I'm gonna be real for a second. I see Queeman with 500 viewers, and I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Right? Because Queeman's a smart guy. He has fun commentary, but I don't know if he's 10 times or 5 times better than me as a streamer. But then I see his chat move at almost the same speed as my chat. And then I see him effectively pausing every 5 minutes in order to call some lolcow an idiot. And I'm like, would I really want to be a 5 times more metrically successful streamer in order to cultivate an audience of, like, no offense, dysgenic, Kiwi Farm, Discord, Volcel, Incel freaks? No offense if you're here. Would I want to cultivate that audience? And then would I want to have the same speed chat as I have right now? Because I have a smaller audience, but I have a more engaged audience. And I think the answer is no. And then I also think about the chats. Like, everybody, it's been, I'm not going to lie, it's a little bit of a slower month, but I assume that it's a little bit slower because of Christmas. But we've already been going for 30 minutes and we have 2 super chats already. And I think my super chat timing is about the same as a lot of streamers who are much bigger than me. So I don't know, man. Do I just keep going with, like, the parasocial 50 viewer, 100 viewer audience that I actually like engage with super aggressively? Or do I pull a Nick Diorio / Destiny / Queeman / Chud Logic, where I just kind of like watch the content and I pause every 5 minutes and I go, this guy's an idiot? Or do I go on autistic rants? Because I feel like the autistic rants are how we've started. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the path forward. I really don't. Christian Blair says, I don't see any future assault weapons bans, at least while I'm still alive. Good. Patriarch with the my face during a panel. Subry Keller says, I really want to share this audiobook with people, but goodness gracious, Audible is just the worst company. When it comes to sharing stuff, absolutely. What's the name of the book? Sun Patriarch says, let a Connor live. Damn. That's what I say when I go on autistic rants. Evan says, have you ever seen the minor clip from Trump? No, but that's funny. Officer Nasty 70 says, just got here. Is it TV Talk? Just finished Wayward on Netflix, and that shit was awesome. Yeah, Officer Nasty, somebody snitched on you. I think it was Jen Winkler or Christian Blairis. They jumped over to Pisco's chat, and they said you were talking mad shit about my perspective on Mondami. Account for yourself, Officer Nasty. Sacred Snow says, and by the way, you don't have to agree with me on everything. I'm just chatting shit. Sacred Snow says, long time no see. I was so sick Saturday through Tuesday that I barely knew what today was. I think I slept around 20 hours on Saturday and Sunday, and I still feel exhausted. Sacred Snow, I'm sorry that you almost died, but I do parasocially love you, and I'm happy that you're not dead. Christian Blair says, I love how Stephen King included a minor orgy scene in the book, justified it as the kids moving into adulthood. They were still kids, and everyone just accepted it and forgot it. Well, that's what happens when you're a really good artist. Like, so for instance, like R. Kelly peed on an 11-year-old, and that's horrific. Like, he should be thrown into a wood chipper. R. Kelly also wrote, I Believe I Can Fly. And so I can't, or at least he's saying, I believe I can fly. I don't know if he wrote it. Even if we did successfully throw R. Kelly into a wood chipper, if I Believe I Can Fly came on the radio, I would still listen to it. Also, what was that other one? Mama rolling that body, got every man in here listening. Wait, what is it? Bounce, 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 bounce. It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm about to have me some fun. What's the what is that show? What is that song? Somebody what? Pariah Nexus first 3 minutes Warhammer Plus. Warhammer is so desperate to release any content whatsoever. They're releasing a year-old video the first 3 minutes in order to get people to subscribe to Warhammer TV. Pathetic. What is the R. Kelly song? I'm not even going to look at chat, so you might as well not even. Kelly, it's the freaking weekend. It's the freaking weekend. Ignition, bro. Ignition. R. Kelly is a pedophile. He's a pedophile. He wrote Ignition. He sang I Believe I Can Fly. And even if we killed R. Kelly, we could throw him into the wood chipper, literally. We could hang him from the tallest telephone pole, literally. I would still listen to Ignition. I would still listen to I Believe I Can Fly. Randy Chang says, people don't like it when you bring up Christian. True. Conservative liberalism says, burlap potato sack clothing for the win. That's what I said. Christian Blair says, that being said, if you, a teenage boy, just survived a magical killer clown, I would want to get... That was a crazy sentence, Christian Blair's. Wowman 542 says, bruh, that potato sack plan sounds like something I'd seen happen during the Great Depression or the potato famine. I'm Irish. My people left in the 19th century from the potato famine, and they came to the United States, and their kids survived the Great Depression. You know? We're potato sack people. What's the problem? Evan says, F. Thomas Massey works with Ro Khanna for Epstein and uses his new popularity to draft a bill to leave NATO. That's abhorrent. Yeah, Thomas Massey, you got to take your wins when you can find them. You got to take your L's. Josh says, Connor, you down for some airport pull-ups later? Sure. I'll probably only get 2, but I'll try. Pull-ups are the thing where you in order to be able to do them, you have to do them. If you don't do them, you're not going to be able to do them. Real Serious says, I mean, you can't enslave villagers or make factory farms in Doom. You can in Minecraft. True. Wildman 542 says, don't forget to like the stream. Liking the stream is free. I understand that everyone's brokies because they're paying for Christmas and they're buying all their family gifts, and your family is more important than me. I understand this. So like the stream, it's free. Share it with your friends, it's free. engage with chat. It's free. And there's cool, interesting, funny people in chat right now. I'm reading their comments and we're having a good time. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. And thank you for being here. Scrolling. Vorpal says, so what's the palate cleanse today? Andrew Schulz and Ben Shapiro went onto a panel and they were talking about whether or not Americans should or do trust the media. And I figured that the thing that's going on right now, there's two things that are going on in my world. Number one, in the drama sphere, Chud Logic is beefing with Larix, aka Leon Donovan. Larix was an old commentary guy, and he seemed like a skater bro. He seemed like an angry stoner bro. That's what he seemed like to me. But apparently, he got in trouble for consuming lolly at some point or liking lolly on Twitter. And so he was kind of like castigated and ostracized for a little bit, but then he stopped liking lolly in public at least. And then he was kind of accepted back into the commentary sphere. Well, what he did was he was having middling but decent numbers in commentary. Like, I think if he threw his whole weight into commentary, I think he could have been a successful commentary YouTuber, but he was competing in a crowded space and his metrics were middling. So he didn't stay in commentary. What he did instead is he left commentary, which is effectively male drama. And then he became a soft boy music reviewer where he spoke in a femboy, soft, ooh-woo anime voice and reviewed and danced to new music while interacting with his chat about the music. And what that did is it kind of blew him up. Like, he hit like 100K almost instantaneously. He found an underserved market. He did this, he did that. And that was already kind of weird, but you know, whatever. People have different interests. And if he's genuinely having a good time and making a shitload of cash, who cares, right? Well, recently, within the past week or two, he showed up to stream. And I'm not going to lie, it is very reminiscent of the beginning of Finster and Bo Blacks, where they start doing femme shit, because he showed up in full makeup. He had eyeliner, he had eyeshadow, he had some lip balm on. He had like rose on his cheeks. He looked like a anime doll. And he was like, "What? I always dress like this. I always do this." You know, and he was like, he was annoyed that people were like, "Why are you wearing girls' makeup when you used to be a commentary bro who did rape reviews? What's going on here?" And so he kind of just like pushed past it. And then Chud Logic said that was weird. And then he said Chud Logic is an old 40-year-old fogey who shouldn't be covering drama. And then they got into a beef. That's number one. That's the first thing that's going on in the internet consumption world that I'm paying attention to. Number two, Nick Fuentes. For those of you who haven't watched the VODs, we'll post the second VOD today. The VODs aren't doing that great. Once again, I have a good live stream engaged audience. It doesn't translate into VODs. But maybe I just yap too much. I have no idea. Oh, thank you. But in reference to VODs, not VODs, in reference to Nick Fuentes had that interview with Piers Morgan that's kind of blown up. And Piers Morgan, just to summarize it really quickly, Piers Morgan, in my opinion, pressed him super hard for the first 30% of the interview. And he did a really good job. He was like, "Hey, do you believe this?" And then Nick would be like, "Yeah." And then he would be like, "Oh, okay, cool. I have a clip of you saying something even worse than what you say you currently believe." And then he would pull up the clip, and then Nick was on the defensive for the first 30%. But what happened was Piers Morgan, 30 to 40% of the way through the conversation, he tripped up on per capita, and he wasn't able to follow Nick into a debate about per capita American violence. And I think that gave Nick enough confidence to find his pacing. And then ever since then, or since that moment, which is about 30% of the way through the debate / interview, the contentious interview, if you're going by Beef Supreme's definition, ever since that 30 to 40% part, Nick found his pacing, and he started making jokes, and he started having fun, and he started pressing Piers Morgan on shit. He started platforming his ideas. He started being sarcastic. And realistically, if you were asking me to judge that as a fight, let's say there were 3 rounds. Piers Morgan won the first round. Nick Fuentes dominated the last 2 rounds, and he won the fight overall. That's how I would rate it if it was a boxing match that went for 3 rounds. Beef Supreme says your style of engaging fully is what brings the donos. True. That's what I think. And so, yeah, see, Real Serious says, I feel like you always want the committed audience. The others can come and go. That's what I feel like. Patriarch says autistic rants are the superior form of content. I have to listen to my Oilers. The other guy says I'm back. What did I miss? Number one, other guy. Today is going to be like a palate cleanser day. I'm just kind of chilling with chat, hanging out, talking to people. We're going to be covering Andrew Schulz and Ben Shapiro hanging out, talking about whether or not the media should be relevant or trusted in the modern America. It's going to be kind of a chill day. But if you want something that's more contentious and more Christian nationalist, whatever, I actually recommend you check out our VOD, the other guy, because we have a VOD from yesterday and we'll have a VOD today going over the Pierce Morgan Nick Fuentes debate. And I once again, I feel like 30% of the way through, Pierce Morgan did good. And then after that, Nick started dominating. Unfortunate, but still excellent content. Joff CFC says, first off, his name is Queef Man. Feel good about it, that at least. You said Queeman. I called him Queef Man because I think that's funnier. Wowman542 says, autistic rants are the mitochondria of this channel. No, I will not elaborate. Okay. The people have spoken and you guys pay my bills. So I guess we just keep going with small, tight, engaged community with disproportionate engagement and disproportionate donos, and we just grow it slow. That's fine. I'm actually happy with that game plan. I like that better. Fashion 40 says, Connor, keep going this way, especially if you make good money. The community aspect is why I'm here, and meet some cool people. Keep the autistic rants. Okay. Ignition. Yes. Ignition was amazing. Yes. Bounce. It's the remix to Ignition, hot and fresh in the kitchen or out the kitchen. Mama rolling that body, got every man in here wishing. I'm sipping on Coke and rum. I'm like, so what? I'm drunk. It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm about to have me some fun. Dude, that opening hit so hard. And when was that released, by the way? Because when that was released, that was like the craziest summer. Because I think I was a teenager. When was Remix to Ignition released? 2002, bro. I was a young gun. I was like 14 or 15. Everybody was freaking out. That was, not only was it a crazy good song, you could listen to it 10,000 times and it didn't get old. It was so good. Wow, man, says Kanye was a straight up anti-Semite, but the song Black Skinhead goes hard. Dude, I like All My Ninjas Nazis. I do. I think it's a great song. Jen Winkler says, little mama rolling that body, got every man in here wishing. Bro, that song was so crazy. So good. So good. You know what was funny? I was checking out songs, and I don't know if I want to get copyright struck. Can I share with you guys a song real quick that I really love? It's good. The second half of it is trash. The first half of it is so amazing. I really love it. So what is it? It's God, what's it called? It's Panic at the Disco hip hop remix song. Have you guys heard this? It's so good. I'm gonna fast forward like the first 20 seconds. I'm just gonna risk because it's so good. The opening is fire. I'm probably going to fast forward to current chat. So I'm sorry if I miss anything interesting that you guys are saying, but I kind of want to see your guys' reaction to this. So let me bring it in. So I heard it from the commentary guys. The commentary, like Turkey Tom and Nick DiOrio, sometimes they play like 30 minutes of music before they do a stream. And I've thought about doing that myself. And I heard this song on Turkey Tom. I heard back when he was streaming. I heard this on Nick DiOrio, and it was so good. And I could not find it by Googling the lyrics because it's actually kind of like I don't want to say a rare song, but it's a song that like a lot. I don't know how you would find this unless you bumped into it through somebody who knew about it.
I appreciate, man. Yeah, you're right. You're damn right. I'm right. I can't remember a time I was goddamn wrong. Man, thanks, little boat. Hey, man. That's what I'm here for.
I ain't been getting high. Well, maybe a little, baby.
I don't wanna lie. I know when you text me, girl, I don't always reply. Well, you're not an angel either, you can't even fly. I know this, you think that you know shit. All this shade that's coming at me, I wonder who does it. They can't see the vision, boy, they must be out of focus. That's a real hot album, homie, I wonder who wrote it. Oh shit, oh Jay, pray them niggas go away. Oh, we sell the clowns around it, look like Circus Soleil. This is not the album either, these are just some toys. This shit still so cold when it drop, it's gonna be a motherfucking snow day. Hey, boy, it's good and he knows it. He don't say it, he shows it. I'm just like the Rosen. If I shoot it, it goes in. I'm in Cali just coasting. Get him so I think he coasters. I got a selfie with Oprah. I just ain't never posted. And I'm in my happy place posted. I ain't frowned since 06. I ain't cried since 01. My bad like 6 Flags in your house is no fun. You can come back to mine though. Your friend in Cupid is fine though. He going on a high note. I spy with my little eye. A girly I can get cause she don't get too many likes. A curly headed cutie I could turn into my wife. Wait, that means forever, ever. Hold up, never mind. Oh, I spy with my little eye.
All right. Anyways, you get the vibe, but there's this song, and I'm not going to listen to the other ones, but the Fortunate Son Gucci Gang, this thing is so funny. It's actually like a cartoon friend music video playing Gucci Gang, but Gucci Gang with Fortunate Son instrumentals playing in the background. I think this thing is hilarious. The what's the other one? This one. I'm just thinking of like weird hip hop rock or hip hop pop crossovers. Oh, the other one is come on. I got it. Bad and Bougie, Earth, Wind, and Fire. All right, I'm gonna do it one more time. All right, I'm sorry if this is annoying. We've lost 5 people, but those 5 people suck. So sorry, listen to like 1 minute of this, and then I'll show you one more thing, and then we'll get going with the content. But
smoking no cook in the hot bar. Talking on the bitch, she is that. Cooking up dope in the crock pot. Came from nothing to something, nigga. I don't trust nobody, cause the trigger right. All of the niggas, they come and be jacked.
So anyways, I actually hate the original hip hop song. I think it's so trash. I think the original song sucks ass. But the mix with Pat and Bougie with Earth, Wind, and Fire actually goes kind of hard. I kind of love it. And then can I be horrible? Can I lose some black audience members real quick? Who's that guy? KKK rap comedy song. No, it's not this one. I actually just watched it within the past 24 hours. It was so funny. It was so fucked up. Can I check out my history? Would my history have it? I watched it last night. It's Griffey. Okay, Griffey. If I don't find it almost immediately, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys this. I'm just risking the copyright, and there's some crazy harsh language. Okay, actually, you know what? I can't show this on Valor. I can't show. Ooh, maybe I could fast forward. Can I fast forward and show it on Valor? I can't show it on Valor. You guys are gonna have to wait till Tuesday. When a Klan member comes into the studio by Long Beach Griffey, this is one of the craziest, funniest, most lyrically aggressive things I've ever heard. And just to summarize it, Long Beach Griffey is playing both characters, but he knows he's going to get canceled. He goes into, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to say fuck it. I'm just going to fast forward where I know there's super naughty language. There's going to be some naughty language, but I'm going to play it. I'm not saying this. Long Beach Griffey is saying this. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that I appreciate Long Beach Griffey's lyrical talent. Let's go.
It's a good beat, boy. No introduction. You know the name. Don't hang with niggas. They hang with gang. Started in sheets, ended in robes. Say what you want, but we got that shit on. Cocaine white, head to toe. Gucci loafs when we kick down your door. We come around, bet them heads hit the floor. They know the squad wherever we go. Black hair buster, light pimple popping. We ain't gon' stop till the body start rotting. It ain't no stopping, the Glocky stay cocking. It ain't no stopping, cause gang fully locked in. You cross us, get lit up. If you black, get hit up. Shout out to skinheads, you not one get rid of. Soon as we pull up, them niggas is shook. You known in your city, we known in textbooks, motherfucker.
All right. There was some spicy language in there, but there's, there's more spicy language on the front end and the back end. I thought the lyrics were crazy on that one. Like, I think the skit, like the comedy, we lost 3 more people. They did not appreciate the Long Beach Griffey KKK hip hop remix. But the point is that, number one, Long Beach Griffey is just talented. Number two, it was crazy to have a KKK character. Number three, the KKK character lyrics were insane. And I think the whole joke of the point is that, like, as a black gentleman, Long Beach Griffey and his audience should be utterly offended by what happened, but you gotta give props to lyrical fire. So, yeah. Trapped in the Closet series. Yes, the one with Lil Wayne. Link the song in the Discord, Connor. Nope. I'm going to make you find it. Shit vocals, decent music. Yes, the one with Lil Wayne. Real Serious says, I prefer the original. I write sins, not fantasies. True. Wowman542 says, the first 20 seconds go hard, but the sing drops off an effing clip afterwards. I still think it's great. Jen Wink says, this is as good as Hutch reviewing rap lyrics yesterday. Ha ha ha. Good. Check nudie, same old mistakes. No, maybe later. I'm a music snob. I hate it. It happens. Nothing will beat Miley Cyrus, Biggie Smalls, Party and Bullshit. Ooh, that's a classic. I like the rap songs mashed with Legend of Zelda music. True. Jen Winkler says, BS, the greatest crossover ever is Jay-Z and Linkin Park. Ooh, that's a classic. Wu-Tang Beatles mashup album is incredible. Interesting. We're going to get a rate cut today. Yeah. Levitate says, Wu-Tang versus the Beatles enter the magical mystery chambers. Nice. Little Dicky is crazy. My older brother sent me Pillow Talk. He sent me Pillow Talk, okay? And Pillow Talk for Little Dicky is crazy because for the first minute, it's just like a graphic hookup between a girl and a guy. And I was just thinking to myself, it's like, did my brother mean to send this to his wife? What is happening? Like, why is there hip hop R&B music with a girl and a guy hooking up? What is happening? But then I saw that it was like 7 minutes long and I was like, there has to be a reason why he sent me this. And then the next 5 minutes, 6 minutes after the 90 seconds of a hookup is a guy and a girl who know nothing about each other hooking up. And then Little Dicky autistically ranting at her about aliens and military stuff and invasions and veganism and vegetarianism and leather purses and industrial. What? Do you fuck with the war? My wife just walked in and she was like, do you fuck with the war? Because that's one of the moments from Little Dicky. But yeah, so anyways, like my brother introduced me to that. And once again, I was deeply uncomfortable, horrifically uncomfortable with the first 90 seconds. And then it got so amazing that it's going to stay in my mind. I'll think about that on my deathbed. Jim Baker says, there's another good old mashup of War Pigs and Move Bitch, Get Out the Way. Awesome. Jen Winkler says, brave to show history. I don't really watch anything gross, right? Also, lots of Death Grips mashup. True. OG Myron, that's just Kanye. True. Wow Man says, nah, bro. The Long Beach Griffey school shooter rap goes harder. I bet. Oh my God. His writing is fire, right? Night pimple popping. Yeah, bro. Crazy. Connor, you need to listen to more rap, my boy. Well, dude, I'm a white guy. So you understand that my favorite hip hop artist is Donald Glover, right? Like Freaks and Geeks, Sunrise, those songs are amazing. And they're obviously like any hood black person would think that the hip hop that I like is too nerdy. But I think that the stuff that I like, that is nerdy, by the way, is undeniably good. Like Freaks and Geeks is amazing. I would play Freaks and Geeks for you right now, but I almost guarantee you it would get copyright struck because it's so popular. Even though I checked it, it's 15 years old. It's 14 years old. You don't believe in Pangea? You fuck with the war? Evan says Pillow Talk is cinema. Dude, I'm really happy. I'm really happy that you guys have seen it. Fashion 40 says, so we going to sleep in the lonely island? I'm on a boat. Probably. New York says, I still ask people, lol, you fuck with the war? Dude, I was talking about it and my wife popped in and she was at a 3/4 angle and she was like, you fuck with the war? Oh my God. It was so funny. Oh God. Fell Runner says, walking in the rain and wind is stealing my umbrella while I listen to Connor describe Pillow Talk. No, we've been cussing. I just listened to horrifically profane hip hop music. I know, you shouldn't have said that. It's fine. It's fine. They love you for it. Look, man, Warfare in the movie is something I deeply F with, and the guy in the music video being autistic about military stuff is relatable. There you go. I Am Simba says we need more non-racist people to be able to engage with edgy content or we will lose comedy. I agree. Fashion 40 says Childish Gambino is a vibe. He is. The greatest rapper ever is Eminem, no excuse. I know, but then it feels weird because a white guy's the best rapper alive. Jen Winkler says we talked about Childish Gambino early raps in Hutch chat yesterday. Dude, listen, I get it. Childish Gambino is too nerdy for hood people, but it's undeniably good. Levitate says, hey, Connor's pretty fly for a white guy. I think so too. McDevin says Biggie Smalls and Thomas the Tank Engine hits hard. Childish Gambino was my first SoundCloud rapper. True. Yes. Eminem is too homophobic. It's cringe. Ben Shapiro's in the closet, but it's all about the rap he likes. Little Dicky, Save That Money music video is hilarious. There we go. Firefly. Yep. True. There's one more thing that I wanted to share with you guys before we do it. There was God, we've just been talking about hip hop for like 20 minutes now. Childish Gambino, Freaks and Geeks, Redbone is amazing. Obviously, This Is America, but it wasn't Childish Gambino. It was something else that was like nerdy, hip hop, rock, weird shit. Oh, okay, I remember. So once again, there's, I'm not going to show you guys it because I don't want to get copyright struck. Do you guys remember the manana dun da 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 manana dun da da da? So that song, which I think is from, what's it from? It's from the Puppets. It's from the Muppets. So that song, da 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 manana dun da da da. That song is for me, if I was an idiot, which I am, if I was R slur maxing, I would play that in my head at all times. Like that would be my R slur maxing theme song. And so what I did is I did this thing on my Warhammer channel where I took songs that I thought kind of thematically captured a faction. I did Counting Bodies Like Sheep to the Rhythm of the War Drums by A Perfect Circle for the Necrons. I was thinking about doing a Beautiful People by Marilyn Manson for Dark Eldar, but then one of the music videos underperformed. So I was just like, I put in a lot of effort and people don't seem to like it. So I'm just not going to put in the effort. But Beautiful People for Dark Eldar, I think would be perfect. And then I did that song. I did a rock cover of Mana Mana for an Ogren. I took the Dark Tide Ogren because you can play as an Ogren in the video game. And I took Ogren gameplay footage and Ogren cinematic footage, and then I just did a rock cover of Manana. And it was awesome. I loved it. I still love that video. Anyways. Okay. You guys want to do some content? Let's do some content. We got 70 people here, so I should probably do some content. Fell Runner for 5. Thank you for the 5. Anonymous Chatter with the 5. Thank you for the 5. Quick Shill. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. We got lots of cool, interesting people in chat. Share it with your friends. It's free. Like the stream. It's free. Super chats and memberships if you got them. I understand that it's the holidays. So if you're brokies, you don't have any extra cash, you're buying for family and friends, don't worry about it. We'll be fine. However, if you do have a few extra dollar dues in your pocket and you want to throw it towards the stream, super chats or memberships if you got them. And thank you for being here. I parasocially love you for being here. So let me go ahead and pull up the Andrew Schulz, Ben Shapiro thing. We'll do a little intro. Today's going to be chill. I'm not going to lie. How do I phrase this? The Nick Fuentes debate was kind of intense and kind of like a big show, I guess. It's a big thing that happened recently. So I kind of want to do something a little bit more, hopefully fun, but intellectual and kind of chill. That's my vibe today. I don't want to be wrestling with the debate gods. I don't want to be wrestling with the ideological gods. I want to be inspired into doing a couple of paints by some funny, interesting, cool content. So Ben Shapiro, Andrew Schulz media, like panel or round table, right? Damn, Destiny's so mean. Ben Shapiro and Andrew Schulz are the epitome of stupid. 20-minute clip. Should I react to Destiny being mean to them, or should I and then react to the panel, or should I do the panel itself? I mean, I kind of want to do both because I think Destiny's too mean sometimes. Anyways, let's I'm gonna open that, I suppose. I'll keep it on the back burner while I don't have chat up. And then Ben Shapiro, Andrew Schulz. Should we trust the media? Ben Shapiro? Will that pop it? Here we go. Should people still trust the media in 2025? Dealbook Summit 2025, 90-minute content. I have a feeling that this is going to be like intellectuals, like circle jerking each other or whatever. So we check out Destiny taking a poop on these people, and then we see whether or not we agree. Do you got does that sound sane? Does that sound reasonable? Let me check in with chat real quick. Levitate says, my buddy made a now private death metal Ice J fish cover, lol, based. DDW network, true. Real Serious says, whatever you want. I appreciate that, but I want feedback from the audience because I want to know, what you guys are vibing on. Anonymous Chatter says, wrestling with debate gods. Actually, it's interview gods. Anonymous Chatter just owned Beef Supreme, in my opinion. Don't feel the need to fight it out in chat. Rodney says, Destiny is Bestiny. Sometimes. Sacred Snow says, why not make the title a little bit more clickbaity for DGG and react to the Destiny one? I don't know. Because I want to keep it chill. He's right when it comes to Schulz, though. We'll see. That would inspire paints. I didn't think it covered it for that long. No, it's a 20-minute clip. It's not that bad. And I want more paints. Let's do the DDW helicopter. The Destiny dick watching helicopter. It took me a second to remember what DDW was. Xena says, to me, Nick Fuentes in the second half of the Pierce Morgan came off as defensive, making him look worse. That's interesting. That was not my vibe at all. Christian Blair says, Schulz should have stuck to comedy. Dude has great crowd work, but is an effing bootlicker. True. Techlax has walked in on pooping on people. It's going to be a good start to the day. True. McDevin says, Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin for Space Wolves. Oh, there was another one too, man. Infinite Warfare had a rock cover of like an Elton John song. But the one where the guy's in space, it's not Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dave, something where a guy's like lost in space and he's like radioing the tower. I forget the name of the song, but I love the rock cover of that song. I think it's so good. Evan says, I'll repeat it since you skipped my message. Destiny clip into the full interview. It would inspire the most paints. Perfect. Sunpay Direct says, no, you're thinking of Destiny, the game, Thomas Dudley. We're talking about Destiny, the musical group. Ground Control. There you go. Yes. David Bowie, not Elton John. Okay, good point. Ground Control to Major Tom by David Bowie. There's a rock cover for the Infinite Warfare trailer, and I thought it slapped. I thought Infinite Warfare looked great. I played it, and it was great. Techlax says, did you check out the new Space King episode? I did. I enjoyed it. And Techlax, I'll be releasing a breakdown of that, but we have gotten some decent 40K content recently. So we had a fan animation Ultramarines video released within the past 2 weeks that I thought was excellent, and I wish more people would check it out. That's probably going to break 50,000 views, but I wish it would have broken 100,000. I thought it was that good, but the algorithm and the audience does what it does. If they don't see something that's popping off across the spectrum, I can only expect so much algorithmic momentum to carry my videos into the tens of thousands of views. Then we got the Dawn of War 4 trailer, which released the same day that I released my Ultramarine video. So that's going to get released today at 11 a.m. Then I think the next algorithmically most relevant one is probably going to be Space King, but we also have an Age of Sigmar breakdown. But again, like people are very meh on Age of Sigmar. They either like, I get passionate comments about Age of Sigmar where people, I get like, I'll be real. 10% of the comments on any Age of Sigmar content is Age of Sigmar sucks and I hate it and Warhammer Fantasies is better and this is woke and everybody involved in this project should kill themselves. That's 10% of the comments on an Age of Sigmar video. 90% of the comments are passionate comments, but it just doesn't seem that the Age of Sigmar audience is anywhere near as big as the 40K audience, and the people who loved fantasy are so bitter about the end times and so bitter about the Stormcast Eternals that they actually hate Age of Sigmar. So it split the medieval base, and the 40K people don't give a shit about it. So yeah, that's all of that's on the docket. We'll see if Space King comes first or if I release Space King around Christmas since it had a festive message. We'll see. Yes. McDevin says, you be mean first, then react to Destiny. Okay. The song is called Space Oddity. Yes. Space Odyssey, David Bowie. Techlax says, nice, I'll check it out. I recently got into 40K lore. Will I play anything but videos? Probably not, but interesting lore. Oh, it's great lore. Subry Keller says there's a video of an astronaut in space singing Space Oddity. That's awesome. Black stripper name. True. Fell Runner says 73 viewers and only 30 likes. Like the stream or I get out the man-sized grill. True. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here. Anonymous Shatter says, let's do you reacting to Destiny so I don't have to watch you and Destiny both watch the same content. Perfect. All right. Implant a shill into your brain. We're going to start the content. And let me move you guys over here so I can see you. Let me open up my YouTube over here and pop out the chat window. Eventually, I will learn to scroll to the exact size that I need. Let me find Valor Media Network. Let me go into the live. Let me pop out the chat. Pop out chat. Expand. Zoom. Oh, that's perfect. That worked great. That's the exact one I want. I think it's 2 clicks. All right. And then let's do this. Let's add to screen. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I got a little bit of a palate cleanser for you today. We're going to be checking out Ben Shapiro, Andrew Schulz, and some legacy media characters, talking about whether or not the media should even be relevant or trusted in the modern day. Obviously, alternative media has taken over our world, or else I wouldn't have a job. So we're going to be taking a look at it, but the character, Stephen Bennell, Destiny, a liberal, maybe slightly progressive streamer who is very edgy and sometimes critical, he checked out this content earlier and was kind of spicy about it. So we're going to take a look at his spice. We're going to see if we agree with him or if we don't agree with him, and we'll take it from there. Let's go.
What do people think when they hear there was no indictment?
Oh, and now he's doing this fucking game, this fucking thing that people do. They're explaining why somebody might do an irrational action, and they're trying to give you the understanding, well, this is why somebody might do something irrational, but they're the ones doing the irrational action, and then they justify it.
But the takeaway for
I mean, I do that for sure.
most Americans was that Donald Trump was coordinating with Russia to pervert the 2016 election.
Yes.
That was the takeaway. And it turned out that wasn't true because there's no evidence that Donald Trump directly coordinated with the Russian government in order to pervert the 2016 election.
Hold on. I'm interested to see what Steven says, but I'm going to share this with you real quick. So what's interesting, yes, Christian Blair said it already. Roger Stone. Not only Roger Stone, the meeting between Donald Trump's kids and Russian intel. And then also, what was the other one? There was another one. Jeffrey Epstein, while we don't have any messages or emails that directly connect Jeffrey Epstein to the Trump admin, we have Steve Bannon, Trump's campaign manager, directly communicating with Jeffrey Epstein. Then we have Jeffrey Epstein communicating with Russian government officials, trying to give them advice on how to negotiate with Donald Trump. Now, of course, we should talk about legality versus morality and all that kind of stuff. TechLax says, are we playing a round of smug or spurg? I don't know. Is that me being smug or in spurgy, or is that Steven being smug or spurgy? I don't know what you're asking. But anyways, the point is that like Ben Shapiro sweeping for that bugs the shit out of me, because if I am smart enough, because I think I'm smart, in order to infer that I don't need a smoking gun message between Joe Biden and Hunter Biden in order for him to work with corrupt people overseas and then launder millions of dollars back into his family without paying taxes, and that some of those are crimes and he should be charged for it, then why would Ben Shapiro do the thing of like, oh, well, it wasn't Donald Trump directly communicating with Russians. It was actually just his campaign staff and his kids and his campaign advisor. That feels bad faith like a motherfucker.
Nobody has any of the facts. Oh, the killer question here is to ask, just curious, why did Donald Trump fire James Comey? New York Times girls Andrew Schulz for letting Trump push the Russia hoax narrative.
Andrew, when you sit down,
I think that's my duty, but
you sat down with Donald Trump a couple weeks before the 2024 election, you had a long conversation with him. And I went back and I listened to it. And I do want to push you on what you see as your responsibilities within an interview like that.
Yeah.
There's a section of the interview. Maybe you would have thought this was dutiful in the moment. I'm not so sure I'd agree. Where the president is describing the entire federal investigation into Russia as a hoax, made up by Hillary Clinton, these are made up by Nancy Pelosi. That's factual. That's not accurate.
Holy cursed.
But then he goes further and he says that the Pulitzer Prize Committee should give the New York Times, should take back the Pulitzer it gave to the New York Times for its aggressive coverage of that investigation.
And the Post.
And you in the interview, you're nodding along to him, you're verbally agreeing with him.
Yeah.
And you say, yeah, to have the New York.
Wait, from this angle,
Oh God.
Andrew Schulz looked just a little bit like Pedro Pascal, just a little bit.
Move to the right. Oh, that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Okay, well, hold on.
Right? A little bit.
I'm not seeing it in the nose at all.
Just a kind of a little. If he turns his face a little bit more.
Like
Shut
if
the fuck
I
up. Forget
squint,
it.
if
Fuck
I
you.
squint,
Yeah.
if I squint, yeah.
Okay.
Times keep that Pulitzer is to basically say that the lie is true.
Oh, that's what they brought you here for. They brought you here to put your... They need to see you face to face.
This is what you said. This is what you said.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Donald Trump, because you're actually
I take back all the nice things I said, Lisa.
By leaving the Pulitzer with the New York Times, you're sort of saying it happened, and it didn't happen. And everybody now, he goes on, and you say, Andrew Schulz, this is the...
Oh, he said that.
No, yeah, and you say you're rewarding the lie, and you're agreeing with him on, for the hoax. So now, in retrospect, maybe you think this is the best interview you've ever done. But I wonder if, in retrospect, perhaps you question whether in moments like that, you're not fulfilling what your friend and even your co-host Charlemagne thinks is pretty essential about the role of journalism in this moment.
I am curious about what the answer is going to be. And this is where I think that the fusion of entertainment and journalism has actually screwed up our society super bad, because there was this era of Cronkitean journalism that I don't know if it ever existed, but there was this belief that journalism was a public service. Okay. They did not expect the main, like the big three. Yeah. The big three, CBS, ABC, and NBC, they did not expect to make money off of journalism. And so as a result, they had all of their other programming subsidized journalism, and it was considered a prestige product. It's something that they do as a public service where they're dutifully informing the American public on what's going on around the world. And that's the way that it was perceived. Whether or not that was true, whether or not it was propaganda during the Vietnam War, before, during, after, whatever, who knows? I wasn't there. I wasn't alive. I don't know if there ever was such a thing as like Cronkitean, Walter Cronkite objective journalism. I don't know if that existed. However, I don't think that it's arguable that it's become worse since the 1980s, where we eliminated the fairness doctrine, which dictated that if you presented a side of a story, it was actually legally required for mainstream news outlets to present the opposite side of the story so people could contemplate the alternative narrative. And with the end of the fairness doctrine, what's happened is we've editorializing, I think, is where you give an opinion. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but effectively we've blended opinion piece with news. And now every single piece of news is presented through the political tribe that's bringing it to you. Fox News will only tell you news stories from a modern Republican conservative perspective. MSNBC will only tell you the news through a progressive perspective. And people know that to a degree, but then because they're so bought into their political tribe and they're not hearing contradictory narratives, and they're also hearing a series of omitted facts, or they're not hearing a series of omitted facts, they quadruple down within political tribes, and it's leading to political polarization. So that's where I would almost want to, I think that it's your free speech to be able to present facts within a slanted, politically tribalized narrative. I think that's your free speech. But I do think that we're missing a public service. So if I was to bring back the fairness doctrine, I wouldn't prohibit editorialized mainstream news programs. I would not. But I would say that as a part of the fairness doctrine, any FCC regulated program has to differentiate in programming between objective news reporting, or what they believe to be objective news reporting, versus what is editorial content. Because I don't even think people know what the difference is anymore. Like there should be like the way that you smoke cigarettes and there's like a warning label on the side. There should be a warning label at the beginning of a news segment where it says, this segment is considered objective journalism and we follow the most rigorous standards. And then boom, you don't have the biased tribal perspective. And then the next segment should have a statement at the beginning where it's like, this segment is editorial news and should be considered editorial news because it mixes opinion and commentary with the reporting of facts. And we should differentiate these things for the American public.
Wait. Well, that was a big leap right there. What was the last question?
Are you letting the president lie on your show and not bothering to fact check him?
I don't know anything about the Russia hoax.
So why interview the president and let him talk about it?
And that's why Trump wants to go on his podcast.
I didn't ask him about the
Russia hoax. He brought it up
hoax.
every which way throughout the interview.
But I didn't ask him about the Russia hoax. I had three things I wanted to ask.
Turns out there's no hoax.
Yeah, well, so here's the thing that I would say.
I know you want to talk about immigration.
Michael, as one who's getting sued as a member of the...
Can I just respond to it, David?
Just hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Just to be clarified, the Pulitzer was to the Post and the Times. It wasn't about the Russia hoax. It was about Russian interference in the election.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Okay.
And it was a collection of terrific reporting.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
So this is a
Levitate says, Connor, what's your position on the role and value of potential of NPR and PBS? What services would you have them perform ideally? I would have them do what they've done. So for instance, like Bluey, which is not a PBS program, but I think that Muppets, I think that, what was the other one that they did? Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood, the one that preceded Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood, Mr. Rogers. They should have like pro-social programming, because so much of what's out there in the private sphere is trash. It's effectively just advertisements for toys. That's what entertainment media is in the mainstream. And so if we understand that the mainstream is effectively advertisements for toys, then we need something that is more pro-social, that teaches people how to behave, tell the truth, interact with people, this, that, the other. And it should be a wholesome alternative to the private sphere. And then I also think that when it comes to the media, it should be the, kind of like the objective news reporting that we've talked about, because it's public. And members of the public are both liberal and progressive and conservative and libertarian. So if anything, NPR should be adhering to the diversity of opinions that's necessary. Now, I think what the perception, you guys can disagree with me if you want. The perception is that NPR has become a liberal or progressive mouthpiece for a long time. And then NPR has hidden behind the fact that, well, they just follow like they just follow objective reality, and that just happens to lead them to liberal and progressive perspectives. I think that there should be more rigor, where if you're going to present liberal and progressive perspectives effectively unchallenged when you're doing your news reporting, you either need a competitive program that's from a conservative or libertarian lens, or you need to bring the good faith, sane, rational conservatives onto the program as well. And what I mean by that specifically is like Ross Douthat. Ross Douthat, as far as I know, or Douthat, as some people like to pronounce it, even though I think it's definitely spelled Douthat. Ross Douthat is a smart man. Ross Douthat is a Catholic. Ross Douthat is an excellent interviewer, and he's intelligent. And every single conversation I've ever seen him participate in, he seems intellectually curious, principally rigorous, intelligent, insightful, able to challenge people, all that kind of stuff. And so for me, that's the exact kind of character that if you were presenting the news, you would want whatever that really famous chick is, who's probably 70 now, who's been on NPR forever, and she has that ASMR voice. You would want the ASMR voice lady, and you would want Ross Douthat. That's my opinion.
Perfect example of the media class, which is like you guys.
Bellrunner says we should make like a board or a council that can decide on what's truth or lies, like a ministry of something.
You know everything about the Russia hoax. You know everything about what it is. Was it actually? Was it not? Like if we relitigated every single thing, was it justified, etc. And then the rest of us, who I do not consider myself part of the journalist class, that just go, oh, so it didn't end up being real? Oh, I guess it was a hoax. And this is the separation of knowledge.
That's your position?
Yeah, I just said it.
Okay.
Yeah. So you
that was funny.
You guys are really aware of this because it's important to you. It's important if you're reporting on something that if there is truth to it. But what ended up happening? Did he get indicted? Did he get proven guilty of it? Like what did happen with the hoax?
Just to be clear.
Not the hoax. What did happen with the Russia investigation?
Like what? Like
sorry, somebody asked an important question. I know we're here for Steven, but my show, so I'm going to talk sometimes. Real Serious says, what's the fairness doctrine for saying Trump killed Venezuelans extrajudicially? Unironically, Real Serious, this is exactly how I would present this information. So what I would say, because this is actually what I genuinely believe, okay, is there are a lot of liberal, progressive, libertarian, and even conservative critics of the Trump administration because they are using the 2001 AUMF that clearly talks about terrorist organizations killing, planning attacks inside the United States can be taken out by the United States military. Narco terrorist organizations or narco organizations that are not planning terrorist attacks within the United States clearly do not follow or fall under the intent of this AUMF. And so as a result, Donald Trump is stretching these definitions in order to kill people extrajudicially, and people should be criminally charged. But there's anxieties about the pardon process where even if they feel this way, they don't know whether or not they can hold Trump accountable. Boom. That's like the liberal, progressive, moderate, even never Trump Republican perspective. And then you're asking, what is the fairness doctrine when it comes to killing Venezuelans? Then you don't have to buy the narrative. You just have to explain the narrative. Okay. So you can say it is the Trump administration's position that it is within the purview of the Department of Justice and Department of Homeland Security to designate foreign terrorist organizations, and that Tren de Aragua and these other narco organizations are terrorists within their own domain, and they are killing American citizens through overdose drug deaths to the tunes of tens of thousands of Americans. Therefore, it is moral, just, and legal to kill these people via drone strikes in the Caribbean. And then boom, you don't, like, as the presenter of the news, you don't have to endorse either perspective while still giving factual credence to the side that you think is more realistic. I think that's exactly how the fairness doctrine would articulate the Venezuelan drone strikes.
Why comment on it? If you don't know anything about it, why comment on it? And I know that they'll never do this, or maybe journalists, because they're getting a little bit meaner. I think it's good here to ask the question, have you read a single report? Have you read a single word of the Mueller report? Have you read a single part of Mueller's indictments?
Reading? What's that?
Have you read a single thing from the New York Times or the Washington Post on this? Have you read anything at all about it? Because the answer is no.
Yes, Sacred Snow, I agree with you.
You haven't read a single thing. And it's like, well, why do you think it's a Russia host? Who do you consume for news? Well, I've watched what Tim Pool has said about it. I've watched what Joe Rogan and his guests have said. It's like, okay, so a bunch of people that don't like the Democrats are all telling you that it was a hoax and totally fake. Do you see the problem there?
The Russia investigation is a federal inquiry into a sustained campaign by Russia to influence the 2016 election, according to U.S. intelligence agencies, on behalf of, in favor of Donald Trump. It's not an investigation. It's an investigation that also sought to understand contacts between Russian officials and Trump, and ultimately there's no evidence.
I'm not testing you. I'm just saying, what happened? What do you think?
There was a Mueller report.
What do you think?
There was no indictment.
Okay, so,
there was no indictment.
Take this right here. Let's stop right here. There was a Mueller report, and there was what?
No indictment.
No indictment.
Okay, what do you think the American people think when they hear there was no indictment?
Oh, and now he's doing this fucking game. I still need a snappy way or a snappy analogy to explain this fucking thing that people do, where they explain a thing. They're explaining why somebody might do an irrational action, and they're trying to give you the understanding, well, this is why somebody might do something irrational, but they're the ones doing the irrational action, and then they justify it. But so, like, somebody will do something where it's like, oh, well, of course, you know, some people think the sky is brown. It's because they have brown tinted windows, you know? And it's like, what color do you think the sky is? Well, man, it's probably brown. I mean, I don't know. It's like, but you think this thing. Why are you saying, you're explaining why some people might think the thing, like, you know, they should.
Call it extrapolating the idiot. But once again, guys, this is where, like, philosophical republicanism, and what was so funny with the conversation from Pisco yesterday, Pisco and I were having a conversation, and he was getting frustrated with his chat because he felt like half of his chat, 60% of his chat, 70% of his chat was either misrepresenting him or attacking him for being critical of Ethan Klein. And I explained to him my NPC theory, where I'm telling you 70% of Twitch and YouTube politics, not here though. We have almost 100 people. We got 90 people right now. So we have almost 100 people who are 3,000 IQ gigachats and gigastacies. And when I'm talking to you, you are building, you're working, obviously. So, you know, number one, you guys are above average, intelligent, and employed. But number two, you're also building little mind palaces as I'm talking to you, where I'm explaining concepts to you, and you're building them in your brain, and you're seeing whether or not you believe the construction that I've put in front of you. Whereas a lot of people in Twitch and YouTube politics, they're just reacting to the emotions of what's being said. And so principally, if you believe that 70% of the population is R-slurred and that they do not build mind palaces in their brain, they're just emotional animals, then it would stand to reason that you want the mind palace people to run society because they're smart enough to understand and build complex ideas in their brains. That's why representative democracy, aka republicanism, is based. But the problem is Republicans no longer believe in republicanism. Frustrating. Conservative liberalism says, why think thoughts when feel feelings? Why say many word when few word do just as good? Agreed.
Didn't think the thing, but you also think the thing. So what game are we playing here? Because he just said earlier, unless I misunderstood, he's like, well, that was my position, that nothing happened because there was no indictments. Okay, then nothing happened related to anybody else related to Epstein, right? You don't believe that because there were no indictments for that, besides for Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, right?
They're not looking into all this research. They're not saying like, ooh, there are real connections, but maybe not close enough to indict, but there is something real here. What do you think the average American thinks when they hear there was a Mueller report and there was no indictment? What do you think they think?
Clearly have
false devil's advocate. Ooh, I like that one.
Well, I'm asking you guys.
Sorry, that's a great one. That's great. False devil's advocate is actually a great way to label that.
You speak for your audience for a second. What do you think they think when they hear that?
David, correct me if I'm wrong. Richard Nixon wasn't indicted in Watergate, but Americans still look back on Watergate and think that was a scandal.
You're not answering the question.
I am.
No, you're answering it with a different one, and I think you're avoiding it because you know the truth. The truth of the matter is,
I don't think being willfully ignorant of what happened is a defense of knowing something.
True.
It's the Mind Palace people versus the NPCs. No, they're a bunch of these are Mind Palace people, and they don't realize they're talking to a vibes guy. Dude. Oh man. See, if I was a Fuentesian character, if I was a Nick Fuentes style character, what I would do is I would actually advocate for the genocide of the NPCs. I would advocate for the total eliminate. We have to dispossess the NPCs of political power until we can figure out what's going on. That, invading South and Central America is a meme position that I've had for a long time. The NPC genocide is going to be another meme position that I have.
Sorry.
Look, I'm sorry I don't know every single thing before I interview the guy.
Yes. Techlax, the Mind Palace people versus the NPC on DGG. I got it. Excellent.
It's not about knowing every single thing. You said yourself, you don't know a single thing. You don't know a single thing. You don't know anything about it. It's not about knowing oh my God, I don't know every single. There's like every fucking lawyer, every person ever going to debate about Trump. Hey, didn't you hear that they literally fabricated like elector certificates from people that weren't? Oh, I haven't heard anything about that. What about the executive orders targeting law firms? Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked at that. What about him trying to get rid of birthright citizenship with a fucking executive order? Wait, where's Kafka? I didn't ask that question yesterday. Why did the Supreme Court agree to take that case?
Which case?
The birthright citizenship executive order decision case?
Probably to agree with Trump.
Come
on, do a little Fed posting. You're good.
No.
We're going to see how that shakes out. So what I think is entirely possible is that the Supreme Court of the United States took the national birthright thing, but they're going to look at it. And I think it's a 50-50. Because what's happened is it boils down to originalism versus progressive interpretation. And then it also boils down to intent. And what people point to, if they're an originalist who believes that birthright citizenship is not a thing, then they point to a congressman who helped draft and pass the legislation who said, obviously, this does not apply to, I don't even think he said illegal aliens or immigrants, because that might not even been a part of the conversation at the time. But he said, obviously, this does not apply to like the children of foreign dignitaries, because these are people who are still under the jurisdiction of another nation. And then it kind of becomes an argument of, well, we've held that illegal immigrants, once they are here, they are subject to our jurisdiction, right? They are subject to our jurisdiction because they can be held criminally accountable for their behavior here. I think that if they're reporting their income, they have to pay taxes on their income. So they're subject to our jurisdiction. So they could technically be held to account for a whole host of like criminal and civil penalties. So then it boils down to, are illegal immigrants subject to our jurisdiction, and how do you define that? And I honestly think that this could be like a 5-4 decision, a 6-3 decision, where Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett are going to be the people who decide it. So if they feel like being edgy boys and edgy girls, they might overrule birthright citizenship, but that would involve like a lot of death threats. Let's be real. That's going to involve like a lot of death threats, increased security, all that kind of crazy shit. Or they might say, since the administration of this law, we have treated foreign aliens as members of our society who are subject to our jurisdiction. Therefore, they are subject to our jurisdiction. Therefore, the amendment with birthright citizenship, I forget if it's the 14th. Therefore, the 14th Amendment does apply to them. So 50, for me, it's actually 50-50 on whether or not it goes that way. And it all boils down to Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett.
To end all the appeals, maybe they just want to do like a good, strong decision on it so nobody fucks with it again.
Yeah, surely.
And I see that I'm clearly being like I don't know, punished.
I'm going to come to Andrew's defense.
No. I think it's listen. All criticism is fair. If you don't think that the question was asked in the right way or something like that, that's totally fair. We put things out on the internet. We put things out in the.
Jesus, well, QC John. PSA to all grill hottest and coggers, do not, I repeat, do not attempt to walk around on 4-inch beams, 40 feet in the air with 30-mile-an-hour winds. I will be pooping diamonds as it will take a week to unpucker my butthole. Brother, I hope you had a tether. Jesus Christ.
World, these criticisms are completely allowed. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
So, like, how did we get to this position to where he's like, well, I didn't even know anything about that. I wasn't going to ask him anything about that. But now he's like defending the content.
No. What I'm trying to tell you is there's definitely a separation between what you guys know and what the American people know.
That's true.
And when you only talk to other journalists, you guys are all aligned, left or right, about.
But they don't just talk to other journalists. They're journalists. They publish articles for everybody to read.
Like what the facts of these things are. But when you go to, maybe not.
Yeah, no,
I would think Bennett and I are not aligned on this.
Andrew, remember earlier when I was talking about the
Doobie for 10 says requiring one parent to be an American citizen seems like a total no-brainer. Separate it from the arguments about the current law interpretation. Are you opposed to ending birthright citizenship for illegals? Nope. Guys, I hate to say this. I hate to say this because I know I have a huge lib chat. If it was enshrined legally that birthright citizenship was not a thing, I wouldn't give a shit. I actually would not give a shit. I actually think the reason why the reason why quote unquote birthright citizenship is good is because of utility, not because of morality. And what I mean by that is it's useful to have people who constantly want to come into the United States in order to provide a better material life for their offspring. And so it has a pull effect on productive human beings who want to become citizens of the United States, or at least have their sons and daughters become citizens of the United States, even if they break the law to do so, because they know that the United States is a better place than where they come from, and they want to be a part of that productive project. However, I think that birthright citizenship is borderline suicidal if you had more nefarious actors. And what I mean by that is, what if it was because anchor babies are a thing, right? But what if it was an intentional policy of the Chinese and Russian government and the North Korean government to have people come here on vacation visas or come here on work visas, stay within the country in order to birth their children who are now citizens of the United States through birthright citizenship, and then raise them specifically to continue to be loyal to North Korea, China, and Russia, and raise their kids as future spies. Like, listen, I understand that the statistics on that are probably insanely low, right? Like, it's probably happened a few times, it's probably happened here or there. But what if it was the intentional policy of foreign adversaries to do that on a systemic scale, where it was almost impossible to block our adversaries from infiltrating all levels of our institutions of government, and then cause such like severe disruption in the military, in our security apparatus, in our intel apparatus, in our governance, that was the intentional foreign policy of our rivals and enemies? That would be, then birthright citizenship would be suicidal. So I'm not principally attached to birthright citizenship. I just happen to think that right now it's what's instrumental versus intrinsic. I think it's an instrumental good. There we go.
Of the story. This is what I mean. Like, the overall sense of the story in Russia is that there was an allegation, okay? And again, the specifics were not quite this clean, but the takeaway for most Americans was that Donald Trump was coordinating with Russia to pervert the 2016 election.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That was the takeaway. And it turned out that wasn't true.
So to be clear, that was one, maybe not Trump himself.
Big Leafy Tree says, what powers access do they gain from citizenship? I mean, you gain the ability to work anywhere, right? You can work anywhere. And then you're saying that it should pop up in a background check. Well, spies should be able to figure out how to ghost their backgrounds, right? And conservatism, like Ray Sunlight says, that sounds a little tin hat. It is tin hat. I don't, if you were to talk to me about the statistics of anchor baby Chinese spies versus Hispanic anchor babies who want a better economic life, I don't even think it's 100 to 1. I think it's like 1,000 to 1 or 10,000 to 1. Like the amount of people who come to America, and by the way, you guys are already bringing up in chat the things that would happen. So, for instance, if you're being raised as a Chinese spy in the United States of America, or if you're being raised as a North Korean spy in America, well, if you're going to American institutions, all your friends are American, you're talking to Americans, you're getting an American public education, you're going to an American college, you're potentially marrying or having sex with Americans, you're getting drunk with Americans. How much of your loyalty that your parents are trying to force down on you, how much of your loyalty survives into adulthood? And also, how much of the loyalty of your spy parents lasts into adulthood? Now, maybe there's like some super psychotic, hyper disciplined spies who would be able to pull this thing off. But realistically, what's probably going to happen is like defections. Like there will probably, for every 8 North Koreans, or for every 10 Korean spies who are coming into the United States to have anchor babies, 9 of them are going to defect. And then, for every one of their kids, 9 of their kids are not going to be interested in becoming spies for a foreign nation, which carries like the penalty of death or incarceration for life if they get caught. So yeah. So I mean, you guys are right, but I'm just, all I'm trying to communicate. You guys are mind palace people. You guys are mind palace people. You're not NPCs. You're not reflexively getting upset that I'm not morally attached to birthright citizenship. You guys are understanding, because you're brilliant, that I'm just talking about I don't have a moral attachment and I currently think it's instrumentally good. All right. Yeah, Techlock says, wasn't this the plot of The Americans? Yes, it was.
Because we never got that deep. But the people working on his campaign, they were, beyond any doubt. And most of them have admitted it.
There you go. Yes, Short. Yes. Oh man, how do I make you? I need to make you a wrench for that. That was brilliant. What I'm worried about is people from a place like Turkey coming over, giving birth, taking their kid back to Turkey, and then growing up to become an anti-American propagandist that is paid by China. Thankfully, that could never happen, though. Damn. All right, Short, you deserve a wrench. Remind me to give you a wrench. That was brilliant.
Either through Roger Stone and the coordination with the Guccifer guy who did the Russia leaks, or through that weird Trump Tower meeting where Trump and his surrogates agreed to meet with a Russian lawyer to get dirt on Hillary Clinton. Those are 2 undeniable things that everybody acknowledges as being true, and we know they're true, and that's just like, that is directly interfacing with Russia in order to try to get dirt on political opponents, on Hillary Clinton in this case. Like, we knew that 100%.
I think the takeaway was...
So the idea that somebody won a Pulitzer for coverage of subsections of that broader narrative, a narrative which turned out not only not to be true, but that the American people then rejected wholesale in 2024 and reelected the man president of the United States. That is the reason why, when Andrew says, yeah, I kind of get what you're saying, he's not wrong about that. Now, I mean, that's a different thing.
But to the Ben, I would like to know why Ben believed it wasn't true. I just want to know.
Because there's no...
I think this endorsement that the Americans were aware of all the Russian shenanigans and aware of Trump's fraud and aware of COVID and aware of this and aware of that, I think that's such cope. Honestly, since 70% of our population are NPCs, not MPPs, I think that they were like, the economy's bad, inflation under Biden was bad, Biden flubbed the Afghan withdrawal, he seems to be an old guy with his brain leaking out of his ears. I'm gonna vote for the other old guy who says that he's gonna make the economy good, and his brain is leaking out of his ears a little bit less than Biden. And then Kamala Harris has an annoying laugh, and maybe I'm a little subconsciously sexist. I actually think that's like 70% of the population.
No evidence that Donald Trump directly coordinated with the Russian government in order to pervert the 2016 election.
That is true. There is no evidence that Donald Trump directly did it. That is true. But there was a whole bunch of stuff that was going on where Donald Trump was trying to obstruct the investigation. And these are questions you can ask. Nobody has any of the facts. Oh, like the killer question here is to ask, just curious, why did Donald Trump fire James Comey? Talk about that. And that will unravel this whole thread of bullshit. He fired...
Dude, the MPP versus NPC memes are so great because Destiny's obviously an MPP, but he's frustrated that he has to deal with NPCs. It's so true. And it also highlights why representative democracy, aka republicanism, is infinitely better than direct democracy.
Comey to stop the investigation into him and the people around him. That was why.
That proves Andrew's point.
Which is not the source of the inquiry. The inquiry was about interference.
Of course.
That's what those pieces were about.
And this is the problem with the TikTokification of information.
Stephanie, you got your head in your hand, but it's true. This is why you have to talk to people.
But this is
they do. They're journalists. They publish articles. They just don't have fucking podcasts or TikToks.
So, and I think this is maybe an advantage.
You're doubting that I talk to people any less than you do, and I don't.
You definitely talk to them less than us.
No, that's
100%.
just false.
David,
that's simply false.
You're 100.
When the last time you've been in a strip club, David?
Come on,
Andrew.
come on.
Andrew.
I'm not joking.
No. The actual work of journalists is
I'm not insulting the work of journalists, and I'm
no,
obviously.
but you are. And insulting David in that way.
No, I'm insulting.
Fatsimo says, is there something wrong with getting Russian dirt on political opponents? That's what the Steele dossier was. Yeah, Fatsimo, to extrapolate this a little bit, I think that the problem is more like FARA violations, like foreign agent operations. My understanding is that Steele is an American citizen, and he's effectively an opposition research guy. And so opposition research, you're hiring an American in order to research the bad behavior of your opponent that you're then going to use it in a part of a political campaign. I don't think there's any legal prohibitions against that. I think the difference is working with Russian intel and government officials in order to obtain your opposition research because it benefits the foreign intelligence services. I think that's what it is. I think it's a combination of like cui bono, who benefits, and I also think it's a thing of like agency and transparency. So again, I don't think like opposition research is illegal, and I don't even think like traveling to a foreign country in order to get OPFOR from an intel agent. I think it's the coordination with said intel agents. Doobie says, Valor, in that same period, Hillary was getting dirt on Trump from the Ukrainian government. The whole Russian collusion for dirt scandal was nonsense, in my opinion. Well, that we bump into this thing of like freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, right? Because should it be illegal? I should ask. Should it be illegal for you to talk to foreigners in order to achieve a mutually beneficial goal? And then what's the distinction between a rival and an enemy, right? Vorpal says, isn't the counter to enemy nations taking advantage of our birthright citizenship the actual execution of the Alien Enemies Act? No, you're probably right. You're probably right. I just wouldn't want to keep birthright citizenship on some moral principle. I don't even think, I think you should have to pass a citizenship test in order to vote. Like I actually would do like pseudo Starship Troopers shit if I could. I think in my ideal world, if you made me dictator for a day, if I was dictator for a day, the United States of America, not only would you have to pass the civics citizenship test in order to be able to vote, you would also have to do, if I'm dictator, I can do whatever I want. So I would do 4 years. 4 years of military service, 4 years of NGO service, or 4 years of working retail restaurant. And I would actually make a formalized category of retail restaurant, because I think anybody who's worked in those industries can tell you, when you're working retail restaurant, you're effectively a servant. And it is your job to eat shit, metaphorically, and try to make other people happy. That is what retail and restaurant is. Weirdly enough, I would also probably include medical services in this. And medical services, retail restaurant, NGOs, and military, you would have to do 4 years before you had the right to vote. So, yeah. Doobie says, if I were dictator, I'd immediately strip your voting rights from almost all of you. I mean, I think you might be an MPP versus NPC supremacist, Doobie. A mind palace person, a person who wants people who are capable of building complex constructs within their brains and then evaluate them critically. You might be an MPP supremacist, which is good because I'm an MPP supremacist.
I think David B is I was fun.
We can kid around. That's fine. That's fine. But if we're being serious here, those stories were about a specific thing. you can debate till the cows come home whether the Mueller report was interpreted by.
Destiny, my point was a banger, and you should use it in future debates when people bring this up. No, your point is a horrible one. 10 years ago, your point would have been a good one, but today they would disagree. Your Tuck Switch and DGG says, Destiny, there's also no evidence that Hitler directly ordered the Holocaust. Chances are these days people say, oh shit, you're right, true. I don't know if he actually did. But I understand where you're coming from. But these days, I would never roll with any analogies to stuff like that or compare.
Yeah, real serious hits a nail on the head. Unfortunately, journalists have the tough job of lowering the bar to entry for information without lowering the bar of quality of information to dumb down the content without dumbing down the content. Yes.
Versus stuff like that, because they'll probably just agree.
Bar in the proper way, all the rest. But those stories were solid.
Okay, I'm not saying the stories weren't solid. This whole conversation is, at least it was started by a distrust in media, right? And a lack of understanding of what's going on. Bring it back to the beginning. Almighty. And I think that, like, to what you were saying, right? The idea of what Americans think happened.
I agree.
There was an investigation and then no indictment. When I hear there's an investigation and then no indictment.
First of all, and there were indictments. Can we talk about the indictment? I don't know if people.
Yeah, Val, we have a big enough problem with espionage with student visa holders, so it makes sense to have limits on who gets to be actual citizens. Parents have the biggest influence on a child. Yes.
People know that. They probably don't. There were indictments. Like 12 different Russian people were indicted for, like, there are two parts to this quote-unquote Russia interference stuff. You've got did Trump and his campaign collude with Russia in order to try to find information, release information, whatever, which they did, by the way, but that's a harder case, I guess. And then the second one was, did Russia directly interfere with our election? They did. Well, that's foregone. That's obviously true. And there were indictments that were issued with relation to that. I don't even know if he knows that these are two different questions. I don't think the journalist guys here, I don't think they're aware that he's like conflating both of these together, and they're not differentiating between the two, because there were indictments issued and there was a lot of investigatory stuff that came out with relation to how Russia interferes and was interfering with our elections at the time in terms of posting on social media, creating fake accounts, setting up protests and all this bullshit.
It means there's nothing there for us, right? We're a comedy podcast.
There.
So this is of what Americans think happened.
I agree.
There was
Anonymous Chatter says, also, how can people electing Trump mean that they buy his side of every narrative when they elect Biden 4 years earlier? Are Americans schizophrenic enough that they 180'd on every single issue? Obviously not. And that's why I think Ben Shapiro is being bad faith, to be honest. Quick show, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you to Doobie, Anonymous Chatter, and Fellrunner for super chatting so far this stream.
It's an investigation and then no indictment. When I hear there's an investigation and then no indictment, it means there's nothing there for us, right?
That means you're an idiot, but okay.
We're a comedy podcast.
So this is really important.
And like, for when Donald Trump goes on SNL, we don't sit here and relitigate every sketch and be like, well, why didn't he address the Mueller probe in this sketch?
Because when Donald Trump is on SNL, he's not talking about the Mueller probe like he is on your show, you fucking retard. I'm sorry. I shouldn't even. It's such a stupid fucking point to bring up. Like, you can't hide behind this, like, it's just a comedy show. It's just a comedy show. But here we are talking about politics. Like you're not, if Trump was just coming on to tell a few gaffes or whatever, like, I might have issues with it because I don't think he should get free platforms and access to audiences that easily. But it'd be a lot different than when he comes on to actually talk about, like, politics.
The expectations I want you to have when anybody comes on our pod, whether it's Mamdani, Trump, whether it's Casey Neistat, whether it's a plethora of other guests that we've had on, is the same. Are we hanging, having fun, and are we humanizing our guests? I don't do gotcha journalism. You guys can do that. I think.
Like, and listen how he describes it, gotcha journalism. He's such a dishonest little piece of shit. I wish these guys were more aggressive. Oh my God, I hate this guy so much. Oh my God. It's like walking in on this guy getting fucking railed by a 12-inch fucking BBC. And you're like, bro, I didn't know you were gay. And he's like, I'm not gay. I can't even be friends with a gay dude without me being accused of being gay, as he's getting fucked in the ass by the guy. And it's like, well, no, it's not so much that you're friends with the gay guy. It's that he's literally anally gaping you right now. It seems kind of a little bit gay, or at least bi. You know, this guy's, oh, so what? So now all my friends have to be straight, or you're going to impugn my character and second guess my judgment and say that I'm doing gotcha heterosexuality. Fuck you. Like, no, if Trump wants to come on your show to do a fucking stand-up routine or whatever, then fine. I don't remember the SNL skit where Donald Trump comes out and denies any involvement with Russia for 30 minutes, though. I don't know the SNL skit where Trump comes out and talks about all the people.
Yes. Techlax, I think I said this a minute ago. Yes, healthcare would be included in my citizenship program.
He wants to indict and throw in jail for being his political enemies. Like, why the comparison here?
Are we hanging, having fun, and are we humanizing our guests? I don't do gotcha journalism. You guys can do that. I think it's important.
We don't do that.
Regardless about gotcha.
Oh my God.
I don't want to hear about it.
I don't bring people on. I bring people on because I have an interest in them.
Yeah.
And I want to see the humanity on them,
And you have a
regardless of which
natural
side they're in.
curiosity.
And I think that has been true when I had you guys on.
Right. So Andrew.
Did somebody say regardless of whether or not they're a Nazi? Yes.
Actually, remember, we actually got into a bit of a tete-a-tete a few weeks ago. I know, like every 2 weeks, but this one was, I thought, to what you're saying.
Yes.
And I think this is actually quite important. We're not all in the same industry.
Yes.
We are broadly in the same industry. We are not specifically in the same industry. And my critique was not of you. My critique was actually of the audience, which can no longer tell the difference between the Joe Rogan podcast and a sit-down with PBS.
Yeah.
Right. And I
The
don't think that we
audience
should.
can tell the difference.
No. So
No,
I
they
don't think
can't.
that's
No,
true.
they can't.
I do not think that is true. And I think
the New York Times had Andrew in the New York Times. What they call you, America's World.
That was sarcasm.
But no,
because you guys, the difference is supposed to be the content. That's the difference. But when your content is starting to become heavily political, what's the difference at that point?
people don't know that if they see the headline.
Right. So I think that this is
the headline was.
But Ben, we can be in
I'm gonna
different
give Sarah
industries,
and
but what
then
we
Ben
can
last
all
word,
be
and then I'm gonna have to jump in.
is decent.
Well, I agree with that, but I'm saying that the responsibility when we talk about there's a plethora of sources, which of course is true, and the audience needs to be more discerning than ever, which of course is true. The first step toward discernment.
Dude, you know what? I'm actually really happy that we articulated the MPP versus MP thing, NPC thing, because like I think that's why I hold Ben Shapiro in contempt, is because I think he's a mind palace person. He went to Harvard, he went Yale, he went to something like that. I think he has a Juris Doctorate. I forget what he got, but he has some kind of high level degree from an Ivy League. He's an intelligent guy. And yet he spends his time propagandizing NPCs. And that's how he does it. He commits lies of omission. He commits lies. I don't know if he's ever committed a lie of commission, but he's definitely committed lies of omission. He propagandizes, he sweeps, he understands the game. And so this is like a MPP versus NPC thing where I hold him in contempt because he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He's playing morons like a fiddle. Very sad. Beef Supreme says, if we really want to limit who comes, attach a price tag to it, say $500K per green card, non-refundable, paid up front. I mean, that would be great for the Treasury. And didn't Donald Trump actually didn't he do that with the gold card program, right? Where he was actually saying that people who pay a few $1 million jump to the front of the line. Beef Supreme says, personally, I think Ben Shapiro lacks a soul, but that's just my opinion. I think he's got a soul. I think it might be a little twisted, but I think he has one.
Is acknowledging that what you are doing and what Andrew is doing, these are two different things, and that the hosts themselves acknowledge that these are two different things. And if you're honest with your audience, and I think this is the biggest thing for all of us.
Yeah.
I'm honest with my audience. I am a conservative. Okay, my principles are there. I'm not lying about who I am. You know that if I'm having on a Republican, I'm likely to ask friendlier questions than if I have on a Democrat, because I'm very open in my biases and who I'm more likely to agree with. And the same thing is true of John and his own business with Andrew. And Stephanie, I think it's true of you. I think the reason people pick on legacy media is because legacy media tries to be all things to all people by claiming that they do not have a viewpoint, that they stand somehow objectively outside the world and never bring their own viewpoints to bear.
Is different than
I'm gonna say, just keep it going.
Which is true, by the way. That is the objection. So when you have MSNBC or you have Fox News claiming to be some kind of like successor to Walter Cronkite with objective perspectives on the world, but they're obviously committing lies of omission and commission and all that kind of stuff. Obviously that's the problem. Is that you know that they're being biased and you either care a lot or you don't care at all.
I'm cooking right now.
Actually, the point of the journalism
Push it
part
back
of it. This is
20
actually
minutes.
the point.
I'm giving Anna you the last word, the literal last word.
Anna, you
This
got
is
this.
look. The whole thing
bring it
was
home.
about journalism.
Okay.
By the way, Ben is 100% correct there for everybody that just wants to disagree with everything Ben says. At the very least, like Ben Shapiro is a Daily Wire conservative commentator. Now, obviously, I disagree with a lot of shit he says on a factual and a moral level too. But like, I would much rather a world full of Ben Shapiros that are part of conservative news networks that carry water for Trump or whatever bullshit conservatives do than a bunch of fucking Andrew dipshit Schultzes who are like, oh, I'm actually just a totally...
No way. Zeta says something brilliant. We might have to make it a rule that we have to give right-wing artists jobs because if we don't, they become pundits. Oh man, yes, we need affirmative action for right-wing artists. Absolutely. What is it? Like Michael Knowles was a failed actor. Brett Cooper is a failed actress, although she would argue that she never really tried too hard in the Hollywood scene. I'm trying to think of what else, man. But yeah, like half a dozen to a dozen political conservative media personalities are failed actors and actresses. Steven Crowder was a failed up stand-up comedian. Yes. Zenith with the base take. Oh my God. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, Shapiro was a writer. Yeah. I guess if you strike out in entertainment, you become a political entertainer. You know what's funny? Sorry, I'm gonna do a little bit of self-deprecation here. So I'm doing okay in the entertainment industry. Now I myself am not, I wouldn't consider myself, I guess I'm an entertainer to a degree. I'm an infotainer. Okay. My breakdowns do well. At least the people who watch them really like them. And 40K has been doing pretty well algorithmically for a few years now. So I would consider myself successful in entertainment, but I desire to be successful in politics. So instead of being a failed entertainer who is moving to politics because I failed, I am a successful entertainer who wants to move to politics because I love politics. And I'm not doing as well in politics as I'm doing in entertainment. Dude, that's actually, I'm sorry. I'm going to wear that as a badge of honor. Okay. I'm going to wear that as a badge of honor that I am slightly more successful than these people in their domain of interest. God, that's funny.
Partial centrist guy who happens to carry water completely for the conservative movement.
Stop being distracted. Don't listen
We better
to
all,
it.
whatever you say, we
If
better
this
all
goes great,
Oh yeah, Zena, think about how much better Clint Eastwood is as an actor and a director. As an actor and a director than he is as a political pundit. Dude, I saw a Clint Eastwood Facebook post the other day, and I'm like, how is a guy... Clint Eastwood's amazing because he's been such a good actor for so long. He's been in so many amazing action set pieces. And he actually does have, obviously he has like the Dirty Harry persona that he carries. And he does have like a gritty, tough guy persona in most things. But he's done things with that persona that actually can be quite emotionally nuanced and pretty insightful into like the human character. So how is Clint Eastwood so emotionally intelligent and so good as an actor and so compelling as a person to watch, and yet he's such a dummy when it comes to politics? It's funny. That's a funny point.
getting funding. We're bringing the funding.
Are you
He knows
stepping
I'm
in?
making a call. He knows Donald Trump.
Dang. All right. Well, I enjoyed watching Destiny take psychic damage. Do you guys, I mean, that's like a mini segment. We've been live for 2 hours. I spent the first hour talking. So realistically, we can continue and we can watch Andrew Schulz and Ben Shapiro. But if you guys wanted to do something else, I do have some other stuff on the docket that we could do. So because realistically, I kind of got the vibes of the panel, and I'm not going to lie. I think we're going to lose a few people if we do the panel, just because it looks like a round table of people. Andrew Schulz and Ben Shapiro are going to circle jerk each other, that they're infotainment. Andrew Schulz is not going to take responsibility for doing any amount of research about political topics whatsoever. And then as a result, it's just going to be journalists like browbeating. It's going to be MPPs browbeating entertainment MPPs about how they propagandize NPCs. That's what it's going to be. So we kind of like already understand the dynamics of the conversation. So the other things that I had was I have a debate with Nick Fuentes about liberal versus Christian empire. That's old content, but I don't think most of you have seen it because it was probably like 2 years ago. I have Shoe on Head versus Hutch, which is old. I'm probably going to remove that. I don't think it's that big of a deal that Shoe on Head threw an elbow at Hutch in a recent video essay. We have Sitch and Adam with Ryan Mulally, which is actually entertaining to me. I could do that. We got Pisco versus Viva Frey, who is another lawyer. That could be fun, but it's not high for me, so I'll take that off unless you guys are excited about it. Should people trust media? I'm going to remove that one. Barry Weiss, the State of World Jewry speech. Now, what would be funny about that is Nick Fuentes brought it up And I'm not really ready to jump into that content right now because I feel like I need to be ready to deal with anti-Semitic and pro-Semitic arguments. Also, Doobie's here, so I would have to be like ready in order to do that. So for me, I'm kind of leaning towards, I think Sitch and Adam versus Ryan Mullally would be the most fun. I think liberal versus Christian Empire would be the best content. And I don't think I'm ready for Barry Weiss. So unless you guys have like another thing, yeah, exactly. Conservative liberalism says Barry's speech is a bit dry, but having Doobie here is prerequisite for content. Yeah. You want to do Fuentes? Okay. I would be curious about Fuentes because I actually don't know how well I conducted the conversation. So it would effectively be a debate review of my own debate with Counterpoints, Nick Fuentes. It would actually be almost a debate review of an old conversation with Nick. Let me see if I can find it. If I can't find it through the search bar, there it is. Here we go. 1.7K views 3 years ago. I love this shit. All right. I'm down for this. Let's do it. This could be fun. Let me edit. I lied about the palette cleanser, guys. My apologies. Counterpoints. Snap. Oh, 1 at 1 at 1. What time is it? It's 12. We still got an hour. Yeah, we can at least get into the beginning of this. Counterpoints versus Fuentes debate review. And then we just got done with Schulz and Shapiro. I'll copy and paste this. And then quick show, guys. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Quick shout out to the people who've supported so far today. Doobie, Anonymous Chatter, and Fell Runner have all done super chats. And then we had roughly 100 people at our peak. We're still around 90. So, I do appreciate you guys being here. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. Let me do an intro and then let's get cracking. Let me remove this. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and we got a little bit of a debate review today. Believe it or not, I actually spoke with Nick the Knife Fuentes, the dissident right-wing Christian nationalist, about 3 years ago, and we had a debate about liberal versus Christian empire. I want to take a look at it now and see if we can get any insights, any feedback from me as a previous debater, and see what's going on. So let's pause it intermittently, break it down. Let's go.
My grandfather fought in World War II. He fought in
worst
Asian
mechanic the Luftwaffe ever had.
Well, I'm not German, okay? He was Italian.
Listen,
but it just,
I
I'm
think
skeptical.
okay. Wait, hold on. I didn't even catch that. He said, well, my grandfather fought in World War II, and I was like, yeah, the worst mechanic the Luftwaffe ever had, because obviously it's the same thing as a joke from yesterday with 9/11, where it's like, oh, my uncle died in 9/11. How dare you make light of this? And then the person's like, oh, wow, I'm sorry he died in 9/11. That's so sad. I take back my joke. And they go, yeah, he was the best pilot in the Middle East. Like, classic. My running theory was that dinosaurs were they were created to sell children's toys. Okay. Which gets into dinosaur cloacas. Because there was this clip, and maybe this conversation was too friendly, I suppose. But there was this time where I was thinking to myself, it's like, how did Stegosauruses have sex? Okay, can I show you this real quick? Can I show this to you? You guys are going to think I'm an idiot. But I think it's actually really funny. Because what I was imagining, because I'm an idiot, and I didn't think about it for more than 2 seconds, I was thinking of Stegosauruses having, penile to vaginal sex, right? And I was like, well, a stegosaurus can't lay on its back. It's got plates, right? That's crazy. And then a stegosaurus can't jump on its partner's back because of the plates, right? It would get stabbed with its own partner's tail and its own partner's plates. How does a stegosaurus have sex? Maybe dinosaurs are a lie. But then what somebody pointed out to me, actually it's because I got a bird. So a cloaca is a combination of the sex organs, the bladder, and the fecal tracts. Okay. So it's basically a butthole that passes sperm, eggs, and ew, gross. Sperm, eggs, and all that stuff is how cloacas work. And if you look at the chickens right now, all they do is they rub cloacas, right? There's the female, there's the male, they eject whatever bodily fluid they need, and then that's how they make children. And getting a bird, whole birds, right? Yeah. So that's how they make children. So could a stegosaurus rub cloacas with another stegosaurus? My answer is yes. Anyways, moving on from dinosaur sex.
I mean, I guess it's only fair to let you go first then, since you've never been on the show. We're talking about Ukraine, Russia, however you want to take it, really. I'd seen you guys kind of had a dialogue back and forth through your public statements, I guess, and that's kind of how I picked up on this debate. It wasn't really an idea, right? And so, although I love hosting it, don't get me wrong, but that's kind of how this happened. So I'll just let you go first, and openings, 10 minutes max, kind of, and then just kind of a free flowing discussion, however it goes after that. So that's the kill stream way. So I'll let you go first. You can introduce yourself as well at the start if you'd like to.
Appreciated. So yeah, my name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints. I identify as centrist, center right, depending on the day. Compared to most people on Twitch, I'm pretty much a groiper. Compared to most groipers, I'm pretty much a commie. So that kind of tells you where I'm at. I do identify with the term Burkean conservative, which just basically means that I'm trying to identify the part of society, or the parts of society that are worthy of preserving, and then trying to let go of the parts of society that are not worth preserving. And what this boils down to for me, I actually wouldn't mind tangenting wherever we go naturally. I don't have to stick just with Ukraine and Russia, but I would rather broad stroke it rather than being autistic about like very specific dates or events or treaties or this, that, the other, or somebody kind of, violating this or that. We can get into that if you want to. But basically my broad strokes is the United States is at the head of a $65 trillion global hegemon. And it is globo homo, to put it either negatively or positively. Globalist, meaning that it's an international project involving many countries. Homosexual in the fact that it is progressive. It supports LGBTQ rights. It supports, minority rights, this, that, the other. And the primary frame of reference from a moral or political system is probably mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy. So a little bit of feedback to Connor. I have no problem with what's being said. Shit. I probably said these things within the past week. I think that, though, many word, few word do good, many word do better, particularly in intros. So in intros, it's kind of where you're setting the pace of the conversation. If you go, hey, my name's Connor, I'm center right, I have, these perspectives, and basically I think that liberal empire is good, then I'm already arguing, because I'm already talking about $65 trillion. I'm already talking about the world hegemon. I'm already talking about this, and I'm already talking about that. I'm arguing in an intro. And I think in an intro, you should just state your position rather than arguing your position. So a little bit of argumentative feedback or rhetorical feedback to my past self. What this really boils down to is this a good thing? You can't deny that it's in power. You can't deny that it has influence. You can't deny that it's encroaching on the nationalist projects of other people across the world. The question is, what does a world with the United States at the global helm look like? And is that a world worthy of achieving? Or would it be better, something that I've heard repeatedly in these conversations is political realism and multipolarity, meaning that we're going to look at what the empire is, not what it could achieve if we pushed it to, but realistically, what is it going to achieve? The blowback from those events. And then also multipolarity, having national checks against the global hegemon of the United States. So yeah, I think that's really the crux of the argument. If you want to get into details, we can. But is American hegemony a good thing? Is global homo liberal progressive hegemony a good thing? And if not, what are the alternatives? And I don't need my full 10 minutes. I can leave it there.
Go ahead, Nick.
Okay, well, that's
Oh shit! He gave me 10 minutes and I finished it in 3. Go off, King.
sort of an interesting position. I thought this was a debate about the Russia-Ukraine war.
We can do that if you want. I don't care.
Well, it certainly is an interesting angle. I think you're right in the sense that the greater significance of the Russia.
Can I just say this is why I wish I've DM'd Nick twice, and I'm sure his DMs are flooded with death threats and all sorts of crazy shit. This is why I wish Nick was a normal guy in the debate scene, because I think that he can present his arguments really well. I think he's good on his feet. I think he's a decent debater, and it's interesting. Okay, it's interesting because having like an ethno-religious nationalist compete with the current status quo is an inherently interesting conversation. So yeah, I need to find another way to talk to Nick. I need to like maybe I just need to show up and like super chat in his show or something. I've been saying that for a few months, but maybe I need to do that, because I don't think that Nick is at least he used to not be a coward. He used to show up and throw elbows and all that kind of shit. AKA Batusai says, so the trick to getting Cotter to be concise is giving him 10 minutes. True. Put me on a time limit and I'll use a third of the time limit. Let me talk extemporaneously. I'll go on forever. True.
Ukraine conflict is really about the world order. And I think that if you read between the lines in the rhetoric coming from NATO and the United States, the reason they consider this an existential threat, or rather treating it like it's an existential threat, why they have sort of thrown in so much their fortunes with the fate of Ukraine, is because they know that it's something like American hegemony and American credibility, which is on the line here. And basically since 2014, that's been even before that, maybe you could say since 2012, the discussion has been about, at least the conversation about America and Russia has been about American decline, relative American decline. And I think that, I think what I just heard from you, the argument is sort of moot, because whether or not we think American hegemony is a good thing, it's over, or at least it's on its way out. And that is what's being borne out right now by this conflict. It seems that a Russian victory is all but certain and inevitable. And when
dude, bear in mind, I think I cringe right there, because certain and inevitable. Listen, man, we're still 3 years on, and obviously the Russians are doing well. They've taken districts and cities that are in the Dnipro, the Dnipro region or whatever, but it's taken them another 3 years to not take 25% of Ukraine. To not take it. You understand that, right? Like Russia, realistically, everybody thought that they were going to stomp Ukraine. Everybody thought that Russia was going to push maneuver warfare. They were going to blow past the Ukrainian military. The Ukrainian military would be, discombobulated by the pressing of the Russian military. They would be overwhelmed and Ukraine would fall overnight. That's what the Russians thought. That's what lots of Americans, including me, thought, because Russia is probably one of our closest near-peer adversaries technologically. And yet, instead, they have used World War I tactics to take 25% of Ukraine, incurring 500,000 casualties and probably 150,000 deaths. So, yeah, that's actually crazy pants.
Putin is able to dictate what goes on in, maybe there's a new country, it's a liberated Luhansk and Donetsk, or maybe it's annexed with Russia. Or if you don't consider that valid, maybe it's only a matter of time before China takes over Taiwan. But the point is that a surging and revanchist Russia and China picking up where they left off as great powers in the world signals the end. And that comes along too with I think a greater degree of strategic autonomy for Europe, which I think is only going to increase over time. I think it signals the end of American hegemony, whether that is.
Yeah, it definitely says Russia has lost 15% of its oil refinery capacity. That's another thing, man. They have paid a really steep price for this geographic victory, right? And it's not even a victory. They're still fighting for it, and they've only taken 25% of Ukraine. They lost 150,000 troops to death. They've lost 500,000 troops to injury. They've been effectively cut off financially and cut off militarily from the rest of the world, except for Iran and China. And then, as Death Lily points out, they've lost 15% of their oil refining capacity.
Is good or bad, I guess that's subject to debate, but it is a fact that unipolar moment is past and is over. And I would say that, you know, if there is an argument about whether or not it's a good thing, I would say that a conflict like the Russia-Ukraine war is a failure of American hegemony. I think that if anything, it demonstrates a failure, that this is, it's the inability of the U.S. foreign policy apparatus, national security apparatus to relinquish control that they don't have. And I think that ultimately was the cause of this unnecessary and needless war. I don't think the failure of diplomacy came from Russia. I think it's been a persistent failure to listen by the United States. And you could say it's something like an overestimation of their capabilities. You could call it hubris. And I think that that's one of the reasons why it is a good thing that this is in fact occurring. But it's a moot point whether or not it's good or bad, because like I said, it's a fact that the unipolar moment was an anomaly, and now it's naturally, inevitably coming to an end.
I need to read Mearsheimer because I'm pretty sure this is all like directly from Mearsheimer.
But yeah, it sounds like this isn't really so much about Russia, Ukraine. It's really now more about the.
Yeah, that was.
I can disagree. I can disagree with some of these facts.
Okay.
So
by the way, what's going on? Hold on, wait. What's going on with this? What is this? I have to, because the audience is asking too. I mean, what is this contraption here? Like, what is that? Like,
I'm a fucking boomer and I have shoulder pain.
So
I
okay.
have to,
all right.
I have to roll out my fucking shoulders.
Okay, it's fine. I knew there was something behind it.
It's not anything sexual.
Okay,
I promise.
all right, cool.
So,
All right.
yeah,
I was curious myself because I didn't really know, and so I just figured out.
Now, if you're old and your back hurts, you should get one of these. Okay, it's called a Theracane to all our aging groypers and fans. So,
Okay.
all right. So anyway, so the facts that I can contest. Oh shit. All right, as long as you guys can hear me, that's okay. So basically, the facts that like Cato, I want to say, was like a famous Roman, philosopher or some shit, and basically he predicted the fall of the Roman Empire 300 years before it happened. So there's no sense in being Chicken Little before your time. Like don't freak the fuck out before things go down. And also there was plenty of times to save the empire. It might have been Cato. I thought it was Cicero, but I think I had read stuff more recently there, so it might have been Cato. So for instance, there was like Bulgarian. Matter of fact, if anybody in chat knows the difference between Cato and Cicero and what their perspectives were on the fall of the Roman Empire, I would be happy to hear your perspectives. Roman generals who were shit on by Rome because they were from a different ethnicity group, and they actually fought to preserve the empire and successfully did so, and basically fought to preserve the empire going forward. And so to get to the top, this is kind of like where we're getting to the top of American imperium, and to just go, oh well, the only way down or the only way forward is down. I think that's probably true. But I also think that there's a lot of opportunity as well. And to just say, oh, it's over, we might as well just fucking commit like cultural and global seppuku now is kind of like a little preemptive. Also, what I would say is Russian victory is all but certain. If you're measuring victory as in like Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea, that they're going to retain those territories, that's fine. But you can't tell me that like Russia wouldn't have... Old Connor's based. Old Connor is based. Listen, man, this is one of those things where I cringe a little bit to watch my old content because I worry that I'm going to say something stupid or I'm going to put my foot in my mouth or I'm going to do something dumb. But oftentimes what happens, I would say like 90% of the time, is what I'm thinking is what I end up saying. So you could say that taking Donetsk and Luhansk was the American military goal. And by that metric, Russia has succeeded. But if you think that losing 150,000 people dead, 500,000 wounded, and then barely taking 25% of Ukraine, while Ukrainians beat the shit out of you and you lose your place in the economic military sphere, that's not exactly like a great trade. So that's where, for me, like if I'm differentiating those goals already, that's awesome. Sorry, somebody's talking about Cicero in chat. Let's take a look. How did you get your dog to not knock over your stuff for that many years ago? Honestly, I might have had different dogs 3 or 4 years ago. We've had, my wife and I at our peak, we had 4 dogs. Right now we have 2. And the other ones passed from old age. I had Lizzie. She was probably 13 or 14 when we had to let her go. We had Puzzle. She was 14 when we had to let her go. Jericho was 8 when we had to let him go, which was really sad. He got cancer really early, and we tried to do everything we could for him for about a year. And truth be told, in retrospect, when he stopped eating, I should have put him down. I should not have put him on meds that then made him want to eat and then prolonged his misery. But he was my best friend and he saved me from killing myself. So I felt like I owed him a debt, a life debt. And so when he got cancer really early, because like most dogs live to be 10 to 12, right? So I still thought there were 2 years to 4 years of life that my dog had left that he was being robbed of by cancer. So if he had saved me from killing myself a decade earlier and then he'd gotten sick and I just like euthanized him instantaneously, I would have, I don't think I would have felt great about that. I actually probably would have regretted that. So the thing that I did was wrong, but I don't regret doing it. Andrew Paris says Cicero was more of a Republican institutionalist while Cato ranted about moral decay, McCain versus Ted Cruz. Interesting. So it was probably Cato, not Cicero. It was probably Cato. Interesting. Good. So I'm going to change. Whenever I talk about a Roman public intellectual predicting the downfall of society, I'm just going to start saying Cato instead of Cicero. And if I say Cicero, somebody please remind me that it's Cato, not Cicero. They just both start with C, right? H-Lock says, did current Connor eat past Connor? I just joined the stream. Yeah. Yes, I did. Oh, my God. Absolutely.
Preferred a...
Bud123 says, doesn't Russia control land that Ukraine's rare earth minerals reserves? Doesn't the West want those to use to be by Ukraine so we can use them? Yes and no. Yes and no. We could take a look at a map.
Government in Kyiv or Kiev, however the fuck you want to pronounce it, that was more sympathetic to their interest and that was more sympathetic to the Russian people. The fact that they're not getting that, I would see that as a miscalculation on their end. Whose fault it is, I kind of don't really give a fuck. But the truth is that I think that we could probably reach a diplomatic settlement where Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea go to the Russians. They maintain their Black Sea access. They maintain whatever, that shit is. But basically, I think that Odessa, and I think probably the western half of Ukraine needs to be maintained with the Ukrainians that are currently fighting. And that could be a diplomatic solution that could be reached with Russian participation. I don't view this as a total Russian victory.
Well, I would say in the first place, it's not a question of whether the American empire is...
Rach says Ukraine cannot fall, period. I would never, Rachel, we might have had a conversation like this the other day or whatever, where you were saying, I don't know if this was you or if this was somebody else, but somebody popped into chat and they had like a female screen name and they were like, if you don't have a uterus and you don't have the capacity to have kids, then you're not allowed to have an opinion. And it's like, no, like that's not how opinions work. And then same thing with Ukraine cannot fall, period. Okay, I'm sorry. Are we going to, are you going to Ukraine? I'm not going to Ukraine. I have kids. I already fought in my war. I already did, I participated in the war on terror. I don't, I'm old. My back hurts. My spine hurts. I'm not going to die in a trench in Ukraine. And I'll send them some money via donations and I'll support them politically, but I'm not going to go fight in the Ukrainian conflict. So, what do you mean by Ukraine can't fall? Because unless we as Americans are willing to go fight in the Ukrainian-Russian war, I don't think you get to say that because it's not up to you. It's up to the Russians and it's up to the Ukrainians.
It's just a question of this unipolar moment and this uncontested global American hegemony that we're talking about. We're talking about essentially, will the United States have this unchallenged capacity to dictate what goes on the borders of other great powers like Russia and China? I would say that their inability to do that does not mean that American empire is over.
Sorry, real quick. Rachel says, no, not like that. It's simply something the West can't really afford. I don't know why. The thing that we probably can't afford is grain production. That's the main thing that we can't afford for Ukraine because, like, what was it? Like Ukraine went to war, and then I swear to God, like international grain prices jumped by 25%. That's how important Ukraine is to the grain production of the planet. So I agree that letting the Russians control a major grain market is something that would not be good. But once again, like, I don't know if it's like an existential threat to the entire integrity of the planet, right?
I agree with you, certainly, that American empire will persist. I think that America will be the most powerful country in the world probably for some time. But we're talking about a very specific and peculiar arrangement, which resulted from the Cold War, where the next strongest country could not match the United States. And the next strongest country with any combination of all the other successive great countries would not be able to challenge the United States. And that's the dynamic that's coming to an end. That's the unipolar, where there's one pole coming to an end.
Okay. This is interesting. Andrew Paris 4714 says Cicero was concerned about the fall of the Republic due to populists like Caesar and Antony. Awesome. Okay, so I wasn't totally wrong when I was saying Cicero. Christian Blair says Cato the older or younger. Cato the younger was the first person historically to advocate genocide in a public forum against Carthage. That's interesting. And keep hitting me with Roman knowledge. I love Roman knowledge. The point though is that if Cato was concerned and predicting the fall of the Roman Empire due to social degradation because of characters like Antony and Caesar, that's perfectly in line with what I'm saying, which is like, we can see that the American Empire was at its zenith in the 1990s because Russia had fallen, China was a distant competitor, Japan had peaked and troughed, and so the United States was the undisputed dominant superpower of the planet. And like Nick is saying, jihadist terrorism and the resurgence of Russia and China have challenged the American hegemony, I suppose. But what's happening though is like, how much does America oftentimes dictates what it will concede? And so for me, just conceding Ukraine bank slate uncontested, when we have Ukrainian allies who are willing to fight, want to fight, et cetera, and we are preventing or at least harassing Russia while Russia is trying to physically invade a neighbor, that's a moral good. And whereas Nick Fuentes, he's being like really geopolitical, he's being really chill in this conversation, but realistically, Nick, I've seen things where he's like, yeah, Russia's based. We salute Tsar Putin. We salute, the brave Russian Z warriors invading Ukraine. And I think that's like a morally abhorrent perspective. It could be a meme, but I still think that what he said was morally abhorrent.
So whether you say that China is perfectly a peer competitor, or Russia's a peer competitor, it is true that they're far more powerful relatively to the United States now than they were 30 years ago. And that's going to change the power projection capability of the United States, specifically when it comes to the immediate sphere of influence of these countries, like in the South.
Patriarch says, come to Kyiv so I can oil in person. Okay, dude, I'd love to. Especially when the war is over, because no offense, you're kind of getting bombed right now. And I don't want to be like the one asshole who flies to Kyiv and then I pull a, what is that? Asian Airlines, Malaysian Airlines Flight 370. I don't want to pull a Malaysian Airlines Flight 370 and be like, yeah, I'm going to go to Kyiv. I'm going to hang out with Dylan Burns in a war zone. And then boom, I get hit with like a Russian anti-air missile and I'm the one dickhead who dies. So I don't want to do that. But yeah, especially once the peace is negotiated. Absolutely. I would love to go to Kyiv. Shit, I would love to go to Crimea. I just don't want to get murdered by Russians.
South China Sea, or in Eastern Europe, or in Central Asia, or the Caucasus. And so when I say American hegemony is coming to an end, I don't mean American hegemony over the Western Hemisphere is not coming to an end. American hegemony in probably most of the world is not coming to an end anytime soon. But certainly the sort of uncontested, again, this unipole situation is over. And I think that that's actually a natural development. I think that's an inevitable development. I think it's something that we need to carefully manage because, you understand about China. China has always been a great civilization alongside the West. Russian Empire has always been a great power, a great civilization. And so the idea that the United States is going to maintain this sort of post-World War II, post-Cold War dominance that it's had in relative terms forever, it's completely unsustainable. And that I don't think that has any bearing on how the American empire is managed or diplomatic decisions we make. I think that's just a consequence of the productive capacities and the volume, really, of the Chinese people and of Russian land. Russia has it's a petro state, and it's got a European population and lots of people and lots of arable land. And so Russia is going to, as a consequence of those factors, will be a great power. China, because of its population and because of its territory and all of that, will be a great power. And that is okay. And I think that we must accept this. As for the Russian victory in Ukraine, I would say it's presumptuous to say that Russia wanted to control Western Ukraine. And I only say that because it would be untenable. We know that the goal from the start, the stated goal, was to achieve the full liberation of Luhansk and Donetsk, and it's easy to see why. The Ukraine east of the Dnieper River is majority ethnically.
Speaking of oiling, okay, I'm just gonna shill a little bit. So, Fell Runner says oiling. Fell Runner is one of our oilers today. Anonymous Chatter is one of our oilers today. Doobie is one of our oilers today. I understand it's Christmas. People got stuff to do. They're spending lots of bills. They're buying people presents. If you're tapped out, don't worry about it. But like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Let's go.
Russian and Russian speaking. And what that implies is that annexing that territory or having a pro-Russian Novorossiyan government govern that or administer that territory is actually not going to be such a difficult proposition. The reason Russia was able to annex Crimea is because the people there didn't protest that because they were Russian. Whereas that's not the case in Western Ukraine. You could say maybe they wanted Odessa to connect Transnistria all the way through. But I think it's a little bit presumptuous. And in any case, the key victory is they will have achieved the demilitarization of Ukraine. They'll have destroyed the Ukrainian armed forces.
Andrew Paris says the idea that Russia is a great power is dumb. They have half the GDP of California. Okay, I agree with this, and I think it's wild that a country of 1.2 billion in China is not already outcompeting the United States, right? That's crazy. And so we have a quarter of the population of China, and they still haven't beat us on GDP. Now, to be fair, 33% of American GDP is 5 tech companies in a trench coat, but you can't really deny the power of those companies either. And so the point being that Russia maybe isn't a great power, it's a regional power. They have nukes. They have, relatively speaking, a competent military. They are able, they made us scared in the Cold War. Americans were legitimately afraid of the Soviet Union because for every military technology that we rolled out, they rolled out a peer or near peer military technology. And on paper, some of those military technologies exceeded our own. So they're not stupid, illiterate peasants. That might be a majority of their population. But there are segments of the Russian population that are incredibly intelligent, incredibly good at, technological development, and incredible, like to the point that they were a competitive rival during the Cold War. So I would never, I'll admit that I don't view Russia as a superpower the way that they were in the USSR days, but I would never demean them to say that they're not a regional power that makes Europe, Western Europe in particular, incredibly nervous.
We'll have
AKA Batu Sai says we all need to have 12 kids so we can compete with China. I agree. Let's go.
Precluded Ukraine from joining NATO and having a NATO state controlling the Black Sea on their border east of the Dnieper River. And then what's more is they'll have achieved the liberation of the ethnic Russian people in Donbass and Crimea. So those victory conditions, I think are sufficient to say that Russia will have won. And despite the United States doing everything they could, they couldn't prevent that from happening.
Sure. The most costly thing that you can do as an empire is a land war in Asia. So the fact that basically this is boiling down to a geopolitical reality. I know people might not be able to imagine the map in their mind, but realistically what you're talking about between like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, those countries to the north, and then basically I think Belarus is always going to remain Russian friendly. Moldova will probably remain neutral or Russia friendly, and then Ukraine, Western Ukraine will be hostile, Eastern Ukraine will be friendly. But that's the thing is, like, if you look at the original USSR, and if you were thinking of these as like longitudinal players where you were like thinking of it over a century rather than like necessarily national governments, I would say that Western Europe and the United States as a backer of like Western hegemony or whatever has made great inroads into Eastern Europe compared to like the old Soviet bloc. So you can say this is a victory condition, but I would say this is a victory condition like, winning 1 of 30 games, at home. And you're like, well, we won at home. And it's like, okay, well, fuck it. I mean, you were bound to do so eventually. So I guess this is it. My point being though, and like, I don't really necessarily have a counter rebuttal. I think that the unipolar moment, if that was advocated for by, I don't know, DC Beltway douchebags, this is where MPP versus NPC, man. I hate to say this. This is an MPP versus NPC conversation.
I love this conversation. I understand it might be dry. I understand it might be geopolitical. I understand it might not be as sexy as watching Pierce Morgan calling Nick a fucking incel and a virgin for like 2 hours. I understand that this content is not for everybody and it might be dry, but effectively what I just did, because Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania are NATO partners, is what I'm setting up argumentatively is that Belarus, and let's say that we use the Dnipro River as a dividing line for Ukraine, which we should not do, to be clear. If you will please consult your screens, okay? The Dnipro River, oftentimes a lot of geopolitical anxiety comes from geography. And for the Russians, the reason why they insisted, if you look at Russian history, oftentimes Russian history is a history of expansion and recession, where they, due to geographic vulnerability to an invasion from Europe, have expanded into Eastern Europe and asserted their dominance, and then they've receded. Then they've expanded, then they've receded, then they've expanded, then they've receded. And they've done that like half a dozen or a dozen times throughout history. And so what Nick is saying is that since that is the geographical determinist anxiety of Russia, it is only natural for Russia to look for allies like Belarus, like Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and Eastern Ukraine in order to create a buffer between them and their rivals / enemies in Western Europe. But what I'm saying is that Belarus might be willing to play that game because they're still Russian friendly. But Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia are already NATO allies. They already trigger Article 5. So effectively, we're already on Russia's doorstep. And I think Finland and Sweden, due to the Russian invasion, they switched to NATO as well. I think they just joined NATO within the past few years. And so as a result, yeah, sure, Moscow or Russia, they got, if you look at your screen, my mouse is basically cutting the approximate territory that they currently have. They've gotten this segment of Eastern Ukraine, but they still don't have the Dnipro River as a buffer or a firm border between them and their rivals and enemies. And on top of that, like, why are we thinking with early 20th century rivals and enemies distinction anyways? Like, why are we thinking this way? Why can't Russia be a geopolitical and militaristic rival, but integrate itself into the Western economies and Western societies in a way that is mutually beneficial to both sides? But it seems like Russia, they do not want to be a vassal. They do not want to bend the knee to globo homo liberal empire. And so since they're not interested in bending the knee to the American empire, they feel like they have to fight. And I don't think that fight's necessary. Like, Moscow probably could have achieved all of their economic and military goals through diplomacy with a more westernized Ukraine. They just weren't interested in it. Yeah, aka Batusai, I think hits it on the head because Putin is in charge. That's why. I agree. I think everything that Russia wanted, they could have achieved through diplomacy, and it would have been better for all involved. But Putin's a fucking asshole, and he's thinking with a 20th century Cold War geopolitical mindset. Beef Supreme says, Connor, I think it's possible, but the West is fighting them on every front. It most likely will never happen. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. Once again, this is one of the things where Beef Supreme, I understand you to be more isolationist. I actually don't disagree with Nick on a descriptive level. I disagree with Nick on a prescriptive level, because what Nick says is we should cheer on Russia, and the United States has no business backing our European allies. And so if, let's say that the United States withdrew from NATO, and then Russia, feeling weakness, invaded Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania in order to recreate their, and let's say that Kyiv fell due to lack of support, in the new border was we had Western Ukraine and Eastern Ukraine. For Nick, this would be morally neutral or even positive, because it's a more realistic multipolar political world where Russia has influence within its own sphere. But for me, this would be a fucking disaster, because there are tens of millions of people who live in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine who would effectively fall under a kleptocratic oligarchy. But Nick doesn't concern himself with millions of people falling under a kleptocratic oligarchy because they're foreigners. They're not part of his nation. And then not just that, he wants a kleptocratic oligarchy that enables his power in the United States. So yeah, fuck Thomas Massie, Death Lily. Fuck Thomas Massie. Death Lily says, Thomas Massie submitted a bill this week to withdraw from NATO. So anyways, like this is where, once again, like I have no problems with Nick's descriptions. I have huge problems with his prescriptions. Huge problems.
It was like a fantastic utopian moment, kind of like a misunderstanding of the end of history. And what I mean by that is that you always see the ebb and flow of power. Power abhors a vacuum. China is not, they were never going to allow themselves to be like a second-class power. Now, maybe they will be. Maybe they will be for a century. Maybe they will be for 2 centuries. But their goal is always going to end up being peer with the United States, if not preeminent. And so that's actually going to be the question that we're looking at ourselves now, is because I see a lot of dystopian shit going on in China right now.
Dude, and I'm sorry, I agree with old Connor as well. The reason why Taiwan falling, by the way, sorry, let's do Taiwan on maps real quick. Google Taiwan. I got to keep an eye on the time. 12:35. Okay. Taiwan, Google Maps. Sorry, guys. I know this isn't content for everybody, but we have 3,000 IQ Mind Palace people in my chat. And not just that, I know that like the original coggers, the people who have been with me since day one, they're geopolitical freaks. So I hope they appreciate me buying out the mind maps. Okay. So if you look at this, China has a geostrategic, geographical reason for why it's doing what it's doing. And it also has a historical reason for seizing Taiwan. So South Korea is going to remain American, and South Koreans seem like they'll fight tooth and nail. So I think North Korea has given up. While they might say that unification is the end goal of their project, I don't think they're powerful enough for unification to be realistic. I also think that China backing North Korea is just a buffer so they don't have a Western-friendly, American-friendly power on their doorstep. That's why they support North Korea, even though it's one of like the most horrific modern hermit kingdoms. Okay. And then when I look at China, I'm about to talk about like the Chinese police state and how I view it as horrible. But if you look at it geographically, Japan is always going to be a rival. If we lose South Korea, if we lose Guam, if we lose Taiwan as allies and partners, I think we'll always have Japan, because Japan is going to want to use the United States as a military as a military counterweight against China, because the Japanese and the Chinese hate each other so much. So we're never going to lose Japan. But with Taiwan, effectively, I think that everything south of Okinawa, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I think everything south of Okinawa is controlled by China. So all of like these territories in the East China Sea, and then all of these territories like the Hainan Peninsula, and there's also something called the Spratly Islands, where the Chinese have started to use bulldozers and excavators in order to make these islands bigger. And they started putting military bases off of the coast of the Philippines so they can project power into the South China Sea. And so the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because Taiwan they are Chinese. This is where the Chinese nationalist government escaped to. So when the communists took over in China, the capitalists fled to Taiwan, right? So China views it as a natural conclusion of the century of humiliation where Western powers dominated China during the colonial period. They view it as historically necessary for Taiwan to be back under their control so they can end the century of humiliation and they can project power into their local waters. Like imagine, sorry, real quick. I know this is like a little bit silly, but I just want to say this real quick. Imagine that during the Confederacy, like let's say Cuba was considered a part of the United States during the Civil War of the United States, like Cuba was actually under the American control. And then the Confederacy wasn't destroyed. The Confederacy escaped to Cuba. Well, we would want to control Cuba eventually, not only because they're within our geographic hemisphere and they're historically a part of us, we would also want to eliminate them as a potential military threat that were rebels during our civil war. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. Number one, good observations by Connor in the past for describing reality accurately, in my opinion. Number two, excellent geopolitical fodder for conversation.
Is our material concerns, our material...
I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water.
Wealth, is that should we sacrifice that in order to acknowledge the reality of Chinese power, or should we be making moral arguments? And then when it comes to sphere of influence, basically Asian countries that might have a natural inclination to resist China, should we be encouraging them towards liberalism? Should we be encouraging them towards mixed economy capitalism, this, that, the other? Or do we just say, fuck it? You know, like you're in their sphere of influence, you're going to win eventually anyways, and the material are going to outweigh the moral, so fuck it. And here's my thing. Dealing with your side, just viewing some content, there has been praise for China in the past, whereas some of these things I view as like absolutely contradictory to the United States. And by that I mean, like, just look at the way that they're managing COVID. They're literally like basically locking down people into a tiny city. They're killing their animals in order to have zero COVID. They're basically they have like what do you call it, like the surveillance state. You think the surveillance states of the United States is fucking bad. They basically don't even give a shit. They're just like, yep, this is what we're doing, fuck you, social credit. So that's where, from my perspective, with the acknowledgement of the tripolar world or the quadpolar world, okay, fine, that's the bent of history. But does it matter what we advocate for? And is liberalism the best system to advocate for globally? And I suspect that you would say no. And that's kind of the real contestation.
Yeah. So then I guess the question, the problem is this. The problem is I am ultimately a realist. And I think that we can compare the systems and say, liberal democracy versus whatever the Chinese have, if you want to call that a mixed economy, a market socialist or state capitalist or something. But the reality is Chinese power. The reality is Russian and Chinese power. And China will not be a liberal country anytime soon. Russia will not be a liberal country anytime soon. It's just not. It is just not in the character of that nation. And it's interesting to hear you say that, because
I'm asking you what you want.
What do I?
So I want to rewind this real quick, because I really had not separated the conception. When I hear nation, I combine the words nation and country and all that stuff. I combined all those words in my head. So for me, like when people say nation now, I just hear the word people. And I think this is important, because when he's saying national character, I'm thinking of like history, geography, people, and government, and I agree with that. But I do think that when he's using nation, he means specifically people. And so saying that like liberalism is not in the character of all people, this is funny to me, because I do think that like maximal human freedom is not a local good, it's a universal good. And so what, all countries in the world belong to America? This is kind of like obviously a culturally chauvinist perspective, but I kind of do feel this way, because I don't think that Koreans owe America necessarily their lives or their loyalty or anything like that. I don't think Japanese people owe us their lives or their loyalty or their wealth or anything like that. So it is chauvinist, but when this thing is said, every country in the world belongs to America, what I think is that like liberalism and representative democracy, aka republicanism, are probably the best forms of government that we've come up with so far. Maybe we could make them a little bit more technocratic. Maybe we could figure out how to balance the judiciary better. Maybe we should figure out how to, make legislation a little bit more efficient through like technocratic intelligence. But the point is that we do these, like, people being able to choose their leaders, and then their leaders crafting the best policy possible for the unitary whole. That's the best form of politics that I know that's existed throughout history. Fellrunner says geopolitics is base content and should be a regular segment. Listen, man, back when we were 50 viewer Andys, we got like 90 people right now. But back when I was starting and I was the 30 to 50 viewer Andy, we used to go on geopolitical rants for like 15 minutes at a time. I fucking love geopolitics, bro. I fucking love geopolitics. It's not as sexy as our other content. Obviously, watching Destiny's Sex Life or or talking about Nick Fuentes getting called a virgin. That's more exciting for the algorithm, but I fucking love geopolitics, bro. Love it with every aspect of my body. Fell Runner says geopolitics is basically I just read that one. Connor would definitely have supported the North. I do support the North. My family's from Boston, obviously. Machiko says, Connor, you literally have lived under one government your whole life. That's not even correct. I lived in Belgium for 4 years. So I lived under a different government. It was also a liberal, representative, democratic, Republican. I don't even know if they're a monarchy. They might have been a monarchy. Does Belgium still have a king? Let's take a look. Does Belgium have a king? Yes, Belgium has a king. Yeah, dude, I lived under a constitutional monarchy. How much did you actually interact with their government? Plenty. My parents paid taxes to their government. We got stopped by Belgian police. When I got onto the metro, I saw Belgian SWAT officers taking down a suspected knife criminal. What else happened? I went to a French school that was paid for with French property taxes. So yeah, I actually think I have a decent, for being a kid, I had a decent understanding and interaction with Belgian society and Belgian politics. So yeah, sorry. So number one, you're not true. Number three, I also have traveled the world as a military veteran. And before, I also was in Japan. I was in Japan for 2 years. So I understood Japan's governance. I understand their laws. I interacted with their police. Same thing with Iraq. I experienced Iraq society. I know what Iraq, and also I'm a huge history nerd. You don't have to live under a different government in order to understand its historical context. Like right now, gun to your head. Do you want to live under Saddam Hussein or do you want to live under Hillary Clinton? Like you could make an educated guess about which society you would do better in. So anyways.
We can compare the systems and say, liberal democracy versus whatever the Chinese have, if you want to call that a mixed economy, a market socialist or state capitalist or something.
I like that Nick is smart enough to understand those differentiations.
But the reality is Chinese power. The reality is Russian and Chinese power. And China will not be a liberal country anytime soon. Russia will not be a liberal country anytime soon. It's just not. It is just not in the character of that nation. And this is. It's interesting to hear you say that because
I'm asking you what you want.
What do I want?
Yeah,
I want Christian empire.
I did think this was funny.
What I want. I would like to see the United States continue. I would like to see American primacy, but I would like to see, you talk about moral, I would like to see real morality, which proceeds from God and which proceeds from Christianity. And so I would like to see something like U.S. primacy.
A Christian empire? Absolutely degenerate. Christian versus liberal empire, September 26, 2022. This was 3 years ago.
Alliance with Europe, an alliance with Russia. You call that a posse of, that's Richard Haas coined that term in Watchful Sheriff, I believe. A posse between, Christendom, the Russian, and Sam Huntington, when he broke down Clash of Civilizations, he said, you have the Orthodox civilization, you have the so-called Western civilization. I think the natural alliance would be between the Orthodox and the Western civilization against Cynic and Muslim civilization. Or you could use the Richard Haas lingo and say that's a posse, France, UK, Germany, Italy, Russia, the United States, AUKUS,
QC says, QC a trombone, maybe cot trombone. How long you been streaming? I like your chats with Pisco. I've been doing some level of political commentary since 2020. I would say that my streaming, though, up until this year was 3 hours once a week. So I don't know if you could really consider that like streaming. But yeah, I've been in the Twitch and YouTube political scene for probably about 5 years. My most successful channel is Counterpoints 40K. I used to put all of my content on a single channel, including politics and Warhammer commentary and all that stuff. But then the Warhammer commentary did better than political commentary. So I split out the channels, and I'll be real. I neglected politics for about 2 years while still keeping it as a side hustle. Back in April, though, I found Valor Media Network, and they were willing to effectively sponsor me for the first 6 months of my streaming career. And so we've been going since April. So May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. We've been streaming for 8 months. And what I would say is, while we have a small community, that's typically between 100 and 150 live viewers, depending on the content that we pick, my chat is pretty stinking generous. Like we had really good, specifically September, October, and November were excellent. And then this month's okay, but we're doing good. We're doing good.
So,
but I'd like to see them pushing Christianity.
So let's just assume this for a second, because I'm going to try to understand your worldview, and then I'm going to try to come up with the challenges that face it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I would basically say that there's a lot of things going for it, which is Central America, South America, and North America are Christian descended colonial states that all have a history of Christendom. So they all have that history. Europe as a whole has that history, and Russia as a whole has that history. If you're talking about an alliance between the Orthodox and the Catholic, and God help me, Protestants, right? The problem is that at the core of this, the problem, this imperium, is the story of Christ. And it seems like with every passing decade, we're getting more secular, more hedonistic, more nihilistic, moving away from the message.
Fell Runners is Connor. Tell QC the grill hottest philosophy. Okay, well, number one, we have a prayer. Okay, I'm a deist. I'm not a literalist Christian, but the prayer is, may your beer stay cold. May your grill stay hot, may your beer stay cold, and may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. And that's a prayer created by one of our community members, QC John. And effectively what I would say is the grill hottest philosophy is being radical about being normal. Okay? So pay your bills, pay your taxes, take care of your community, get a girlfriend, get a wife, get a boyfriend if you're so inclined. And then try to be better for the next society, like incremental improvements to society over time, but also incremental improvements to yourself over time. And so while radicalism in our political day and age is infinitely sexier, I do think that there needs to be, number one, there just needs to be somebody telling the truth as they see it, because I think a lot of people in Twitch and YouTube politics and alternative media in particular, they're not debating to understand. They're not saying what they truly believe. They have become members of a pre-existing political community, and then they just say whatever is going to play with that pre-existing political community, which is great for finance. It's great for them as individual creators, but I don't think it's good for society. And so there has to be somebody who's willing to call a spade, and I try to be that person as maximally as possible. And then same thing with political radicalism with the U-shaped politics that we have right now. I think that both sides are becoming increasingly authoritarianism. The authoritarianism on the right is infinitely worse than the authoritarianism on the left, but the kind of ideas that normalize authoritarianism are popular in dissident fringes on both sides that are increasingly infecting the mainstream narrative. And so, yeah, be a liberal, but don't be a pussy, or be a libertarian, but don't be a pussy, and maybe concede that you need to be a little bit of a statist. So I know that some of my libertarians hate that, but that's just the way that I feel. So the point is, like, be radical about not being a freak, I guess, is the fastest way to summarize.
And it seems that with technology and mass culture and internationalism or globalism, whatever you want to call it, it seems like the opportunity for this kind of national or identifiable revival, and for it to be literally like an L-shaped empire on top of the world, is I don't know how you would achieve a Christian revival in the United States, a Christian revival in Europe, get people to see this as a cooperative opportunity, and recreate the Christendom empire. I just, do you see if you're a doomer about liberalist or liberal empire, how can you be optimistic about Christian empire?
I think this is a great question, because I think this is the one thing that, like, the Chrisnats won't acknowledge, is that if you just look at church attendance, if you just look at the birth rates, if you just look at all of the things that they're advocating for, wasn't it like Hungary with Viktor Orban? Didn't they have like a pro-natalist policy that was supposed to like revivify the national conservative movement within Hungary? And what ended up happening was they bumped the birth rate by like 0.2%. Right? Like the NatCons have this like very compelling narrative to national conservatives, but then they don't actually have policies that overcome the challenges of modernity. So what the hell, right?
Well, I think the case of the Soviet Union is instructive. The Soviet Union was
and by the way, the Soviet Union still has some of the worst like HIV rates, abortion rates, church attendance rates, drug addiction rates, death of despair rates. It has some of the worst rates in history. So Nick saying like, oh, well, you know, Russia was atheist and now it's Orthodox and based. I think that's cope more than it's reality.
atheistic pariah state for nearly a century. And they promulgated atheism and communism throughout the world. Bullshit.
Sorry, real quick. Ryan Nowicki says, have you seen the interview with the Israeli spy, Jonathan Pollard, who told the story of how Israel threatened previously to use unconventional weapons when facing a U.S. arms embargo? I haven't, Ryan. I haven't seen that specifically, but I'm assuming that was what Golden Meir, I don't know her name fully or how to pronounce it properly, but I think that was like the Samson protocol during, what was it, was it the 67 war? Somebody correct me if it's 73. But in 67, I think that the United States was doing an arms embargo, or at least wasn't providing arms to Israel at the time. And the Arab states invaded, and it actually looked like they were militarily winning at that time. And so I think Golden Meir allegedly called, it might have been Nixon. It might have been somebody else, but it might have been Nixon. And she might have said, hey, if you don't send us weapons, we're going to use nukes on the people who are invading Israel right now. Like that's the story that I heard. So if 6-7, yes, Rob with the W. Dude, I didn't know that we were going to have a 6-7 meme for the 67 Israeli war. That's awesome. Dude, now we got to do like a 6-7 supercut where we have like, you know, like Gen Alpha doing 6-7, and in the background it's the stereotypical Jewish song with like techno bouncing in the background while it's showing like IDF war clips. Based. Oh, that was awesome. Anyways, quick chill as we're continuing. We're gonna hit a one-on-one in a little bit, guys. We're gonna hit a one-on-one in a couple of minutes. Actually, I need to check my Discord and see if the guy's there. But I do want to shout out the people who have supported the channel today. Fell Runner gave a couple of super chats. Anonymous Chatter gave a super chat. Doobie gave a super chat. Thank you for your support today. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. I appreciate you. And I'm gonna go check my Discord real quick and see if Mr. Ekta is ready. I'm ready, just as a heads up. Okay, cool. Let me go ahead and call him on the video call. In summary for that section, though, I would say I would cover more of it. I would cover more of it, maybe on another day, maybe on a slower day or whatever. I think it's a and then Ekta. I see you. I'm just wrapping up with chat right now before we move into the one-on-one. So basically, I like the content. I agree with old Connor. And I still, the same problems that I had with Nick Fuentes 3 years ago are the same problems that I have with Nick now. So we're going to roll into a one-on-one. Ekta asked to have a conversation, and we're going to have that conversation now. And Ekta, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. I hope I'm heard clearly.
You are. And can you introduce the people at home, who you are, what you're about, and what we're going to be talking about today?
Okay. I am a guy from Germany. I'm relatively unknown. I don't have a large media profile here, a large social media profile, that is. And last time we talked about purpose and meaning, and mostly purpose actually. And now I'm here
Is
to
your
talk.
handle in chat Hans Mayer? I need to make sure that you're not the same guy.
No, I'm not in chat.
Because Hans Mayer and I, we beef a little bit. He's a German guy as well, and
see.
yeah, and he.
There's more than two of us, you know.
Well, I know, but he's kind of like a pro sex degenerate, where he's like, anytime that I talk negatively about sex, he's like, Connor, you're such a prude. You know, I love orgies, I love threesomes, I love this, I love that. So I just want to make sure it wasn't the same guy. So we talked about purpose last time. What are we talking about today?
You might have been a bit flummoxed by what I wrote you on your DMs. I said I want to talk about humiliation, honor, and revenge, because it's kind of thematic with what you've been talking about, at least with Destiny in recent days. I'm not even sure if that's even still on your mind, because like a week has passed, you know, like.
No, I'm a fan of those topics in general, like honor, revenge, all that kind of stuff. We talked about, I don't know if you saw it, but I had a debate with a gentleman by the name of Reason Riffs. He gave me the steel man of, what was it? And Patriarch, thank you for the membership. Germans and degeneracy are inseparable. I mean, they seem to like sex a lot for being such serious people. I think that's true. But
we're the inventors of nudism.
Right. So in reference to revenge, yes, we need to talk about honor. We need to talk about it. Dignity, I'm probably going to bring up as a part of this conversation, because there's like honor cultures and dignity cultures and all that kind of stuff. And then not just that, it's still a topic in my mind at almost all times, because I think that the difference between honor cultures and dignity cultures, they're demonstrated in crime, like in the ways that people participate and view crime. Oftentimes when people operate based off of like honor or revenge in order to avenge honor, they're oftentimes willing to go outside the criminal justice system in order to maintain honor. And if they get arrested, they don't care. But lead the way. Where are we going?
Okay, because I like where this is going already. This is really fun. Like the distinction between honor culture and dignity culture is also already pretty neat. I think it was like Kant that first formulated like what dignity even like was, because in his view something has either a dignity or a price, which and you can say that honor is somewhat of a currency that honor cultures trade between each other, where you have like if you like give a gift, we even feel this today still, that if you give a gift that is too extravagant on whatever Christmas Eve or whatever is, like now it's coming up, Christmas, it's topical, so Christmas, and then you'll be not embarrassed, but you'll be humiliated by the by like, oh god fucking damn it, I said
I'm with you. I wouldn't be.
yeah.
I'm
fine.
American. If you buy me a $200,000 Lamborghini, I'm gonna say thanks.
Yeah.
but I do understand what you're saying, where people within a honor mindset, they can be humiliated by being given things that are above their station, because they don't have the ability to reciprocate it. And therefore you're not actually giving a gift. You're saying, I'm better than you through your gift. And so it's presented as a gift, but it's actually an insult. And sorry, I do want to, I have a chat that goes along with this as well. Real Serious says, what are your thoughts on Argentina and Malay, Connor? We'll have to talk about that later. Would you hate me if I donate super chats in worthless Argentinian pesos? No. Okay. Because I believe in dignity culture, not honor culture. I will accept small gifts and I will accept large gifts. So if you have a small gift, I'll happily take it. Thank you.
What honor cultures understand better than anybody is that first and foremost, gifts create obligation. That's the first and foremost thing. That's why you just now felt the need to read it out loud and like make it like a little bit of a show about it. You know, that's why they need to get something for their gifts. Gifts are not harmless. Gifts are they are there's more venom in them than you might think, is what I've come to think. I didn't think all these fucking things till fucking sorry, too much swearing.
No, it's okay. Well, I just want to back you up.
Fucking as a filler word, which I am annoyed by. Sorry.
No, it's all good. And I do want to back and forth it a little bit. So my chat last time you were speaking, they were saying that I was interrupting you too much, but you give me a lot of really good information that I'm interested in, and I want to play with it too. You're right. Even in chat, people are giving me a gift of their viewership, right? They're honoring me with their eyeballs because they're saying you are worthy of enough time and energy and entertainment for me to give you my eyeballs. And I feel indebted in a way to them to say, I see you and I appreciate you honoring me. Therefore, I'm going to give you attention. That way it's like a mutualistic relationship. And what I think is funny, even in streaming, when we're going into a microcosm of streaming, what's funny is some of the most dishonorable people are the most successful because they receive the honor of the eyeballs and the money and the time and the attention and all that kind of stuff, and they pay nothing forward.
It's true. In many ways, honor is just the matter of settling scores, you know, like honoring these obligations. Like if you have like a karmic balance of 0, then you're kind of like, then you're honorable. You didn't scorn a gift or no, you can scorn a gift. Sorry, I used the word wrong. I'm German. I'm not a native speaker. Sorry. You can. Sorry, you didn't. You honored a gift by giving something in equal in return, even if it's just like your friendship, your honest and earnest friendship. And you didn't. But here's the critical part: you also didn't scorn an insult. Sorry, you didn't not. Give back an insult. You didn't just let yourself get rolled over by somebody who insulted or violated you. That is the part that's more difficult to swallow, especially for people who are like Christian in nature. Like the Old Testament has like the thing with eye for an eye, and that was like more of an honor culture. And it has the talionic principle where you're like, oh yes, I'm gonna, you know, like the Code of Hammurabi, whatever. But the New Testament is more like turn the other cheek, be meek and mild and modest, and actually don't settle these scores.
Well, and I think that kind of goes into when people say turn the other cheek. And by the way, like we're playing social games together, right? That's what we're doing as a society. And so something that somebody brought up was that tit for tat, which is what Destiny is currently advocating for, is actually a step above the pagan barbarian morality of the time, where the pre tit for tat was, eye for an eye. Eye for an eye was actually a step up from the previous pagan barbarian morality, because the previous pagan barbarity was honor, where let's say that you rape my daughter or kill a member of my family or whatever, then I might, in response, because we haven't codified morality, since you insulted my honor but also caused a threat to me, I might kill your entire family. I might like destroy your bloodline. I might rape and sack your entire city in response to you doing a harm to me. What eye for an eye does, which is a step in the right direction, is it makes justice proportional, where what you do to me, my punishment of you has to be proportional to what you did to me. And then what tit for tat does, which I just give me a little bit of rope, tit for tat does, is it says that even if you do something bad to me, I don't have to do the same thing back to you. I just need to have a correlated response that teaches you that there's social consequence. And then finally, turning the other cheek. What turning the other cheek is supposed to do, it's almost like alien for human morality to have somebody hurt you and then for you to say, it's not a big deal. I know justice will be served in the end, so I'm not going to freak out and punish you. And what ends up happening is there's like a positive reciprocity that can be built for that, where if I turn the other cheek, you and you're like, whoa, I just hurt you, but you're not going to seek revenge. And you're like, no, like it's all going to come out in the wash. It's okay. Well, then maybe you will be less inclined to hurt me in the future, and then we can work together. And so, but these are social games that we're all playing all the time.
Yeah. I think there's a time and a place for things. I think politics and like everything has like a rhythm to it, where you're like, it's like fencing kind of, where you're like you riposte over here and then you like do this when the time is ripe, but not before. There's different modes you can operate in. I think these talionic revengey modes aren't worthless, and they can serve a function. Do you believe in? Do you think that there's a question to you? Do you think justice has an aesthetic quality to it, not just a moral or legal quality?
Absolutely. And I do want to go a little bit further, but I also want to answer a super chat and thank somebody.
Yeah.
Real Serious donated. Here you go. This is the equivalent of 7 cents in US dollars. Maybe I should start a business, being a proxy super chatter, and charge $2 for what YouTube would charge $5 for. Real serious, but you have to understand, okay, that might be 7 cents. But now we got Fell Runner, Anonymous Chatter, Doobie, Fell Runner, Patriarch, and you all donating. And it's kind of like a tip jar at a bar, where the more money that's in the tip jar, the more people want to give money because they want to be a part of people who are being generous. So thank you for your 7 cents. I do appreciate it. But anyways, you asked me if there's an aesthetic quality to justice. Absolutely. And what I would say is there's a deterrent effect to justice of just cops standing out there with uniforms and shields and being sworn like knights to protect members of the public. And then there's also a punitive thing. So for instance, like I always think about Tunisia whenever I think about this. When cops are corrupt and cops punish citizens, the aesthetic changes to one of like vindictiveness and corruption and lying, and it changes the entire character of society. And so once the symbols and aesthetics of justice are corrupted in the public consciousness, then society can become anarchic really quickly and violent.
Okay. I was actually talking about like another aspect of why justice is like also has an aesthetic dimension to it, because it is sorry, in the word dimension, you really hear my German heritage. Sorry. Because I'm talking about like poetic justice, like things that are like super symmetrical and things that are like beautiful, where it's very satisfying, the thing that happened to the bad guy, where it's like, okay, you really had this coming, and it feels good to see it being delivered.
Yeah, Schadenfreude. So, but hold on, I want to expand just a little bit. There is an aesthetic justice to actually the 2 or 3 moral systems that we've been talking about, because when you get an eye for an eye, that can feel really vindicating. It can energize your soul. It can get your blood pumping and all that kind of stuff. But also when you show mercy, or when mercy is shown, and then the perpetrator actually does seek atonement or forgiveness because mercy was shown, that has like a really solid thing as well. For instance, like when you have a murderer in the United States and they spend 20 years behind bars, and the family does not seek the death penalty, and actually what ends up happening is because these stories happen sometimes, the murderer converts to religion and then starts leading like as moral of a life as possible, despite the fact that they're behind bars. Weirdly enough, in America, that's kind of like a bittersweet story where a lost soul did something terrible, but it was redeemed through the mercy of the victims.
I think so. Also, again, I didn't think of this up until like 2 months ago, but peace that doesn't involve evening up scores in this way, like settling these scores, getting even again, has to be suspect if you're not just like, if the parties involved aren't just like cowards. Like if Ukraine would just to like forgive Russia, you know, it's a very noble thing, and maybe we can like build up wonderful things from there. But it is right now not warranted. The injury we have is too great. That's what I'm saying. Like there's a rhythm to stuff. There's like a time and a place for things, and the revengey eye for an eye thing is warranted over here and not over there. You don't want to be like petty. Pettiness is to justice what anorexia is to a healthy diet plan. Okay, like it's an obsession with too much of it. It's like it's too much. You don't want to be petty. You just want to be like just and symmetrical and very aesthetical. Oh Jesus, I hate that. In your judgment, I hate when people use the word aesthetical as a synonym for beautiful. I fucking hate that. It's like describing a meal. Oh, that meal was very culinary.
Aesthetic can be good or bad, obviously. Yeah. Yes, and I think that's where my parents, maybe this will get a little personal, but I think my parents raised me as a pacifist because they read the New Testament and they read Jesus Christ, and he who lives by the sword dies by it, and turn the other cheek, and this is the voice of God. According to them, this is God saying, love your enemy, right? But in order to get Christians to be able to be members of the state, in order to get Christians to be able to kill in good conscience, you can't just look at the teachings of Christ. You have to look at the Old Testament. You have to look at morality outside of Jesus. And that's where I think that you're right, that religion is oftentimes dualist, where let's say that there were a bunch of Christians participating in the Iraq War. Well, they weren't looking to Jesus for the way they conducted themselves in the Iraq War. They were looking at the Old Testament. And if Israel can fight justified wars and kill people, and if David can kill Goliath, and David is a soul created in God's image or God's spirit, then surely a Christian man of good standing can fight a righteous war. But that's where you're right. Like pacifism in the face of naked aggression and tyranny is like going on a diet when you're already anorexic. I think that was an apt metaphor.
So what I think Trump has done has been to like humiliate all of us. Like I think you know what I have these definitions from a book right now. It's from a guy called William Ian Miller. Sorry, not Stephen Miller. That's another guy. Not a nice guy. Humiliation, he defines it as the destruction of pretense, which I find a very cool definition. And Trump has tried to show that just the liberal order, the world order, actually, not just American foreign order. You people in America always think too small. This shit is like looms over us right now. It's very spooky. Try to humiliate the world order, to expose it as pretense. It's all bullshit. The might makes right, actually. You people didn't know that. It's actually true. And well, it's not that he's wrong. Like, might like kind of does kind of make right, kind of in the end. But that's really not how we wanted to conduct ourselves here. And that's what we need to regain that honor that we lost. We need to regain that. Sorry, I run.
No, you said it fine. I don't even think you need to. I think you said it perfectly. The whole point of turning the other cheek, in my opinion, is creating an opportunity for reciprocity. That's what it's for. Yeah. And when it comes to, this conversation that I had with Reason Riffs with Tit for Tat, he's actually saying that this has been gamed out in social scenarios where gaming for what would I say? Tit for tat is one of the best games in order to achieve reciprocity when your opponent is not being reciprocal. But what improves the chances of positive reciprocity even more is if 5 to 10% of the time you do turn the other cheek. So it's actually like tit for tat is almost like a hybridization of eye for an eye and turn the other cheek, where 90% of the time it's eye for an eye, because that's what's required in order to impose consequence on your opponent. So your opponent realizes that there's consequences to their bad behavior, but then you engage in turning the other cheek 10% of the time, saying, hey, there's a better way. And that's where turning the other cheek, this is kind of why I didn't like Destiny describing tit for tat as eye for an eye, because I never heard him talk about positive reciprocity as a part of this game calculus. Because for me, if you are eye for an eye, that in and of itself is a form of justice. And it is potentially a race to the bottom of bad behavior. Like, you kill a member of my tribe, it's only just that I kill a member of your tribe. That's eye for an eye justice.
You're missing one point of it, which is like actually two. Sorry, 2 points. You only get the, like, in Talionic cultures, like sorry, in Revengey honor cultures, you get not, like, if somebody gouges out your eye, you don't get the other guy's eye. You get the right to take the other guy's eye, which is a difficult, and it creates kind of some beautiful situations, actually. Like, it's like very like so let's say if you gouge out my eye in our current society, okay, like right now, if you gouge out my eye, yeah, you'll be punished. You'll be punished like severely, and but still you'll get my eye at a bargain price, because it is presumably not the price that I would pay for my eye. Like, I'm not like, okay, good. Like, let's say you have to pay me whatever, $1 million or whatever. No, that's too much. $100,000,
$200,000,
$100,000. Yeah. Presumably, I wouldn't have sold my eye to you for $100,000. You know, like, it's not a fair price in my eye. It's also not a fair price in your eye. Like, you don't care about my eye at all. How much would you pay for my gouged out eye? Like, nothing. You don't want it. But if now I come to you and I say, like, okay, well, the loss of my eye entitles me to your eye. How much would you be willing to pay to keep your eye? And now all of a sudden you get a fair price for an eye. Like, now you're gonna come up with an amount of money that is gonna how much your eye is worth to you, which is like a fair price for an eye. I think that's kind of like beautiful. It's like there's a certain beauty in it. Of course,
there's
it's not
the word that I would use, the English word that I would use is symmetry, right?
Yeah.
So symmetrical drawings or whatever, it matches. If you fold it in half, it matches. And so you're right, like the symmetry in the system that you're describing, where like, well, how much would you pay? And what's funny too is you might get a honest answer, and of course that's going to be a subjective answer. But the funny thing about it is, if we were gaming that out, if I lowball you, I'm going to lose my eye.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
And then if I highball you,
fair price.
Yeah, and then if I highball you, I have to pay you that money. That's true. So like the intention between losing an eye and not losing your eye, that's actually really balanced. And then what I think is funny about that too is that there's probably some people who value money more than they value physical ability. Yeah. And so they might give you a really low price, but then you impose the physical consequence. And so I'm understanding all these things, and there is beauty in here. There's symmetry in here. There's aesthetic quality in here. And then what I would say too, though, is because we are talking about our current political moment, the problem is that I think we were geared towards, because of Christianity being a part of our society, we were geared for some level of positive reciprocity and some level of turning the other cheek. But with Christianity kind of falling out of cultural favor within the past 200 years, and then also with turning the other cheek not being very emotionally satisfying, we're kind of reverting to tit for tat and eye for an eye, which in my opinion actually sets up a worse society. And that's one of the things that I'm scared of. I'm scared that, for instance, as we've been having this conversation, there was somebody who said, I think it was Input Output. They're like, oh, so a bunch of like religious voodoo bullshit. And I'm like, you don't have to believe in Jesus Christ in order to believe in the power of the moral teaching of turn the other cheek. You could just turn it into a social game. Somebody has offended you. What do? Do you ignore the offense, attempting to get the other party to see their wrongs and then build a positive relationship? Do you punish them exactly reciprocally to, what they did to you? Or there's actually two more games. Or do you punish them 90% of the time, but you let it slide 10% of the time so you can build a better relationship? Or do you kill their entire family, rape every single female member of their family, and burn their village to the ground because they should have known not to fuck with you? And these are actually like, there's probably more versions of this game, but these are the 4 versions of the game that we can easily identify throughout history with current cultural understanding.
Like what I'm saying is like wherever there's like, if there's like beauty and justice, then there can also be like extreme ugliness. Like whereas like, my goodness, this is so unsatisfying that I like have to fucking storm the barricades. Like my fucking God. That's where kind of humiliation comes in my opinion. That's where you have the
mass deportations are popping in my brain right now. Because to the and I obviously want to hear the rest of your thoughts, but to the Trump supporter, mass deportations are where you literally see like 40-year-old Hispanic women crying and screaming, running away from masked agents, tackling them to put them in a cage to send them to another country. For them, that is either eye for an eye, or that's like vindictive pagan justice, where you should have known not to fuck with us by coming into our country without permission. Therefore, you deserve all these bad things that are going to happen to you. Whereas to liberals and to modern Americans and probably to Christians, they're like, the punishment is not matching the crime. There's a huge disproportion in punishment versus the crime committed. So this is horrific in aesthetics.
Yeah, true. I agree. It's like, but you can, if you want, as a Christian, you can claim ownership of these pagan thoughts if you want. Like Jesus was like a human sacrifice, which was like supposed to be to settle the scores between God and humans. Like there is a sense of evening things out of I'm starting to and horn and like again. Fuck.
Don't dude, I'm not even. Number one, you have a European accent, so that's going to mystify the audience already. So they're going to be like, oh, he must be smart. He has a foreign accent. And then number two, we're talking about really, I think, quite beautiful, like highfalutin concepts, which is effectively like, what is the nature of historical justice? What is the nature of modern justice? And what should we be advocating for in this time? And what I think you're pointing to, which I agree with, is the fact that I might be saying we have to get back to turning the other cheek. We have to get back to turning the other cheek. We have to get back to turning the other cheek. And the reason why I'm saying this and I'm screaming this from the rooftops is because I'm praying for a time and pining for a time where people are being reciprocal. But what Steven is saying, and what a lot of Democrats are saying, is that like, we are no longer in those times because the other team is behaving so poorly within this game that they don't believe there's consequences. And so we have to go to at least tit for tat, if not pagan revenge, in order to teach them a lesson. And that's where like the pagan revenge thing, that's where for me, that's like way too far. And what that does is it just sets up cycles of violence, which I think you and I both know is kind of the history of honor cultures. Is once one person's honor has been insulted and they have to seek revenge, well, what happens is that insults the opposite side. So the opposite side has to seek revenge, and then backwards and forwards. And that's effectively medieval history.
That's true. It's true. It's also like when there's like beauty and ugliness, there's also like taste. You know, like you can have taste in justice, where you're like, okay, good. This is like tasteful justice. This is like untasteful. This is like, what the fuck do you think? That's a good outcome. This is a fair thing. How the fuck can you think that? There's a what I think modern people have unlearned. Sorry, I'm counting myself there. Like I'm not good at this. I'm like a whatever mid 30 dude in his like fucking loft here.
It's all right. I have early onset dementia. Don't feel scared.
Okay, no. What I'm saying is I'm not good at this either. But what old people like in this Talionic, like Scandinavian honor culture, Viking people, whatever, used to be very good at, is like evaluating like what was an appropriate. That's why we had these honor cultures. That's why it wasn't like just honor people. There were whole systems derived and whole. There's like this whole around these intuitions. They had these honed, you know, they had these intuitions of what needed to be avenged, what was a gift that was kind of toxic and poisonous, what like people killed because they got gifts, you know, like there's like stories of Vikings hunting other Vikings down because they gave them a fucking
the humiliating gift
that was too nice. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. But my fear, and maybe this is a fear that you share, my fear is that I think that barbaric revenge and tit for tat and eye for an eye, I think that's like the natural moral instinct of most humans. And probably because we've honed it over hundreds of thousands of years, because Christian turn the other cheek morality was only codified and promoted within the past 2,000 years. And realistically, even then, it wasn't that adhered to, right? Let's be real. Like the Crusades are an indication of not turning the other cheek, right? That's not New Testament morality. That's Old Testament morality. And so the Crusaders could argue that it was appropriate at the time due to the threats that they were facing, but you can't say that you turned the other cheek or didn't live by the sword, right? And so I think part of my fear is that as we get away from dismissing Christ as mythology and dismissing him as not worthy of study, what we do is we lose the mythos and the importance of that moral teaching of turning the other cheek. Because as an example, sorry, real quick, as an example, if I offend my wife and we're both operating an eye for an eye, and I humiliate her in some way that's not intentional, but I still humiliate her, she should punish me, right?
Yeah.
But then that can set up a cycle of punishment where we destroy our relationship, even though we both believe that we're behaving morally. Whereas if in good faith, I offend her, but then she turns the other cheek, and then in good faith, she offends me, but I turn the other cheek, we have a basis for pro-social development and trust and love and all that kind of stuff. And so so just to put a bow on it is, I'm afraid that by losing Christ as a mythos, we are losing our morality in reference to turn the other cheek.
Yeah, like you lose your off ramps. Like there's like in Christianity is like a very convenient thing because not Christianity. I'm not actually pitting Christianity against this. I think the main thing that destroyed honor cultures was the first thing was like Stoicism. Like they were like very anti-revenge, anti-impulsivity, like that kind of stuff. which fair enough. But fuck, I had something and I lost it. I think we're losing something when we do this, when we just turn the other cheek. I think we are losing a, like, you knew immediately what I said when I said poetic justice. It's not lost on you. You're not like, oh, I've been so thoroughly Christianified that I can't make heads or tails of this. This is like a foreign concept of me. Like, you understand what it means for something to be like, for justice to like feel satisfying. And we ignore this, perhaps, I think, at our peril, because we are still running against the grain of human nature here. We are not, which, well, it might also, the way you said it, now I know what I wanted to say. Okay, there you go. You earlier said, like, okay, it might turn into a cycle of violence. Well, most of the time it didn't, though, in Viking. Like, we hear these outrageous stories about like Vikings avenging others like for bullshit. And then but it was a functioning society. Like, they had they loved each other and had children together, and it worked out. Over time, they dominated Christian England for a while over there. It was working out. Mainly because if in dignity, ironically, our prices are very cheap. In honor cultures, we are more expensive. Like, your eye is more expensive in an honor culture. You understand? Like, your eye is you care more for what other people think of you, because like honor doesn't exist without an audience, without other people.
Yeah, if I could define honor real quick, and I want to hit historically on what you just said with Vikings dominating. So the with, and I'm just going to use like dignity culture as a proxy for having some level of turning the other cheek, and I think we should define these things, I suppose. So for honor, on a personal level, the way that I understand honor is seeing a host of behaviors that are virtuous and a host of behaviors that are filled with vice, filled with bad behaviors and bad consequences, and trying to choose the higher level behaviors so that you might be honored by your society. If you pursue virtue, then society will deem you a good man, and they will award you at least social prestige, if not material wealth. And so there's a certain degree of honor that everybody starts with, but the higher you get pursuing virtue and pursuing the higher echelons of society, the more honor you will typically accumulate from said society. Then when it comes to dignity, I think dignity cuts both ways, where dignity, I treat you well because you are a human being who, regardless of your station, you could be homeless, you could be disabled, you could have a mental disability, you could have a physical disability, but you are entitled to a bare minimum amount of dignity as a member of my society, and I should not attack you or dishonor you, no matter how lowly a part of my society you are. And then also, I think dignity cuts this a different way, where if you are the perpetrator of a crime, and I actually have a specific example I'd love to share with you in the chat. If you're the perpetrator of a crime, you are entitled to a certain level of dignity, no matter how heinous your crime is. And that's something that's kind of weird that we instantiated into the criminal justice system of the Western world, where somebody could be accused of the most heinous crime possible. They could be accused of rape, murder, child molestation, whatever. But our justice system has been instantiated to afford those people a minimum level of dignity. But that minimum level of dignity is sometimes not satisfactory to the bloodlust that's in humans. And as an example, there was a man who was in Orange County, Florida. You could look up the story if you wanted to. He shot his pregnant girlfriend and her brother to death and killed her, the brother. I think he might have injured the brother. And then the baby died, and it was his baby, allegedly. So he's committed, in the eyes of the public, he's committed infanticide and murder. Then a female cop confronted him at a local Walmart. He was wearing body armor. He pulled out a pistol and shot her to death in front of the Walmart. So now, not only is he guilty of infanticide and murder of his wife and attempted murder of the brother, he's also guilty of murdering a member of the state, right? Somebody who is vested with the power of the state. At this point, the only thing that could make him a lower human in the eyes of normal people is probably being a child molester or a rapist. That's the only thing that could make him a worse person in the eyes of broader society. And so when law enforcement, they found him and they went to arrest him, what ended up happening was some of the cops were friends with the lady cop who died. And so they kicked him in the face repeatedly until he lost his eye while they were arresting him. And so that's not justice. That's not vengeance. And if this guy was not, oh wait, this is vengeance, it's not justice. At least the way that we understand it. This guy, if we were thinking in a pagan system, or if we were thinking in an eye for an eye, he deserves worse, right?
Yeah,
he deserves to be, in a pagan sense, he deserves to be like raped, murdered, sodomized, humiliated, ripped apart, drawn and quartered. That's what he deserves. But we as a society say, no, actually the cop is wrong for kicking his eye out because he is entitled to a minimum level of dignity. And I think society, it doesn't fulfill that animal desire for vengeance and for rage and for reciprocity and aesthetic, aesthetic symmetry. But I think society is better with those rules, because when you kick one guy's eye out, you could easily use excuses to kick an innocent man's eye out and think you're doing the right thing, but ultimately be doing the wrong thing.
That is certainly true. I bet that has happened a couple of times in history, but that's also like kind of making the what's it called, the perfect the enemy of the good, in a way, because these things will happen. It will be ugly. That's not a good thing. Also, I'm not really advocating to like return to fucking Scandinavian honor culture. What I'm just saying, like, is that we're missing something here, just on a deeper, like, humanitarian, anthropological fucking level.
No, I agree with you. Sorry, the honor, the Marine Corps says honor, courage, and commitment. That's like our 3 words. And I realized going through boot camp, I didn't know what honor meant. I had no idea. And we didn't even talk about it, right? They just said the word. And it was actually not even until because Marines are actually encouraged to be kind of dishonorable in a lot of ways. We're taught to like fight dirty, drink alcohol until we throw up, get into fist fights. The Marine Corps is actually kind of like a dishonorable society, but they care more about winning in war than they care about personal honor, right? And so like their virtues of what they find to be worthy of honor are different from mainstream society. And so but I found that I didn't understand the term, and then it was only until I got out that I started studying like knights again that I was like, oh shit, there's like this whole aristocratic class of lettered people who studied Greek and Roman philosophy and thought that you were a more honorable person the more that you pursued virtue. And that's the only way that I came to understand honor as a concept.
Interesting. Like, I think the way you described honor earlier, it sounded to me more like virtue. Like is it only almost as if those two were like the same thing, like synonyms of each other?
Yes, but then the honor in the Marine Corps, if you'll indulge me another 10 seconds, what we honor in the Marine Corps is proficiency in warfare. That's it. So like personal conduct, whether or not like if you lie, you're a bad guy, but we'll forgive you if you're really good at war. And then you cheat on your wife, you're a bad guy, but if you're really good at war, we don't care. You're an alcoholic, you're verbally abusive to other people, you're kind of an asshole, this, that, the other. That sucks. You know, that's bad. But if you're really good at war, we don't care. And that's where the honor gets, instead of being this like holistic, chivalrous code of pursuit of the ultimate man. It's actually just like, are you good at war? Like that's it.
I've never been to the military. I've ducked my duty, which is very easy in Germany. So I'm not, and very commonly done. Like I'm not a rare breed.
Yeah,
that way. So you could say I'm not very honorable, but
well, I think what failed though is that because we don't talk about these things, right? And it is a fairly complex conversation, but we don't talk about how liberal societies permit dozens of cultures. We have these old cultures that we emanate from historically, but we don't study them as deeply as we should. And then also, as an individual in a free society, you might travel between 3 or 4 cultures as your social groups change. And we don't really talk about that because the truth is, I think that part of the reason why veterans have such a hard time integrating back into society is because honor and virtue in the military is not the same honor and virtue in a civilian society. And so it's totally discombobulating to be really, really, really good in one culture and then to be almost alien or horrific in a different culture that is still part of your society.
Okay. Well, that's true. Like there's certainly like, especially in Europe, there's like culture clashes when we hear of like honor murders where like, but that's a strange sense of honor. We're like using the word wrong all the time, in my opinion. Like when you said like honor is kind of the same thing as virtue. I disagree. My understanding of honor, like we have a perfectly good word for virtue already, which is virtue. I think honor is a different thing. It's just like kind of a karmic thing where you like you leave like you do not play or live asymmetrically. You do not injure other without recompense.
But I guess my question is, so I might be using
sorry. Yeah.
No, I'm talking way more, so you don't need to apologize. My question to you though is, how do you obtain honor, right? Because I'm not trying to use honor and virtue synonymously, because I do think that there's an exterior component to it. Like I don't think that a individual lost in the woods with no society is capable of receiving honor, because honor is something that other people give you. But I think the way that honor is supposed to work is that you receive honor from the broader society by pursuing the virtues of that society specifically.
No, I think honor is earned. It is like a thing, you're not like born with it, like dignity. It's not like a gift that you just like have, which is also why it's not as cheap as dignity, to be honest. Like, which is why it's like always, you by settling all your scores, by paying all your debts, if negative debts or positive debts, you gain honor. You become known as an honorable man. Yes, honor requires an audience, because you can't like be like honor on a deserted island means fucking nothing. It's not like how the word almost makes no sense. Honor, because it is earned, isn't pretense. Like you can't it's just not there. Like if you expose somebody as not honorable, then the honor was never But this is okay,
no,
never mind. Skip
no,
that part.
it is complicated, and I do agree with you that you can probably, this is why this word is so complicated. So for me, I think I'm defining honor as like the pursuit of virtue, I suppose. And that's where I would differentiate it from virtue, because the pursuit can be flawed. And so if you say somebody is acting honorably, then as an example, like Richard the Lionheart, who was considered an honorable man of his time, Well, you know, he sacked cities, he killed people, he was a king, he taxed his people too much, he did this, he did that. There might be dishonorable things that he did, but he was still pursuing virtue at the top of what he was capable of at his time. And then not just that, it was viewed as specifically honorable that him and Saladin had a rivalrous military relationship where they arguably had opportunities to kill each other in ways that would have been dishonorable, and they refrained from doing so while showing like mercy and diplomacy and magnanimity and all that kind of stuff. And so what I'm saying is, and then also you can have an internal sense of honor and an external sense of honor. And by the way, you can get frustrated when those don't line up. Just as a personal example, I honor, maybe I'm using the word wrong. I value the honor in myself because I think that I did things that are worthy of honor. I served my country in the military. I try not to lie as much as possible. I try not to steal as much as possible. I also served in law enforcement for 4 years, and I view that as an honorable profession where it's so challenging in me trying to pursue virtue by excelling in those fields. I probably wish to some degree that society would honor me more and be like, oh, Connor, you're so amazing. You're the best thing since sliced bread. However, just real quick, I just want to point out that on Twitch and YouTube politics, people don't give two shits about my personal achievements. They don't care about it. They attack my honor constantly. They say, you're a liar. You're exaggerating your perspective. Just because you did these cool things, you're not deserving of anything. You can go F yourself. And so because I'm in a dignity culture, I don't have to grab a knife and run around town finding these people and stabbing them for dishonoring me. I can just go, well, I have an internal sense of honor and I have a minimum amount of dignity within my culture. And the people who matter, including myself, value these things. Therefore, fuck these people.
Arguably, it like now Destiny would chime in maybe and say like, well, it might be better if those people felt as if they would be stabbed, if they ran the fear.
And I would
being
agree,
stabbed.
but I think a
know?
society in which we achieved their fear through, on occasion, honorable men who feel dishonored running around stabbing people is a worse society. It's have you ever seen there's a movie, it's an American movie obviously, but Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back?
Yes, I loved it.
Yeah, okay. So at the end they play this song.
Yeah, this was great.
Yeah, they play this song at the end, which is how many people want to kick some ass. And what they do is they find all the internet trolls who have been talking shit about them, and they actually go to their houses and then beat the fuck out of them. And it's hilarious. And we're talking about justice. I experience emotional catharsis on their behalf. It's a comedic skit, but in a just world, these people who are saying these dishonorable things, they would get their asses kicked. But we don't live in that world. And I actually do think it's better that if I show, like, let's say that you were talking shit. If I flew all the way to Germany and punched you in the face for saying something crazy about me, I could be morally correct within my minor honor framework, but I think it's a better world because I would go to jail for punching you in the face.
I think I'm just thinking like maybe a world in which the tension, in which the price of dishonoring or like insulting or harming a person is so high as to like might not be the worst thing of all time. Like I never thought about this thing. Like up until 2 months ago, I was like a whole like, yes, of course. The justice system is for not for punishment. It is for just for rehabilitation,
separation, and rehabilitation. Yeah.
I weirdly that thought has been exercised from my mind, but not because of the fucking Destiny thing, which is the weirdest thing. Okay, like you have to trust me on this. Okay, it's not the fucking Destiny thing. It has been playing in the background. Perhaps it has like contributed 5%.
No, I agree that a society that values honor to some degree can be better within like sane limits. And so as an example, you're a human being and you're entitled to some level of dignity. And I'm a human being entitled to some level of dignity. If you achieve something great in your life, let's say that you write a thesis paper or something and you get like a doctorate, I should honor you and I should pay you some level of deference because you have expertise within this topic. And so I should not dishonor you or criticize you or shit on you when you've demonstrated a competence in this area enough to receive an award in this area. Whereas on the internet, we kind of do. And especially with the American freedom of speech so enshrined into law, we value rebellion. We value irreverence. We value crassness, rudeness, being abrasive. Now, the funny thing is, though, this is kind of funny too. Maybe I'm assuming that society without a strong sense of honor is better morally. But I actually think that like maybe if we had like honor on like a private level, but then we had dignity on a legal level, that would be fine. But what would be so funny about that is that I think DGG and Destiny would be wholly opposed to reinstituting honor as like a social norm, because Destiny is the first guy getting punched in the mouth. Like it's the first guy.
True, that's true.
When somebody says like, "Oh, you know, you dishonored me," and then everybody around like does like a polite golf clap, Destiny's the first guy getting smacked.
Well, I think that's a tasteless form of vengeance, but I guess that's up to the person. Like you dishonor somebody back, you know, that's how you would probably do the symmetry.
Sure. And we should talk about the sane limits of a renewed sense of honor. I agree. But
also,
yeah,
I'm saying this should be like a temporal thing. I don't think we should just suspend turn the other cheek for a little while. I don't think it has no time and a place. It should like come back, hopefully. But I'm just saying there's like a with the fencing thing, you know, there's a rhythm to this stuff. I think.
No, I agree. The charitable, productive reciprocity that's good faith, where you can injure me and I say, you know what, you probably didn't mean it. Let's still work together anyways. That should be the ideal. So in my opinion, turn the other cheek and a dignity culture should be ideal. And then tit for tat with 10% turn the other cheek, I think is where we go when our opponents are not being reciprocal. And then pagan burn everything down probably shouldn't be done realistically ever. And then eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth should probably only be done in warfare.
Okay. About mercy, 1 second. I'm not sure if you've ever had this discussion with like with an atheist or something, or with an agnostic or so, about God's all mercifulness and all justness, like how you cannot be both perfectly just and perfectly merciful, since mercy is a suspension of justice. Like that's what that is. You can't be both at the same time, and which is not what we need right now. Like the right has been. Here's where a little bit of Destiny comes in. Okay, here's a little bit. The right has been running on the platform of trigger the libs. Let's trigger the libs. Hey, let's trigger the libs. And now the libs are properly triggered. Okay, and now you just want us to like swallow this. And then it's like too poisonous. Like I think there's too much catharsis on one end of this. Like we need to humiliate back. What form that should take, I have no idea. I'm not a fucking policy wonk. Okay, I'm not. I have no idea. I'm not even claiming to. But I think that is an urgent, cathartic, aesthetical need that needs to happen. You think that's like petty and stuff? Perhaps. I don't think so. I think that's just required at this point.
I agree. The thing about it is though, there's this thing where we don't, and I'm actually having this mini fight in chat while we're talking. Rob says Rob with the W says, I just agree with Destiny then. No, I don't agree with Destiny. Now, Destiny might be saying that he's articulating tit for tat, but realistically, I think Destiny has articulated eye for an eye. And I think that he's also articulated like pagan revenge. And so as an example, he brought up as something that he would do if he could. He would take all of the people who have ever supported Donald Trump ever, who are in the legislative government. He would charge them with treason or sedition for being a participant within this government. And then he would, after that, he would bar them from office under whatever like anti-sedition act we have from the Civil War. And so as a result of that, he would basically eliminate, let's be real, probably 60 to 70% of the Republican Party from participating in elected office again. And so as a result, like that for me does not make sense if we are trying to return to even a sane tit for tat or even a sane eye for an eye. And he'll bring up all of the egregious behavior of Republicans that deserves punishment and consequence. But there's also a thing that happens that the right wing is doing where they will bring up something that is asymmetrical, but they believe is symmetrical. And then they use that as a justification for why they're behaving poorly. As an example, what was it? It was something about corruption. It was about a corrupt pardon. Okay. So because Donald Trump pardoned a president from Nicaragua or something who had been convicted of not sex trafficking, drug trafficking, and convicted, people are like, how is Donald Trump waging war on drugs through extra legal drone strikes in the Caribbean? And he's simultaneously pardoning a drug trafficker who was convicted of bringing in 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. This doesn't make sense. This is just corruption. And then the response, because most people are stupid, is all of the replies are, well, Joe Biden said he wasn't going to pardon Hunter Biden, but he did. That's the response. And you can say those people are stupid. They don't understand reality. It's not reciprocal. It's not tit for tat, whatever. You can say that, but they think they're being symmetrical. They think they're engaged in tit for tat. They think they're engaged in eye for an eye.
That's why I said, like, these things have like tastes to them. Like, I would just say to these people, they have bad taste in justice. Like their aesthetic sense of what is a good, beautiful justice and what isn't is just off tilter. And again, you can like fight. What's the saying? You can't fight about taste, or you can fight about taste.
I have no idea, but I'm assuming we can fight about taste because we fight about it all the time.
Yeah. I honestly, I think you can fight about taste. There you go. That's my stake. I'm putting it in the ground. It's I think you can make good or bad points about what's the best fucking ice cream flavor and stuff. You can. I think those arguments should be had more often. Hell yeah! Like which is the best actor, best rock song of the '90s. Whatever.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Like, oh yeah. I think the phrase, which might not sound right, especially if you speak German as a first language, you can't argue taste. But what they're saying is people have so many different opinions that you might as well not argue taste because taste is so subjective. And then, sorry, real quick, this is one of my frustrations. So Rob with a W, because if you keep turning the other cheek, they will just continue to commit wrongs against you until you cease to exist. They want you to turn the other cheek like the good little soy liberal you are. But Rob, this is where I think you're losing the plot, okay? What Ekta and I have articulated is the fact that turning the other cheek is ideal, but you need a reciprocal partner to do so. And when your partner is not reciprocal, you move to tit for tat. And tit for tat is where you match them with consequence. And this is what Reason Riff said. 90% of the time, you match them with consequence. So let's say Charlie Kirk was assassinated. The conservatives, if they felt like they would engage in tit for tat, they should not participate in an extra legal assassination. What they should do is they should find a Democratic pundit who is large, and they should try to humiliate him to the point that he's no longer politically relevant. So tit and tat are different words, okay? So the tit is Charlie Kirk getting assassinated. The tat is taking out a Democratic pundit through legal means, and they're no longer relevant, right? So that's tit for tat. And then 10% of the time, you do turn the other cheek. That way you guys can get back to positive reciprocity. And then when it comes to what I think you're advocating for, because you're not paying attention, you're arguing for eye for an eye, which is they do something fucked up to you, you do the exact same thing fucked up to them, so they learn their consequence. And I think that should be reserved for war.
Okay, that's true. I'm not sure if I have like something that's like super topical to what you like just said. I think you're operating still like super hard on just dignity. When dignity.
Oh, I am. I'm not gonna change that, because I think that dignity should be like. Are you trying to convince me that I should move to a more honor mindset?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm just saying you're under appreciating honor. I'm not saying you're like the honor I'm talking about, like the getting equal kind of honor. You're not the being virtuous kind of honor, like which is yeah. Dignity
hold on.
Is,
I think I can address that though. I think that's ideal, or it could be ideal. I just don't think it's set up for our society. And so we would have to talk about like an entire re-education of the way that people perceive social interaction. Because right now,
our society is not set. I think it's the other way around. Our society is not set up for like honor.
You think our society is not set up for dignity?
No, for honor. Like you said, like our society is not. Honor is not set up for our society. I think it's the other way around. Our society is not set up for
I mean,
honor.
I'll take that. Society.
Society is more malleable than a sense of honor, I think.
Okay. What I would say is let's say that we wanted to promote an honor culture that we thought was healthy and was the best of both worlds. Okay. And like it's the way that I would perceive it is that dignity would be the bare minimum. Okay. So dignity, if somebody disabled, mentally disabled, physically disabled, is not capable of achieving great things, they're poor, they're selfish, they have bad temperament, bad behavior, bad parents. Maybe they're not worthy of honor, but they are worthy of dignity. And so you treat somebody with a base level of human dignity, that you treat them as a member of your society. Then with honor, honor, like you said, I think is like earned. But honor can also be insulted and demands a certain level of reciprocity.
Somebody who is, never mind, continue. Sorry.
Well, all I was going to say is that if we were, let's use Stephen as an example. Within the context of honor, I think that Stephen deserves to be honored and dishonored by society in several ways. The way in which he deserves to be honored is he is effectively a multimillionaire who has created a digital media empire from scratch. He's an excellent rhetorician and debate person. He's really good at studying things. He's really good at learning things. And we should honor these things in that we appreciate them as virtues worthy of pursuit. And we honor him as a man for pursuing these things. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The
like
ways
honor,
in which
that's the honor that's like, because it's like deserved. The dignity is never deserved. Dignity is just like there. Yeah.
Yeah, dignity is a baseline that all humans should be entitled to.
Yeah, and honor, since it is always earned, necessarily, you can't have it if you don't earn it. Like if it's not given to you in your crib. It is it can't really be exposed as pretense. It can only be like taken away or something. It's like conceptually like a little bit different, because like. Let's say a torturer who treats you like a horrible creature, like a fucking golem. Okay, that guy exposes your dignity as the pretense. That's what he aims to do if he really wants to break you. But he does that because it essentially is pretense. Like the human dignity only exists insofar as we insist on it. Like
no, agreed. Yeah,
it's like it's more of a theory of
like a social construction.
Yeah. But honor is more concrete insofar as it is earned. It is like an actual like kind of a coinage. It is abstract still, sure, whatever, it's true, but it's really actually like a everybody's keeping track of it. Everybody has it in their mind all the time. It's more present than a dignity.
The difficulty, though, is if you, and I think somebody brings this up, conservative liberalism, I think, brings up the problem. Society will rarely honor someone universally because that requires shared values and purpose. Birds of a feather flock together. Getting the honor of your flock is all one can expect. People who don't see eye to eye with you are under no obligation to honor you. And so this is what's interesting, because I was actually going to finish with the Stephen example. So with the Stephen example, you said honor can be taken away, and it's a currency. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that Stephen's currency is oftentimes taken away, even in our current society, because of his conduct on a personal level. The way that he's interacted with women, the way that he's interacted with friends, the way that he's interacted with some people where he was acquaintances and he was rude or abrasive or selfish or narcissistic or whatever. He loses currency within those domains, because despite having all of the virtues that we mentioned before, he has all of the vices that I just mentioned. And so if you're trying to get me and my chat to conceptualize honor as not just pursuit of virtue, social esteem, etc., but also as a tradable currency that keeps cultures stable, then I think the problem that conservative liberalism brings up is we do not have a shared sense of what is virtuous and what is vice. And what's interesting about that with my own chat as well is I bring up probably sexual honor as a concept, and they don't even, it's like alien to them. They don't even want to conceptualize having a higher virtuous moral behavior when it comes to sex, because they basically want endless permission to do whatever they want to do when it comes to that domain.
Yeah, but that problem, the problem of us not agreeing on what is virtuous and what isn't virtuous, only arises if you think of honor the way you do, as the pursuit of virtue, which is not how I'm doing it. Like, you have that problem. You have the problem of like, wow, this multicultural society doesn't agree on what even is virtuous. Like, yeah, in that sense,
so how do you arrive at honor if you don't agree on what is virtuous?
It's the settling of scores and the almost like a karmic evenness of societal. Like that shit is like primeval. That's everybody knows what it means to be.
But how is that not just reciprocity? Because when you said that sentence, I was thinking of reciprocity.
Reciprocity is honorable, but it isn't the same thing. Like, for example, you can be underhanded in a way that makes things uneven for you in a fight, for example. That's not necessarily not reciprocal.
Yeah, no, reciprocal.
Yeah, but it is still dishonorable. Like, you've created asymmetry in the world. You have like, have you ever you've seen Breaking Bad, I presume?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever really felt like he can't keep getting away with it? You know, like
actually no. I thought Jesse was kind of a baby when he freaked out.
Me too. I thought he was like petty as fuck. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he's driving around doing drugs, throwing money. Dude, if you don't want to participate in it, just walk away. You participated in a dishonorable profession.
Yeah. But now I fucking get it. Like, the world is like so fucking ugly because Walter White gets away with it. Like, it can't happen. It shan't happen. But it's not.
Yeah, there's this thing though, because you mentioned like karma, and I'm probably confusing the topic rather than making it more clear. What I think Christians believe, and what I was raised to believe, and what I've observed in the world, is that nobody gets away with anything. Okay.
Yeah.
Like a liar who's good at lying might get away with lying for a while.
Yeah.
He might even get material benefit. He might even get relational benefits. He might even get sex. He might get all these things that are associated with lying. But ultimately what happens is he's discovered to be a liar, and he ends up socially isolated away from all the people who know him to be a liar. Yeah. And then same thing with like a murderer, because killing is such a visceral human experience. Killing another human being is such a visceral human experience. Even serial killers, to some degree, they're socially isolated. They're antisocial. Nobody likes them. Nobody can know the true person. They probably suffer psychologically. They have constant visions of their compulsion to kill. They always remember what they did. Maybe they don't feel bad about it. Maybe they feel some kind of thrill about it, but they're tormented by their behavior. And then especially if you have a conscience and you feel bad about murder, oftentimes people who murder and have a conscience, they're tormented about killing another human for the rest of their lives. And so oftentimes I think that nature, even if somebody gets away with it from a legalistic sense, even if somebody gets away with it from they gained undue benefit, life has a weird way of balancing the scales. And that doesn't demand it, like justice demands human intervention to make sure that the scales are balanced. But karma, weirdly enough, doesn't. It actually punishes bad behavior whether or not we do.
It's true. It's true. Like, sorry, the karma thing was more of a sorry. I retract that term. Okay. That
well,
was
I mean,
more like
regardless of whether or
into-
not you retract it or reject it, karma, weirdly enough, I think exists outside of our sense of honor and justice and manifests itself.
I had that thought for a while. Like when I whatever, if I were to lose a leg or something. Sure, I would lose a leg, but I would gain something in return, like the pity and the caretaking of all my family and friends, presumably. Maybe work time off, maybe an insurance, like whatever, all that kind of shit. And at that point, like if you cannot lose something without gaining something in return, like anything, even if it's like very abstract, then it's just like a matter of like, what do you care about more? You care about more about your leg or more about the pity of your friends?
I think
there's like it's weird. Like you almost cannot lose something. It's like it's super weird. Like
it's alchemy. It's the there's that anime about alchemy. It's the brothers. I forget what it's called. Somebody in chat's going to tell me.
Yeah.
The laws of equivalent exchange. And so it's not always true. And I think the things that are most tragic to humans and most tragic to me, I mean, I was a law enforcement officer. It was situations where there was not an equivalent exchange and justice was not going to be done.
Yeah.
Those are the things that fucked with me the most. And as an example,
hurts? Yeah, I get that. He can't keep getting away with it. You know, that's what Jesse feels like, dude.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll make it more real. So one of the things that messed with me that probably got me out of law enforcement, Full Metal Alchemist. Thank you, Jonah Boy. I appreciate you. Was a woman who had abandoned her child, who had done hard drugs during pregnancy. The grandfather was taking care of the child. And then the child, like I was there, the child ended up dying due to the mother's drug consumption months after it had been born because it had birth defects. And so for me, there was no justice there because even though the mother had engaged in such ravenous neglect that she effectively killed her own child and abandoned it with a family member, she was so in the throes of addiction that there is not a jury on the planet that will convict her of homicide of that child. And so, and as far as I know, she was on the other side of town doing drugs and still being a drug addict. And so, yes, she is paying a social consequence. She's alienated from her friends. She's alienated from her family. She's a drug addict. She's going to die eventually. Her family hates her. Her father hates her. There's a lot of things that she is paying for karmically. And yet this grievous sin against my conscience, against society's conscience, would go unavenged. And that was one of the things that fucked me up. And I'll just share it while we're at it. There was also another one where I was called to a house where there were puppies that were dying. And so the people there at that house they said, oh, well, the mother gave birth a few days ago. She was bleeding, but we don't have money for a vet. And so we just kind of were hoping that it was going to stop, and it didn't stop. And then eventually she died. And then we tried to take care of the puppies for the past 3 or 4 days. But what's happened is they've just like randomly died one by one over the course of 3 or 4 days. And for me, I'm resisting the urge to grab them by their t-shirts, slam them against the wall, scream in their fucking face, throw them into handcuffs, and put them in the back of my car, because effectively they've engaged in animal neglect and, in my opinion, animal cruelty. They've effectively killed half a dozen puppies and a dog through neglect and incompetence and stupidity. But I could tell that they were so distraught and so fucked up that they were actually genuinely stupid people. Like, they actually did not have a high IQ the way that they were talking to me. And not only that, in Lake County, Florida, there's not a state attorney wouldn't take that case ever. We have rapes, we have murders, we have robberies, we have burglaries, we have so many other things that we don't have the time or energy to prosecute and incarcerate people, that having two idiots randomly birth a litter of puppies and then kill them through incompetence and stupidity, it would not even hit the radar of the state's attorney's office. They wouldn't care. And so for me, I just had to swallow that injustice and that rage and do the best I could. And by the way, the best I could was taking the remaining puppies to the vet, and they still all died. And that fucks with me. It still fucks with me. But I also don't think the world would be a better place if I visited. I would feel better temporarily, but I would not feel better in the long term, nor do I think society would be more just if I engaged in pagan or eye for an eye violence against these people. Sorry, I know that was a long-winded rant, but you actually just kind of triggered some cop memories.
It's a long thing. Also personal, which makes me not want to like engage with it too hard.
It's okay. We can keep it in the abstract. The abstract though is that
I'm sure your audience approves of your openness and stuff here. I don't want to shit on it either. I just want to
well, I guess trying to bring it back to honor. My question to you is,
I think you understand my usage of the term honor when you use words like honor cultures. Like, you are the one that brought the term honor culture up. Actually, it's pretty cool. Presumably, by honor culture, you don't mean a culture in which people strive towards virtue, the way you want to use the term. Presumably, in honor culture, you mean it the way I do. How people want to settle the
reciprocity,
scores and put the thing even again. So you do understand how I mean the term. I think it is commonly used that way. I think,
I think that real quick. But I think the disconnect that we're having is that in an honor culture, if I believe that I have achieved social esteem and therefore I deserve a certain amount of social esteem, and then you insult that social esteem, like you said, there is a calculation on how I can avenge the insult to my social esteem. And that's what I think is problematic.
Yeah, if you don't avenge it, what has effectively happened is that you have that they have successfully humiliated you. They have proven that your honor, that your attempt at settling all the scores and putting things even and right again and making things beautiful again is pretense. They have exposed that as Connor is not all about settling the scores. He can be fucked with. I've proven it. And that is what Trump has done, like on a global level, without avenging it, whatever form that will take. I'm not totally on the destiny train yet here, okay? Like, I'm just saying, whatever form that will take, it has to happen. Otherwise, we have just been the Western order has just successfily been humiliated, in my opinion. That is he can't.
It might have been, but maybe this is a difference though. I think that because we're a dignity culture and not an honor culture, And Trump has humiliated our pretense. He's destroyed our sense of honor. He's shredded our social institutions. He's challenged every ideological precept that undergirded the Western dominance of the world for the past 100 years. Because he's done that, honor might demand that we avenge this, meaning that he gets prosecuted, his enablers get prosecuted. We have a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. His fellow politicians are done. But weirdly enough, I think what I'm trying to appeal to is a sense of karmic justice, which is the fact that Trump has, despite being a billionaire, half of the country hates Donald Trump with every fiber of their being. His legacy will be one. He probably cares most about his legacy, and his sycophants will pretend that he has one of the greatest presidential legacies that's ever occurred. What's actually happened is he has one of the most embarrassing and incompetent and stupid and shitty legacies ever occurred in the American zeitgeist. And then not just that, what's happening here, where all of the things that he was elected to fix, like the economy, like inflation, like unemployment, like the military hegemony, like the war in Ukraine, like the war in Gaza, he consistently is humiliating himself.
Yeah.
He is consistently destroying his own legacy by being an idiot. And so you're saying like, oh, well, our sense of honor demands that we impart a consequence to himself because of all the damage he's done. And I agree, in a more just world, he should. But in a society in which Donald Trump is not the only person, we do have to address the problems that allowed him to be in office. I think it's a waste of energy in order to pursue vengeance that ultimately will not be satisfied, and also leave the problems that remain. Just real quick, the problems that remain, according to PF Young, and I agree with him, is technological shifts.
Perfect.
Well, technological shifts, rapid demographic change, income inequality, and there was one other,
social fabric.
The social dissolution of the social fabric. If we leave those problems, thank you for remembering that, by the way. If we don't deal with those problems, another Trump is right around the corner.
Perhaps, like, populism won't go away for sure. That genie has been put out of the box. I'm not sure how do you say that.
Yeah,
the Pandora's box has been opened. There you go. But you said like how you're like fucked up by. I'm talking damage mitigation here. I'm not talking solution. I'm talking in order for us as a society not to be fucked up the way you've been fucked up by the mother killing her child with fucking cocaine or whatever that was. That way, you're inviting, by totally ignoring the ugliness of this situation, the aesthetic brutality of this fucking scenario, but the aesthetic horror that we have come to believe, how this fucking irrelevant, like stupid, smug fucking asshole is just like has put on the crown of the world. Like and is being paraded around as His Majesty.
Unfortunately, we created his crown before he put it on through the war on terror and American superpower dominance of the Western world over the past century.
Yeah. But we all collectively thought that, well, this crown will always find worthy heads.
I know, isn't that crazy? How naive and stupid.
Yeah. True. It turns out this fucking crown has no sense.
Oh,
no
that's one of my favorite, dude. That's one of my favorite quotes from Ross Douthat. Is a lot of people have said that Trump is a biblical figure because he's overcome so much. They've created like a mythological narrative around him. But what Ross Douthat said, he said, yeah, well, sometimes in the Bible, great figures are sent to chastise a nation. And I was like, oh, like that, dude. That hurt
like
me.
A plague
hurt me so bad because I was like, maybe Donald Trump is a biblical figure, but he's here to shame us for our hubris, because like the American empire believed that it could control the world through militarism and economic growth and the spread of these liberal democratic principles and soft power and hard power. And yet we have been humbled in the past decade of if you put an idiot at the top of this machine, it all falls apart. And that's like that's if you believe in God, that's God humbling us with the designs of our liberal democratic hegemonic project.
Yeah. Like you know me, my fedora sits very snug, so I'm not.
No, that's fine. That was more for chat, you know.
Okay.
But even if you don't believe, that we're at, even if you don't believe in God, I think you can appreciate the aesthetic symmetry.
It's a cool. It's a cool. Yeah.
You can
the irony.
The random accumulation of matter in this order is aesthetically pleasing.
I see. Yes, of course, my good sir. Yes.
Well, we did hit 230. 230 is kind of my out. But
okay.
But if you I mean, if you want to run it back, we can run it back again. But was there anything else that you wanted to hit before we kind of wrap up?
A real quick thing. Like we have talked to death about honor. I wanted to unwrap humiliation just a tiny bit more.
Sure.
Humiliation is used not only in honor cultures, but also in everyday culture as a tool. Humiliation has a certain use. It is used to excise people from groups that don't belong there. It's for example, that's why people kind of. It's also a very ugly thing. It's kind of like the thing that. That's why people were so fucking vicious at lol cows like Christian or something. It's because this guy had no use, use being here. No use being here. He had no point. He shouldn't be there. He shouldn't be presenting himself as he did. It shouldn't be in civil society. What the fuck does he do there? And people feel so vicious about it. They feel so strongly about it that they hounded this guy down for decades. This inconsequential dude who's just a little bit boisterous and not very impressive, whatever, leave him alone. But that can't be done because there's an innate human sense of, okay, good, this guy has invaded a sector, the hierarchy. He's climbed too high for his own. He pretends to be higher than he should be, and he needs to be put down. And that sense brings people far. It motivates people. If you think that the motivation to humiliate Trump back into the place he belongs isn't going to motivate people, I think you're wrong. I think this might go far.
It does.
This might go fucking far.
No, this is actually really interesting. The reason why this is so interesting to me is because I think that I am an adherent because I was raised in the Christian turn the other cheek mindset for so long, and my parents were pacifistic, and I also think that it's the ideal and this, that, the other. So what happens when it comes to Christian is my for lol cows in general, like iDubbbz and Anissa, Chud Logic and Nicholas Diorio endlessly talk about Anissa and iDubbbz, because iDubbbz is this guy who was this huge YouTube creator for a while, and he was a drama guy, and he made millions of dollars, and he did this, that, the other. But then he threw away all of his gifts, and now he thinks he's morally better than everybody else because he threw away all of his gifts. And his wife, arguably from the drama side, is complicit in that project because they, despite being bad people, at least according to the narrative, they inflate each other's egos past where it should be. They should be, they should recognize that they're unself-aware losers who threw away their financial prospects in order to morally grandstand to the rest of the world. And 99% of the world, if there was 100 people who wanted to listen to them talk about drama, there is one person who will tolerate them talking about their moral grandstanding, and therefore they must be humiliated and they must be brought down. But for me, I can enjoy that as a consumer of content because I get schadenfreude, I get catharsis from hearing of their moral downfall and what they deserve. But
yeah,
I will not participate in that myself because I believe that there's an underlying dignity that all humans are entitled to. And I don't want to allow the viciousness of my own soul come out because I'm already pretty vicious as it is. So I don't, unrestrained viciousness would be an absolute monster.
I think humiliation or like honor requires an audience, so you are kind of participating in it. Like you are the canvas upon which the humiliation has been painted.
Yeah.
You know? Like you are the audience, the backdrop, so to speak. But I want to distinguish humiliation real quick from humiliation real quick from shame. I think shame is the moral dimension of humiliation. Like if you want to make somebody morally, if you want to dispel a moral pretense, then you shame somebody. That is, I think, what is happening to what's she called? Alisa?
Yeah, Anissa, Joma, and iDubbbz. Yeah,
Anissa, Joma, and iDubbbz. I think that's what's happening to them. I think they're being like morally humiliated, which is
shame or the attempt to shame.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's so funny is our society, particularly now, through algorithms, through social media, through this, through that, we are rewarding the shameless. So if you are, if you are not self-aware and you pretend to be deserving of high honor, there might be some people who agree with you and then they become a part of your cult and they shower you with honor. Whereas most of our society would say, no, this person should be ashamed and they should be in the gutter. How can they achieve such high status? And so what's funny is that like we are effectively rewarding the people. Thank you. We are rewarding the people who are most likely to be deserving of shame through this like dignity culture, turn the other cheek, free speech, freedom of conscience. And I think that's one of the things where you're right that we're kind of being destroyed by our own tolerance of lack of honor because or like an honor culture, because we no longer have the mechanism to hold each other accountable for bad behavior.
In a sense. So you said something really funny there. I'm going to close with this. I know you like. Thanks for
my wife handed me my lunch so I could eat my lunch and then go help out with the kids. But yeah.
Okay. Real quick. I think it's funny because shame has like the word shame has a dual usage. Shame is the thing you have in order to not feel shame. Which is kind of funny.
No, yeah, I agree. The reason why I don't the reason why I participate in some crazy behaviors is because I do not feel shame when I participate in those crazy behaviors. The reason why I don't participate in other behaviors is because I would experience shame if it were discovered that I participated in those behaviors. And also, I don't like to lie. So if I'm not able to lie, and I don't want to be shamed for behaving in certain behaviors, my only option is to act in alignment with my morals. It's like an awesome moral trap that I've set for myself.
Catch 22.
Yeah.
It's okay. Thanks for this talk. It's been really fun. Last words. Sometimes eyes are better at being money than money.
No, that was well said. It was great. And then I kind of want to introduce you. If you don't know Reason Riffs, I kind of want to introduce you to Reason Riffs. I feel like while the conversations are more like highfalutin or whatever, I think they're really insightful. And so that's I found that with you. I also found that with Reason Riffs. So I wonder if you guys would get along together.
Maybe, or maybe we'll hate us. Maybe it'll be like
you would hate each other because you're like, you're both you're too similar. Yeah,
like a plus pole and the magnet.
Right. Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna run. Okay. I'm gonna go hang out with chat for a second, and then I'm gonna dip out. So it was good. It was good catching up, bud.
Yeah. Good bon appetit, and see. Bye bye.
All right. Bye, Akta. Have a great one. All right. Then let me close this so I don't dox anyone. Let me go full. Oh, wrong one. Let me remove this one. So thank you, Sen Patriarch. I understand. We only have 50 loyalist grill hottest who stayed there through the one-on-one conversation, but that's okay. We understand. People are busy with the holidays. There's other streamers going on. Somebody's probably Destiny dick watching right now. Somebody's probably in the Destiny dick watching helicopter. Somebody might be covering the Nick Fuentes drama, which is obviously big. Somebody might be covering the Lyrics drama, which is big. So it's okay. I appreciate that not everybody is going to want to sit down for an hour and have a conversation about honor and shame and humiliation and social rituals and moral stuff. I understand that that's not everybody's cup of tea. It is my cup of tea, though, so I'm going to do that every now and then. Thank you to Real Serious for the 100 ARS. Thank you to Patriarch for renewing the membership. Thank you to Fell Runner for the $5. Thank you to Doobie for the 10. Thank you to Games Are for Kids, aka Anonymous Chatter, for the super chat for 5. And thank you to Fell Runner for the 5. I parasocially love you and appreciate the financial support. I am going to pull you guys over here in the live chat. German word for stealing valor. He did say bon appetit with a French accent. I did think that was funny. That was pretty cool. This man is AFD. I doubt it. Is he? That'd be funny if he was a German right winger. Sorry. Let me. Oh, okay. You guys are talking about Chris Chan getting addicted to the negative attention. True. Grill Shallah, Spoils of War. Have a good one. Sen Patriarch says, have a good one, homie. I'm going to be heading off to get work done. I understand. Have a great one. Wonder Wooey, I enjoyed the cup of tea. Excellent. 07 brother, it was a good topic. True. Need to win those wars. True. Y'all have a good one. See you tomorrow. No shot, lol. Okay. Parasocial, love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a beautiful day. I will see you at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. And bye for now.